St. Clemente City Council. We're going to close session. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Do I have a motion to move into closed session?
So moved.
Second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are in closed session.
I'm going to make you.
Hi, Rick. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. We're just going to leave the meeting on so you'll be able to follow along. If you wouldn't mind just muting yourself, and when we get to your item, either the city clerk or the mayor will call on you. You see us.
Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, it must be already muted. Elizabeth, can you come out here and help join the meetings?
Laura, are we recording? It's 5:30. Let me know when we're recording.
We're recording. Yes, we're ready to go.
Let's call this meeting to order. This is the regular meeting of the San Clemente City Council, September 16, 2025, 5:30 p.m. I'm going to call this meeting to order and asked if Pastor Brianne Knudsen, is here to give the invocation.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the gift of this community we call home, for the citizens and residents gathered here, for the leaders gathered here today. Bless these seats with steady wisdom, guide every word with fairness, and Lord, keep us grounded in a spirit of humility and generosity. Grant courage to speak truth, patience to listen deeply, and unity to serve our neighbors well. Let decisions honor justice, compassion, and the common good. Lord, in this season of tensions across our country, remind us, God, that your love and your generosity begins in these small circles of neighborhoods, schools, workplaces, our very homes. We pray that you would protect our city from harm, that you would inspire growth and innovation, and remind us we're all in this together. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Mr. Cabral, would you lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will. Please place your hand over your heart, face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The next item on our agenda is a special presentation of a proclamation for the Daughters of the American Revolution. I'd like to ask Kitty Coretti and Ann Gray to come forward. And gentlemen, if you would join me at the podium for a presentation. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'll read this presentation to you. It says, whereas this year marks the 238th anniversary of the signing of the Constitution of the United States on September 20, 1787 at 1 p.m. This is Constitution Week, which is celebrated September 17th through the 23rd. And whereas the celebration of the Constitution was started by the Daughters of the American Revolution, whereas in 1955 the Daughters of the American Revolution petitioned Congress to set aside September 17th to the 23rd annually to be dedicated to the observance of Constitution Week, and whereas the resolution was later adopted by Congress and signed into public law on August 2, 1956 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower, therefore, I, Steve Knobloch, the mayor of the city of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the city council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim September 17th through September 23rd, 2025 as U.S. Constitution Week in the city of San Clemente. And by doing so, we ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideas that the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through the Constitution and for our liberties. And remembering those lost rights so that they never will be lost and will continue to be regained. So thank you, ladies, for honoring us. And let me give you a presentation. Gentlemen, if you would give us to you.
I can say a few words after. You have a few words to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Come on here.
Thank you. And ladies, would you like to say a few words?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do I face this
No,
way?
face this way. Well, yeah. Yeah, face this way.
This way, okay.
Right ahead. And let us, give us a second to.
We just wanted to say a few words about our organization in case you're not familiar with us. The National Society Daughters of the American Revolution is a nonprofit, nonpartisan women's service organization dedicated to promoting patriotism, patriotism, education, and historic preservation. Our members are all linear descendants of those who supported American independence during the Revolutionary War. Founded in 1890, the DAR has grown to 190,000 members in 3,000 chapters across the United States and abroad. The San Clemente Island chapter, founded in 1958, like you said, serves South Orange County. We proudly support active duty military personnel and veterans. We award scholarships to students, and we contribute to our local community. Thank you for allowing us to share our mission and for your support in preserving history.
Thank you very much. Our next item is council member reports, and I'll start off if we could. This last week, the Orange County Transportation Authority began dropping additional sand on our beach at North Beach. They dropped about 4,000 cubic yards, and we were there with representatives of the County Transportation Authority. I also attended a Zoom meeting with LA 28 for the Olympics that are coming, and we're talking about the organizing the cities and the businesses relating to that. I also attended a Lifeguard of the Year presentation this last week. I also attended a meeting regarding new technology, regarding our sewer water treatment, which will provide substantial savings to the city of San Clemente if it proves to be worthwhile, and we're looking at that. I also attended a meeting with staff personnel, with staff planning regarding a new subdivision off of San Juan. We attended, as most of our colleagues did, the Salty Turf miniature golf ribbon cutting this last week. They'll be opening, I believe, next May. And what else we have? I attended last week a mayor's prayer breakfast with 15 mayors in Orange County. It was a nice annual event. And also, I attended a meeting regarding the possible use of the Casa Pacifica, the Western White House, with a potential involvement with the Nixon Foundation and the potential reuse of that city. I also attended a very large event in Orange County a few days ago, at the outlets, the Charlie Kirk Memorial, which was attended by, I thought it was 10,000, but the computer technology when the drone overfly indicated that the crowd was larger to 18 to 20,000 people, so it was a very large event. And that's all I have. Mr. Cabral, you want to take it?
Yeah, I'm going to cut a lot of this short because I know we're going to have a long meeting and I don't want to get into too much detail. I'm going to cut a couple of items. Had a meeting regarding the desal project with the representatives from the company. We had the elections of the directors for Cal Cities, and I was elected to be the representative from San Clemente to Orange County. That board had a meeting about SB 79. SB 79 will likely get passed by the governor. It allows of right anybody to build a 7-story building wherever they want, even in residential communities. Gave a speech on 9/11 to an organization about my experience with 9/11. I happened to be in the Capitol that day. I had almost a two and a half hour meeting with Larry Agrin, the mayor of Irvine, along with the community engagement panel for songs about the nuclear fuel and what our next steps are on that. Don't forget, we have an October 16th forum here in San Clemente at the casinos on that issue. As the mayor pointed out, I organized a meeting with Gavin Herbert on Casa Pacifica, invited many people in the community to see where his generous activities will lead over the next year. Attended the Toast to the Casa event, great event. Along with the mayor, I attended the Calvary South event, which an amazing event. I won't talk more about it, but it was, if you had a chance to go or seen the video of it, it was just a once-in-a-lifetime event in San Clemente. Attended the Salty Dog or the Salty Turf opening, groundbreaking, and the Pet Project Foundation dinner.
Thank you. Mr. Enmeyer?
Yes, Ms. Capitano, why don't we do the list first? Yes, thank you. I'm taking a page out of Rick's presentation, just putting my things up there really quickly. Anyone can take a look at that. They can go back and take a look at some of the things. I've done a lot of the same events that we were part of. They were wonderful events. At the very end, I want to point out two things. On the Salida del Sol, I'll come back to that in a second, but then just today had a meeting with Assemblywoman Davies talking about our USA Surf and the sponsorship of who is going to be the sponsor for our Olympics instead of having it be snow and ski in Utah. So we're working with bipartisan legislation across the board, trying to make sure that USA Surf is our appropriate sponsor there. And then to go back to look at Salida del Sol, where I went 2 Wednesdays ago, and their open house. There's some pictures I wanted to just present here. I really want to congratulate San Juan Capistrano and their completion of this project for a transforming what was just this was their council chambers, not their chambers, but their city hall, and they transformed this beautiful building. But on the back side of it, they created affordable housing, 50 units of affordable housing. You can go to the next slide, please. And this is what that courtyard looks like. Yes, absolutely. And it was just a great show of what the city can do when they come together to help their community to create this affordable housing project. You can just scroll through those slides. And my only thing I'm upset about is that we didn't do this, but it is a great project, and I'm very excited for Jamboree Housing and for City of San Juan Capistrano and for United Way for getting all this together. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Leffler?
Sure. Okay, you can put up my slide also. And I was contacted by a couple of residents, says, well, wait a minute, you put up this list of activities and you didn't put my meeting with this or whatever. When I meet with residents, which takes about 15 to 20 hours a week, answering emails, phone calls, and personal meetings, I'm not going to put that on this. A lot of people, I think, want the confidentiality. Answered a lot of emails this week. A lot of you probably out in the audience I was able to correspond with. I didn't get to all of you because of these. I hope to get back to you in the next couple of days. Also wanted to give a shout out to our chief, who's out on a special assignment tonight. And I see Sergeant Streeter back there, so he can take credit for some of this. We actually initiated a traffic enforcement vehicle this last month. And to show you how much impact that's had, in this last month, they wrote 216 traffic citations, 1,138 parking citations, 16 felony bookings, 44 misdemeanor bookings, 12 drunk driving arrests, and we've lowered now our response time. The national response time standard is 5 minutes on emergency calls. We've now lowered our response time here in San Clemente to 4 minutes and 16 seconds. So let's hear it back there for Sergeant Streeter and his group. Also, Sarge, I want you to give us a shout out to one of your detectives, Deputy French. Outstanding. She handles very sensitive cases, family issues, domestic violence, all kinds of the issues that are really, really tough to address. She does it in a professional manner and has been so responsive to victims and has really done a great job. The only thing I regret is she's very high on the sergeant's list and we're going to lose her pretty soon. So Streeter, you got to find her replacement soon. So that's my report. Thank you.
Mr. Wu?
I was traveling for much of the last 2 weeks, so I have nothing to report. I did receive a lot of emails. I tried to reply to some of them, so I apologize for not being able to get back to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, and to wrap up the council reports, I just want to mention one thing that I didn't mention, and that is that We're currently engaged in a study to find sand offshore. We have a survey ship that we contracted to do vibrocore sand samples from San Diego, or from Dana Point down to off of Mariposa Point. And I spent an entire day on the survey ship doing the vibrocore drilling off Dana Point. And unfortunately, the sand quality wasn't that great in Dana Point, but as they move south towards San Mateo and off Camp Pendleton, the sand is much, much better quality. So hopefully we'll get the conclusion of that analysis soon, and I neglected to mention that earlier.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I neglected, I didn't look on the second page of my things. I also attended the 9/11 ceremony at the Marine Corps base, which was a phenomenal event, and the lifeguard of the year. And I guess if you don't mention these things, they don't get in the minutes and they don't get reported to the public about what's happening. The only other thing I'd like to report on the quality of the sand that's been put at North Beach by OCTA. It is a decent quality, but I think we are ultimately going to lose a lot of that sand just because it's very light. But we'll let our experts address that as a time. And I know you're all involved in that too, so that's it.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is oral communications, and I'd like to begin with Eric Wygrind, who's our friend. He is the Public Affairs Officer for Orange County for SDG&E, and he's got a quick report and a brief comment. Eric, good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Noblock and council members. Eric Wygand, Public Affairs Manager for SDG&E. The mayor called me today to say, wrap this up, do it quickly. You got a busy night, so I'll try to breeze through these slides. But wildfire safety and PSPS preparedness, this is our public safety power shutdown time of year. We're entering wildfire season. So if you could just advance here for the next one. One more after, please. Thank you. The water year so far has been pretty minuscule. I have the privilege of serving on the Orange County Water District as well as one of my roles, but we've seen a significant dry year. So we're anticipating on the next slide here that we're going to be in a drought and it'll continue, unfortunately. So what that means for our fire outlook on the next slide will basically show that we're going to have it says an equal chance of precipitation this year, but we've so far are guessing it's going to be pretty below average. But on the next slide, you'll see that the wildfire risk is significant coming up soon. So if we can keep going along. And to the next one, our public safety power shutdown. So basically, this is something that our company takes very seriously. We have not had in our territory a major wildfire since 2007. So that is a really big deal, whereas some of our other utilities, most recently Eaton Fire, have unfortunately been accountable for those incidences. We haven't since '07. We spent billions of dollars in our infrastructure in hardening, undergrounding. We have 2 helicopters. We have extreme AI and meteorology forecast predictability. So we're extremely cognizant of this, but we do understand that if there's a significant risk, we will shut down the power system, and that's for the safety of the community. It's not because we want to do this just because. This is really serious. So we do advance notification, if you can continue on. 7 to 10 days ahead, and we start notifying the public. And we'll notify council almost immediately that we're considering this, and then we start to engage the public to let them know what will happen. And when we power back on, it's a significant amount of research and study and making sure that we're good to go, because we don't want to turn it on prematurely and risk that additional, the conditions will be dry, and we don't want to risk that. So next slide. Again, back to this, we notify customers. We want to make sure that we're cognizant and letting everyone know that it'll happen. Next slide, please. And again, this is our 7 to 10 day look ahead. We move into different structured categories as far as how long it takes for us to start and then restore the power. Next slide. And I'll skip this one, but we do provide benefits for the community. One more, and that should be wrapping it up. And then this is just our mitigation strategies. Again, we spent billions of dollars, infrastructure, hardening our grid, letting people know we have that resources available, but we spend the time to do what we need to do to make sure that you're notified. And we take, again, this very seriously, but we want to make sure that we don't impact the community. So we spend a lot of money making sure we do it appropriately, not just off the cuff. So,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Mr. Wygant, for those advance notices that you let us.
Yeah. And this stuff is all available on our website, and I can make that document public to the community as well, so that you guys
Thank you very
can share
much.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next
Okay.
speaker?
Next speaker, Mr. Eliminate Deliberative Process Privilege, Ensure Privacy. That's the name provided, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Jajit Sol.
As you know, people can do things anonymously with the city. Transparency is a one-way street. Citizens don't owe it to the city owes it to the citizens. Privacy is owed by the city to its citizens. So posting names on agenda reports of requests and things like this is wrong. It's fundamentally wrong, and it never should have happened. Post everything you want online. Anything, all city documents, CPRA request, other requests, post anything online, but not names. That's just fundamentally wrong. You don't do it for code enforcement complaints. You don't need to do it for other issues.
Mr.
I'm not addressing the item. I'm not addressing 10B.
Addressing one of our agenda items.
I'm not addressing that item. I'm addressing policy, council policy. You know, post everything online, okay, without names, okay? Redact or remove names to releases by this city. Don't put them in any agenda reports. Don't make that mistake again. Basically, that's all I want to say tonight, except I think you should, considering what was said tonight, I think you should consider a charter city and whether using a charter city will get rid of the requirement or the requirements to allow anybody to build a 7-story building. This city has to protect itself from the state. The state is evil. What they're causing the city to do is evil, telling the city how to act and work. And to the extent that a charter city will help the city get around those rules, you need to do that. You need to consider alternative water companies running city water department long-term. There's a lot of things that need to be done proactively, and it's time to start tonight. And please, the deliberative process privilege, please waive it. Don't put anything down you don't want disclosed, but make the city open. We'll volunteer to scan documents that need to be scanned, but have everything on the new website. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Lois McNichol, followed by Jajit Sol.
Okay, I'm here tonight to talk about the beach closure. 1 year? Are you serious? That's insane. And Okta is supposed to be our partner? Please, that's ridiculous too. But they are closing it to begin construction of a 1,400-foot-long wall. I just want everybody to understand and be aware of that on the bluff side of the tracks that will extend from the El Portal Beach access port to Linda Lane. And then they're going to close the San Clemente Beach Trail as if it hasn't been closed long enough. Will be closed from North Beach parking lot to El Portal during work hours, which are 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., and closed from El Portal to Linda Lane until the summer of 2026. Now, that is simply not acceptable. This is a beach. There are 3 different laws prohibiting the fact that you can close the beach at all, period, much less for a year and for extended periods of the day. That's ridiculous. Now, let's get into a couple of other points that people don't know. I talked to a couple of the workers that were out there. They stated, number one, there is no plan, none at all, to rebuild that iconic bridge that defines San Clemente. And it not only defines San Clemente from its residents, people know it. I talked to somebody from Rancho Cucamonga, and the first thing he mentioned about San Clemente was not Casa Romantica. It was the bridge. People know San Clemente by the bridge. We want it back. We want the view. That is something that our city is known for. And if they can spend millions of dollars to put walls and boulders and everything else to protect the beast, which is what I call the train, then they could certainly spend a few million more and fix our iconic bridge.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Jajit Sol, followed by Susie Whitelaw, followed by Donna Vadreen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. Laura, the name is Sohi. Yeah, sometimes the I looks like an L. Well, I rise, it's a very general comment, considering what's going on in the country right now with a lot of issues on the political side. Temperatures are very high. So I'm here to request the city of San Clemente to do its best to bring calm within the community and to do its best not to take sides in any of the issues that may come out on the national side or on the state side. Thank you.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Donna Vadrine.
I have a presentation. So back to local issues. Last week, OCTA brought in Santa North Beach, and I'm really, really happy about it, except I'm also a little disappointed. With respect to both the quantity, it was actually 2,500 cubic yards, and they have promised 540,000 cubic yards, and so it's about 1/2% of the sand, and I'm not sure why they bothered to bring in that little sand. But the most important part was the quality. It's very fine-grained, and it's very different from what the city brought in last year for the beach, which has performed really well. The color is beautiful. It is a beautiful color sand. Next slide. Push it one more time. I think the video will play. When they're offloading, you can see immediately that there's a lot of dust coming off and spraying around. That is not sand that's blowing away. That's grain size that's smaller than sand. It's silts, and that's called the fines. And it was probably pretty close to the maximum amount of fines you can have without being illegal. They should have washed the sand. This quarry has provided sand to Seal Beach before. They washed the sand of the fines, so that was one problem. Next slide. The slide on the left is a magnified view of the sand that was pre-existing. It's basically the sand that was brought in from Anna River. It's a very coarse-grained sand. The sand on the right is what was brought in by OCTA. Those are at the same magnification. And if you look at the right-hand side, you know, I've got a PhD in marine sedimentology, but you don't really need a PhD to see that these two things are not the same. You look at the right-hand side, and then you look at the left-hand side and try to identify grains that small. They're not there because this is a very high-energy environment. The finer grain sizes get washed out to sea. Only the coarser grain sizes stay. Next slide. There's one of our volunteers, a high school student, San Clemente High School, is doing sieve analysis for us. And when I say sand, I mean a specific grain size diameter. It's everything smaller than 2 millimeters in diameter, but larger than 6 microns in diameter. And within sand, we break it down into very coarse, coarse-grained, medium-grained, fine-grained, very fine-grained, all with specific diameters. The coarse-grained sand indicated there in the darker orange and the red, that's what was pre-existing. It's all coarse-grained sand. I don't have a sample of our natural sand because it was all covered up before I thought of taking samples. But our natural sand there would probably be a medium-grained. What they brought in was fine-grained.
Thank you. And you're right, that sand, when we were doing the photo op, the sand was blowing like a cloud. So you're right, it was very, very fine sand.
Ms. Whitelaw, would you
speaker.
mind submitting that presentation later to Mr. Hall so he can disseminate it to us so we can see it? Thank you. We have it. Great.
Go right ahead.
I have a few comments tonight on gun violence and political violence in America. America has a gun problem. America has a problem with political violence. This is not okay, and we can do better. We are living through incredibly challenging times. We've seen yet another school shooting and the targeted shooting of a political activist on a college campus in Utah. Our constitutional rights are meant to be protected and treasured. Our right to gather peacefully to speak freely, and to bear arms. The First and Second Amendment rights are important. We need to change our gun laws to protect our children in schools, our co-workers in the workplace, and our neighbors in public spaces. Let us have those discussions. Let's elect leaders who will work together to create change. We don't need to keep blaming each other and fueling anger and violence. That's not who we strive to be as Americans. We have work to do. We need sensible gun laws. We need to respect our immigrant neighbors who contribute with their hard work, raise families, and follow our laws. We have secured our borders, but let's continue to work to ensure safety while holding accountable those who commit crimes. Let's invest in law enforcement, due process, and fair punishment for those who break laws. Let's create immigration policies that reflect our values, welcoming immigrants who seek a better life. What we see too often is a show of force, incompetence, and mass deportations that waste tax dollars and create more problems rather than solving them. We are America. We are a democracy. I am hopeful we can resolve our differences and unite without political violence. Law enforcement in Utah set a powerful example following the recent shooting. A young man raised in a conservative and loving family was identified, surrendered peacefully, and will face the consequences of his actions. Evidence will be collected, charges filed, and the courts will determine guilt and appropriate punishment. We must lead by example. Let's create laws and policies we can all respect and follow. Let's lift each other up instead of tearing each other down. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Mike Kay, followed by Aaron Washington.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, just wanted to talk about goats. Take it down a notch. When it's getting weird out there, come on up, hang out with the goats, listen to them chomp a little bit. It's good for the blood pressure. Watch the birds fly by. It's been a year right now. It's the 1-year anniversary of the goats. Figured I'd go into the goats real quick. Yeah. It was a year ago. Those hills were on fire right over here, and I came in, and our amazing city manager, Andy Hall, kind of stopped me as I walked out, said, hey, we could do a pilot project, and we've been doing it for a year now. It's crazy. We are bringing in 2 alpacas tomorrow and a couple more goats from San Diego. That'll put it as at 90 head. So it's a good-sized herd. We're chomping through a football field size every 3-4 days. So we're starting to make some real progress, looking like a real goat grazing enterprise out there. We're up to about a dozen volunteers. So we've got a lot of community support. We have the regular dog walkers come by, say hi, and kind of see how it's going. Little kids come by, hand out a carrot or two to the famous Donkey Steve. It's really become quite a kind of a thing here in town. People are worried about coyotes. We have coyotes right nearby. We've never had any problems with coyotes. No, not an issue at all. A couple rattlesnakes, teenage boys, which are kind of like rattlesnakes sometimes. A shout out to the park rangers who have caught the teenage boys, called their parents, had the parents come down, done that a couple times. So I want to thank Trevor and all the guys at Park Rangers. They're doing a lot of help with getting the kids back in school. That helped out as well. So anyway, we're intending to keep expanding. We have some infrastructure we'd like to put in, a perimeter fence, a better area for storage. The goats graze 2 or 3 hours a day, usually around 10 a.m. to around 1. Folks want to come out, more than welcome. Then I feed them. I'm going to leave here shortly. I'm going to miss out on discussions of tree cutting over in the Broadmoor area. Unfortunately, I'll miss that. I'm going to go over and feed the goats a supplemental feed they get every afternoon. They get some Purina goat chow and some alfalfa and some minerals and things that we're finding that works really well. This time of year, it's not real nutritious what they're eating, but we supplement with a second feeding in the day, and that's working out really well for them. So anyway, that's kind of just what I wanted to do. I wanted to thank you guys for the support, all of you, for the goats and for the community, and I hope to keep it going. And it's wonderful knowing that so many people in town are excited by this. The potential is enormous, and I think as we get kind of a master plan in place, that goats being a part of our fire fuel load mitigation and invasive species mitigation has a strong future. Thanks.
Mr. Kay. Mr. Kay, you're the GOAT.
I agree with the goat.
Aaron Washington.
First, I don't speak often, right? First of all, I want to thank all of you for what you do. And I want to thank you for the support you gave us on the pier with the 13 veterans we lost on the 26th of August, 2021, with the flags and the placards out there. And obviously, I took all my flags down today, so they're down. Thank you for that. I respectfully request, because I know you don't like citizens coming here telling you what to do, but I request that we do something for the first responders in 9/11 from our city and not rely on the military, because it's a first responder event. So in the future, I would ask if you guys can think of something like that, something simple, not overbearing, even if it's just flags or something, do something like that. Speaking to you as a citizen, not a member of the board of directors for the San Clemente Golf Club, I want to say there's a lot of churn going on about Dave Cook's contract ending and going out for bid. I totally agree with it going out for a fair bid. I just ask for you that are golfers that as a city you support a PGA sanctioned type company or whatever running the golf course, not the city. We don't need no extra pensions and anything like that. And that the city comes up with something for whoever wins the bid to run the golf course. And that's pretty much it. So let's not forget, I got kids that are, I think one child is 37. All the others, they were either not young enough and did not remember 9/11. And we can't forget. We don't need to repeat this. Nothing keeps me more up night as a 35-year veteran is wondering how many sleeper cells we have sitting in our country. So thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Okay, thank you. The next item is a motion on item 4, a motion waiving the reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances. Do we have such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's made and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The next item is a consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. Do we have any, gentlemen? Hearing none, we'll move on. The next item is closed session report by the city attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session on item A. There was no reportable action. The council met in closed session on item B, and they voted 5-0 to initiate litigation against Fadia Middlebrook and Mark Middlebrook. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, staff communications. Okay. Next item 8 is public hearings. The first item, 8A, Madam Clerk, would you read the title for us, please?
Excuse me. Yes, I'll start by saying the public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. First item on the agenda under public hearings is item 8A, consideration to introduce and conduct a first reading of an ordinance to approve zoning amendment ZA 25-362 to the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan to allow a height exception of up to 55 feet to the plate line and 62 feet to the top of the roof or highest projection for a hotel building 15 at the outlets at San Clemente, and certification of addendum number 6 to the previously certified final environmental impact report for the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan, State Clearinghouse number 19950911037, which has been prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, Guidelines Section 15164.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah, I was just going to say,
okay.
this item 8A and the next item 8B are basically joined at the hip, and I think we probably can have one public hearing and address both of these items. Is that acceptable to the council?
Yes.
Do we need a motion on that, Madam City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, technically it would be a joint, two public hearings that are held concurrently,
Joint
jointly.
public hearings held. Do we need a motion for that, for the
Yes,
record?
please.
Mayor, I would I would support that.
Well,
but,
we need a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second the motion. All in favor of the motion? I'm sorry, did you want to discuss the motion?
Yeah,
now?
I want to just make a quick comment or request that we will be able to vote on each item separately, although it's
We can consider, we'll have one public hearing considering both matters, but we'll vote on everything independently because there's separate decisions that need to be made, but they're congruent and closely related. So all in favor of that motion to join, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, would you read the caption on the second
Yes.
item 8B, and then we'll open the, well, actually, let's open the public hearing now. The joint public hearing on 8A and 8B. You've read the title for 8A. Please go ahead with 8B if you would, Madam Clerk.
8B is consideration of a resolution approving public hearing project PHP 25-343 to amend commercial site plan permit 99-16 and conditional use permit 9917 to modify the previously approved height of the hotel from 45 feet up to 62 feet at 401 West Avenida Vista Hermosa to include a rooftop restaurant with outdoor dining and interior kitchen and restrooms on a 1.7 acre parcel, assessor's parcel number 691-422-04 within the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan area, and finding that addendum number 6 to the MCSP Final Environmental Impact Report demonstrates no new significant impacts and that no further environmental review is needed, consistent with CEQA guidelines 15162 and 15183.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So the public hearing has been opened. Let's hear from the staff on these two items.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. With me up here tonight is our City Planner, Jonathan Lightfoot. Just as a matter of clarification, we have two presentations, PowerPoint presentations to go through. Is the desire that we go through both presentations?
Yeah, go through both, but identify the issue, go through the presentation for both because they're related all to the same structure, the same platform. So, yeah.
Okay.
Go do them both, yes.
All right, well, thank you. And let's see, perfect. Through City Council Resolution number 25-85 adopted on June 17th, 2025, the City Council directed that staff initiate a zoning amendment to amend the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan and complete the required environmental review to establish additional height allowances for the hotel building identified as Building 15 on the outlets property, which are consistent with the established height allowances for the other landmark structures within that development. Due to the significance of this matter, the City Council directed that staff bring this item directly back to the City Council for consideration. This item is a request to consider such an amendment to the development standards contained within Section 502, subsection 5D of the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan to include, to include an exception to the maximum height for a single hotel development, which is identified as Building 15, which is highlighted in red in the map. The proposed height exception would allow a hotel development to reach a maximum of 55 feet to the plate line and 62 feet to the highest roof projection, consistent with the approved theater building. No other development standards or land uses would be modified as included in the proposed ordinance. All right, a little bit of background as this project has its roots going back to 1998, at which time the city certified an EIR and established the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan. The following year, a commercial site plan was approved by the council. That site plan was approved by the Coastal Commission in 2003, and there were some related modifications that were needed on the city's permits to be in alignment with the Coastal Commission's approval. In 2004, the last addendum to the final EIR was approved, which added the hotel building at Pad 15. Fast forward to today, the item before the council is consideration of this ordinance to approve a minor amendment to the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan and certify addendum number 6. which was prepared to evaluate the proposed modification to the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan standards. One second here. Okay. The site plan, I'm sorry, the specific plan amendment is specifically to allow for a height increase for the hotel that is consistent with the height exception that's provided for the theater. As discussed in detail in Section 4 of the proposed ordinance, the proposed amendment to the specific plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the city's general plan and remains necessary and desirable to implement its provisions. The amendment preserves designated public view corridors from key vantage points, maintains the city's scenic and visual quality objectives, and is consistent with circulation, mobility, and noise policies. As far as the specific plan amendment itself, it relates to the underlined language. Is everything?
Oh, we did. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
As far as the amendment itself, it is reflected on this slide. It is the addition of the 4 words that are underlined to add the hotel to the height exception that is provided for the theater. As far as the environmental review, city staff did interview a number of potential firms to conduct this, the CEQA analysis, and all agreed that the addendum was the most appropriate avenue for this environmental review. Pursuant to CEQA Section 15162, when an EIR has been certified or a negative declaration adopted for a project, no subsequent EIR shall be prepared for a project unless there are substantial changes to the project and or major revisions to the EIR are required. The lead agency shall prepare an addendum if changes or additions are necessary but do not meet the major criteria as identified in CEQA Section 15162. As far as the proposed amendment, it's important to remember that the context of the final EIR that was adopted in 1998 covers the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan, which identified the specific development of the outlets. The proposed height increase is fundamentally a component of that larger project, and I will get into a little bit more detail on that in just a second. All right, it's continuing on with the environmental review discussion. In 1998, the city certified the final Environmental Impact Report, or EIR, for the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan, which established the framework for residential, commercial, and open space uses at the time, or at the site. The certified EIR analyzed a full range of environmental issues, identifying mitigation measures and concluding that with the exception of air quality, impacts could be reduced to less than significant levels. The current modification is narrow. It simply allows the planned hotel to receive the same height exception already granted to the theater within the regional commercial center. The addendum evaluated land use, noise, aesthetics, transportation, biological resources, and other areas, and in each case, findings show that the modification does not create any new significant impacts nor increase the severity of impacts previously studied. The aesthetics review included new visual simulations confirming that designated public view corridors remain preserved and that the hotel and theater together serve as architectural landmarks consistent with the city's design objectives. The addendum found, as it relates to aesthetic impacts, the height exception for the hotel structure would result in the same types and severity of aesthetic resource impacts as described in the the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan Final EIR. And it went on to summarize its findings to state that the height exception for the hotel structure would not create any significant new aesthetic resource impacts or significant changes to the impact conclusions presented in the final EIR. Impacts to view sheds from the height exception would be of equivalent magnitude to those identified in the final EIR. The proposed height exception would remain consistent with the city's scenic and visual quality objectives for good quality urban design and aesthetic resource preservation. Importantly, no new mitigation measures are needed. The existing conditions of approval and adopted mitigation from the 1998 EIR remain fully applicable. Under CEQA guideline section 15162 and 15164, because there are no new significant impacts or substantial increases in severity, an addendum, as opposed to a supplemental or subsequent EIR, is the appropriate CEQA document. In summary, this addendum ensures the environmental record remains up to date while confirming that the project modification is consistent with the general plan, the specific plan, and the city's vision for the Marblehead Coastal Regional Commercial Center as a high-quality visitor-serving destination. The addendum ultimately concludes that land use consistency remains unchanged. The hotel is an allowable use in the regional commercial designation. Noise impacts would not be increased. All construction and operational noise would remain subject to the city standards and the mitigation identified under the final EIR from 1998. The aesthetic impacts as described previously to public views remain consistent with the 1998 final EIR. The hotel and theater continue to function as intended architectural landmarks. Other environmental topics analyzed in the 1998 final environmental impact report, such as traffic, air quality, geology, biological resources, public services, remain unaffected by this modification, and no impacts within the new environmental topics added to CEQA since 1998 were identified. So with that, staff is recommending that the City Council, I will read this, introduce and conduct a first reading of Ordinance 1795. This will have the effect to find the addendum demonstrates no new or more severe significant impacts and no new information indicating new or more severe impacts. Second, to certify addendum number 6 to the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan Final EIR. Third, determine that the specific plan amendment meets the required findings for approval. And last, approve the amendment to Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan, Section 502, subsection 5D. And that concludes my presentation on item 8A. Jonathan Lightfoot will guide you through the presentation on 8B.
Okay, thank you. Did staff, council members, do you have any questions on 8A before we get to 8B?
No, I'd rather hear the report.
Okay.
If you have a question, go ahead.
You have a specific question?
Yeah, specific on your presentation. So for clarification, on the EIR, we have consultants that recently looked at our EIR and our CEQA and said that there's no deviation, or is this something that happened in previous years? Was this something recent?
Thank you, Councilmember Leffler, for allowing this clarification. The addendum was prepared, it's dated September of 2025. This was prepared after the resolution, the resolution 2585 adopted by the council on June 17th, 2025, directing staff to initiate this amendment and conduct the environmental assessment. That environmental review work is culminated in this addendum, which was recently prepared.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question on that as well, on that same topic. Who conducted this, and were they independent? Were they staff?
Aspen Environmental Group was the selected consultant for this. Staff interviewed a number of firms that specialize in this type of CEQA analysis. Aspen was identified as the most qualified bidder for this project, and they conducted this. This is a third party. They do not work for the city other than being contracted to do such work.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Victor?
Just, can you clarify, do they work for the party in interest? Do they work for the party in interest, or are they independent?
They are independent. They were working for the city under a contract with the city to do this work.
And is there a range of options that they had? Could they have required an entirely new CEQA report, or what were their options? And then just describe that process again.
So the city is the lead agency, and so the city staff's recommendation includes the certification by the city council of this CEQA document. Based on our interviews and discussions with consultants and internally with city staff, city staff is very comfortable with the addendum being the appropriate document. Had the consultant determined that something else was necessary, we would have engaged in that process with them, but they recommended an addendum.
Their recommendation was just the addendum.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, unless there are any other questions?
Mayor, yes, I have a question on this item too. I'm looking at the page LU, meaning land use element of the general plan. On the table LU-1, general plan land use designation summary table for regional commercial RC, maximum density is 0.35 FAR of project lot area. Appears that this is going to exceed that. Also, the maximum number of stories / building heights reads like this: 3 stories, TOR, top of a roof, 45 feet, PL, plate line, 37 feet. Exceptions granted for a theater and/or clock tower, 62 feet for highest architectural projection, plate number 55 feet. So my question is, we are amending the specific plan for the Marblehead coastal area, but I don't see a general plan amendment coming with it.
The general plan is by very definition, is general. Our general plan does provide a bit more specifics in certain respects to development standards. However, there have been other modifications to the allowances for height in the outlets, such as the parking structure, which are not reflected directly in the general plan.
But typically they are processed at the same time to make sure the general plan, to make sure the specific plan is consistent with the general plan. In this case, if we change the specific plan, it's going to be inconsistent with the general plan.
Staff does not believe that to be the case. The general plan provides a framework for the types of land uses that are permitted, the general development standards, but the general plan is not going to identify the detail that is required to actually regulate and enforce anything. It's a policy document. The specifics of development, what can occur, how it can occur, the performance standards related to it are contained in the municipal code. And a section of our municipal code covers specific plans, and those specific plans act as the zoning regulatory document. including development standards and things of that nature. The general plan is never going to contain every single development standard that's applicable.
Okay, thank you for those clarifying points. Let's continue with the staff report on the second part of our public hearing.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So to clarify, item 8A is related to the specific plan and the standards related to the height exception. 8B is related to a private development request at Building 15, a component of the hotel development area that was contemplated first in 1999, but in 2004, the City Council approved, certified an addendum related to introducing a hotel building itself. So the use was contemplated in 1999. The master site plan included a hotel in 2004. Again, I replicated that map to show the location of the project here. But this slide indicates the elevation changes that are proposed. These are a component of the development plans that are included as an attachment to the packet. And so you see on the image above the existing approved elevation, consistent with that 2004 review. The proposal below is what is in front of the council this evening. The existing hotel was approved for between 120 to 130 rooms. The current proposal maintains that. So 130 rooms are proposed, which is consistent with that 2004 approval. The elements that you see on the roof there are related to a restaurant. There would be an elevator to access that restaurant. The only enclosed spaces would be accessory support services for that restaurant, so the kitchen area and restroom area. This is the plan view of the roof deck. And to the left and right, you'll see rectangles. The left gray rectangle indicates freeway. The right blue rectangle indicates coast, to give you a sense of orientation. And so people would enter through the elevator closer to that freeway side, but go through a corridor past the restrooms and out to the dining area that is closer to the coast side. You can see that there are enclosed structures on either side, and so there would be screening of the more westward portion of the outdoor dining area. Nope. All right, there we go. So staff did pay attention as well to the history of this project in relation to conditions. So I wanted to draw your attention to a few conditions that were approved as a component of this project that are still applicable. So in 1999, under the primary use permit, there are a few conditions that would still be operative, and I've identified a few of those. There are more, but a few here that are of interest. 1D1 indicates that deliveries shall only occur no earlier than 7 a.m. and no later than 10 p.m. 1D6 indicates the sale of beer and wine or alcohol for on-site consumption in conjunction with restaurants shall be limited to the hours of 10 a.m. To 12 a.m. 1D8 indicates alcoholic beverages in any outdoor dining area shall be served only in conjunction with prepared food, and no service or consumption of alcoholic beverages shall be allowed in any outdoor dining area after the hour of 10 p.m. at buildings 14 through 22, and this is building 15, so that standard would apply to this building. Later on in 2004, some additional conditions were incorporated that again would still be operative. Condition 6 indicates that the amended site plan permit is approved with the intent that the theater and hotel are architectural landmarks for the project. I won't continue reading the rest of that, but that is where some of the language related to the council's prior intent of similarity in those buildings comes from. And condition 21 relates to the acoustic requirements, in particular related to during construction. So in 2004, again, that condition would remain operative, that there are conditions related to the noise levels during construction. Within the current resolution, the 2025 draft resolution that's in your packet, there are a couple of additional conditions that are proposed. The first is 86, and this is referenced within the staff report to identify that this current application is not proposing amplified noise or live entertainment. And so if those are requested in the future, the code does require a use permit review for those. So a separate amendment would come forward for consideration of those elements that are not a part of this application. In addition, building code standards have changed over the years in between, and so conditions 87 through 89 were a component of the Orange County Fire Authority's review that largely indicate that certain types of plan reviews need to be submitted during the building permit process should this application be approved. There are a couple of additional conditions that could be considered that are not included today should the council want to be even more specific about some items related to lighting or general operations of the space. So moving to the recommendation, staff's recommendation is to adopt Resolution 25137 to approve the public hearing permit 25343 that would amend the commercial site plan permit 9916 and use permit 9917, which would modify the previously approved hotel to allow for that increase in height. And this project would similarly rely on that addendum. So this action would only occur should 8A be approved. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Jonathan. Before we hear from the applicant, any questions of staff?
Yeah,
Rick, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Did this project go through did the design change go through the design review subcommittee?
So there was an application submitted in 2019 initially that did not advance because additional environmental review would have been required, as well as more importantly, the environmental situation we were all in with COVID. So that project was tabled at that time, but not before it did go through design review at that time. There were not substantial design changes to the elevation proposed at that time as compared to the resubmittal that was received. So the changes to the building at this time are more related to building code and fire protection changes.
So the design change is substantial enough to be brought back to the city council directly, but it's not substantial enough to go back to design review?
Correct.
So there's no recommendation from the design review subcommittee to proceed with this design?
So it's not an original application. While the zoning code does require development permits, we don't actually have the permit type site plan permit any longer. That's covered by a development permit now. An original development permit would require that review. This project, of course, went through many rounds of design review before original approval, and then it did go through one review for this amended, which wasn't required, but it did go through one review, again, back in 2019, before proceeding at this point to a public hearing with the council.
Okay, thank
Mr. Leffler?
Yeah, real quick, just for, again, for clarification, because I think the operation of this rooftop deck is a point of contention. So as of now, the applicant has not applied for any amplified music, special events permit, any of that?
That's correct.
Okay, and under the agreement now, the outdoor restaurant or the rooftop bar, whatever, any outdoor dining or alcohol service cannot continue past 10 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay, and so like any business in town, I mean, you can go and apply for a new CUP, any business here, and it's the same process, so you would have to go to the Planning Commission, there would be a public hearing, there would be a recommendation that could be appealed. It's the same process through any business that wants to change their CUP.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, question?
Yeah, I do have a question. Do we have the tools, I mean, because some of the concerns I've heard is about lighting. One of them is, we'll start, do we have the tools to address lighting should it become an issue?
Yeah, so the one condition that could be incorporated is really a standard practice. So it would be to incorporate that into the record if you choose to. And that would be to require a photometric plan to be submitted. So what a photometric plan does is identify what light fixtures are proposed to be installed and how bright it is on the site plan. And compliance with the city code would require that as they get to the property line, that figure goes down to 0, as in there's no light bleeding beyond the property line. So that's what we would be looking at as a part of that development review.
Those are current rules, standards that we have and could enforce and as it stands now.
Correct. So what that would look like to a layperson is that instead of like exposed light bulbs, they would need to have shielding or directionality or different intensity of bulbs based off of where they're proposed to be installed.
Thank you.
No, I'm
I'm sorry, go
another
ahead.
one, yeah. The same issue, that's been raised with many people. I want to make sure that we have the tools, I guess, as a city to address sound. Can you discuss that for me and make sure we have all the right tools to address sound should it become a problem? I know we've had that incident in North Beach, and I think we were able to address that. So just discuss that for me and tell me what we can do and whether you think we have the necessary tools.
Sure. So we have an internal policy to assist with identifying what levels of sound require additional level of review. And non-amplified sound is not something that requires an additional level of review, such as an acoustic analysis. We do require an acoustic analysis when amplification is requested, in particular outdoors. So we have had some other applications that are requesting outdoor patios or decks that desire to install speakers on that deck, and in that case, they have to provide an acoustic study that identifies the sound source locations, and again, it's almost bubbles that emanate from that location, indicating the decibel levels, and we would then look at what are the residences or other businesses that surround that use, and are the decibel levels under the proposed installation going to be within the city's limits? If not, then they're going to have to modify their plan or install other types of devices to curb that sound level. This would be different than the scenario referenced at North Beach, where, again, there were outdoor speakers for a portion of time, and that would not be a part of this project proposal.
Could you also, there was a diagram of the layout, and it sort of showed that the area on the rooftop deck is furthest away from the freeway, and is that, can you call that up again and sort of just tell me where that is? And when that amendment was made, because my recollection is the original plans, the hotel was built. Yeah, no, this is fine, yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I heard a couple of questions. The first is that the original commercial layout would have been parallel to the freeway, which would have, been a larger view blockage potentially. In 2004, that orientation changed to this orientation that's perpendicular with the freeway. And as I mentioned before, with these rectangles, the left side of the building is the side that's closest to the freeway. Yeah. And you may not be able to read the text, but that light tan area is unoccupied roof. And so the darker tan is the walkway to go from the elevator to the right towards the outdoor patio. So yes, the patio area would be closer to the coast, further away from the freeway.
And is that patio area shielded in any way, or because that was a concern also that was raised?
That's a good question, and it would be. So you can see that as that walkway continues, it goes through a lighter area, like a white colored. That white color indicates storage, kitchen, and restrooms. Those are all building space, interior space, so walls. So there will be walls at those locations that would be a separation from the patio space on the far right.
Would that make it easier or harder to shield light and sound?
It will be a natural shield of both.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mark? Yeah.
Yes, could you go back to the image that shows from the bird's eye view, that one right there, yes. Oh, nope, that one, yep. Okay, so the area in red, that is the property being proposed. The area, what is directly across the freeway from that?
Yeah, that would be a church property as well as an undeveloped parcel next to the church property.
Okay, thank you very much.
May I?
Okay, one more question with the...
I just would like to make a disclosure that I spoke with the residents Susan Richer and Amanda Quintanilla.
Okay, let's
Mr.
hear from the
Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask Councilmember Wu to state the general nature of the conversation.
I listened to their concerns about this project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, can we also have disclosures from any other council members who had ex parte communications regarding this matter?
Okay, gentlemen, any other ex parte communications regarding this matter?
Yeah, I spoke, I had a meeting with some Marblehead HOA members with, I think City Manager Hall was actually part of that, just answering questions, basically, and hearing concerns. I did speak to former Mayor Susan Reichel and Lori Donchek, and I answered emails that came in. They're on record. It was through my city email. That's
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't recall the names of people offhand right now, but emails, communications over the past few years from a number of residents. I was residing in Marblehead at the time, so a lot of neighbors and members of their board, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Same as my other council members, just whatever was emailed to me. I don't recall any personal conversations. Nothing that's coming to mind anyway.
And I had the same communications, lots of emails. I did have a conversation with Steve Craig on an unrelated matter and asked him if he was going to have anyone present at this meeting to answer questions, and I never heard back from him. So I hope there's someone from the developer to speak. So in any event, those are our communications.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question for the rest of the council. Were any of the communications that you had substantially different than any of the public comment that has been included in the record, or are they of the general same nature?
Good question, and the answer for me is no.
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 Yeah, all my communications were similar, probably the same people, and on the same topics.
Similar in nature.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's hear from and if there are no other questions for staff, let's hear from the developer. We have a representative.
Tim Fleming?
We do have a representative. So it's
Hello, Mayor Knobloch and honorable council members. Well, this is a little loud, sorry. My name is Tim Fleming. I'm from San Diego. I work with Aubrey Cook Rogers McGill Architects, and I've been working on this job since 1998 when it was the Marblehead Coastal Development Permit. As this hotel, I won't go back into the history. The hotel has taken form in 2004, and actually you can see as the site has started to develop over time, it's becoming more valuable, I suspect, and at first there wasn't a lot of hotel interest in this site. Even though it's a remarkable site, I'm not sure why that was. As we did get the approval for the project in 2004 and started shopping the hotel, and as the area improved, we did start to get brand response, and the site is really wonderful. It clearly should be something great, so the developer has been looking for that. We started to connect with Marriott Autograph, which is a 4 to 5 star hotel. And through that interaction, as we work on all of the different spaces that are required for the hotel, the Marriott is anticipating they're providing space for weddings and conference and meetings, and so they have their balance of spaces that they would like to see, the mix of uses in the hotel. For the size and mix of uses on this hotel, we're required to have a restaurant. We do have one inside. It became apparent that a restaurant on the upper level would be a great idea. And the brand actually requested that we pursue this request with the city. So I hear the concerns about noise and light, and I can understand those. I'm from a small beach community. I'm from San Diego. I live in Point Loma. And I guess I do want to say, all of my time in California, the 30 years I've been here, I believe that rooftop venues are really, I'll just say it, the way to go. They're almost expected when we're looking at these higher level, more elevated brands. The noise and the light that may, be in this location is governed by city ordinances. So the light would be shielded. That's a requirement of any development in California now. You don't pollute light. You don't let it off your site. I'm going to reemphasize that this is a 5-star hotel now. And this rooftop lounge is a public lounge. Really, anyone in the city can go there. This would be a great asset to the community in terms of a place to go. It's a 5-star hotel. There'll be service there that will keep the space under control. I don't see this becoming and I can't promise this, of course, but the way it's envisioned now, and with the conditions that would come with this action, it would be, restricted. It would be a reasonable occupancy of this type of space, something that could complement San Clemente, be a great place for y'all to go. We have the 2008 Olympics coming up, and I believe that that's actually part of the enthusiasm for helping our hotels, gain marketability and be the way that they should be and the way that the brands are expecting it. So this, the rooftop bar actually makes the hotel more marketable and more financially feasible at this time. And I'm, certainly willing, I appreciate your point, Councilmember Wu, when you asked about design review. I've been on this job for 30 years, and I know the intent of the design. I believe that was, all of that character was continued to be imbued in the building. So really, this is just allowing an additional use, an outdoor use for a restaurant.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions of the applicant? If not, then we have a bunch of public comments next. Before we do the public comments, because I'm sure there'll be a number of them, why don't we take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back here at about, in about 5 minutes. please take your seats. We're beginning the meeting. Okay. This is? Oh, I'm trying to say something. Okay, let's begin the meeting. We're now at the point of public comments for item 8A and 8B. I'd like to remind everybody that we have an awful lot of cards, so as you're speaking, please, ladies and gentlemen in the back of the room, please take your seat or at least be quiet so we can continue the meeting. Thank you. We're beginning public comments now, and I'd encourage you, as you speak to these items, both the height and the EIR issue, that we have a lot of speakers, so please avoid repetition, and if someone has already made your point, you can make it as well, but we'll be here a long time with public comments, and that's okay, but just avoid duplication if you can. So, Madam Clerk, what is your first speaker?
So the first speaker is George Dutra, and Mayor, I have had the question from the public. We have a couple of speakers that would like to speak on both A and B. Are we hearing comments on both?
During
Okay.
the talk, you can speak on both issues at the same time, because we have a joint session, but you can address each issue individually or separately, but
Okay, so
they're available.
I'll start reading cards from 8A first.
Okay.
Okay, so first speaker is George Dutra.
Hello.
Go right ahead,
I
sir.
live at 2159 Via Teca, and I'm here to just to voice my objections to the height restriction, limitation, and exception, and to some of the issues related to the hotel development itself. The primary reason, it seems, for agreeing to the height restriction exemption for the hotel seems to be because it was done for the theater. And quite frankly, it has nothing to do with why you should make this exemption. It's really kind of irrelevant. It's a different location. The theater is enclosed, so there's no issue with light, sound, and actually the view, that's already done, but the hotel is going to actually impact view for a number of residents in our community. So that's one of the things I don't see, that just because it was approved by, for the theater, that's a rationale to approve it for the hotel. So that's item 8A. Regarding 8B, I think if you look at your neighbors to where the prospective hotel is, you're going to have a rooftop restaurant with approximately 204 seats available. You have 45-foot elevated site where we can hear noise from the outlets, we can hear noise from the freeway, and we can hear noise from the play fields, and that generally happens during the day, but at night you're going to hear noise from the restaurant because it's a rooftop, and I'm not sure about this, unless it's enclosed in some fashion, you're going to have 100, 200 people eating, and even if there is no music, if you've ever gone to a busy restaurant and you can hear the din of noise, you can't even have a conversation sometimes, it's so loud. So I think it's naive to assume that you can mitigate that noise level even if you don't serve alcohol past 10 o'clock. Another thing that I think is wrong is that you got the rooftop, which I believe will impact visually the number of people in our community, and then the noise, depending on if you got an onshore breeze, I can hear the highway patrolman talking to the guy he pulled over on the freeway sometimes at night. I can hear the ocean from my house at night sometimes. So noise will travel incredibly fast and succinct. You can hear the church sermon on Sunday morning.
Thank you, sir.
So that's my objection. Thank you
very much. Next speaker, please.
John Denizio, followed by Lynn Sobel. John Denizio.
Gentlemen, my name is John Denizio. I live at 2111 Avenue de Platinar in the Highland Heights Estates, subcommunity of Marblehead. Currently a president of the HOA there, and I'm a retired professional engineer in California. I wish to address my objection to item 8A regarding the approval of zoning amendment to the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan Development Standards to allow the hotel to use the same height exception that is granted to the theater. Although the hotel will be the same height as the theater, it will stand over 18 feet or approximately 2 stories higher due to the higher ground elevation. I also object to the approval of addendum number 6 to the previously certified EIR for the MCSP and concludes that the proposed changes to the approved project addressed in this addendum would not result in new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of previously identified significant effects. Having read the 1998 EIR, all 30 pages that deal with a noise study, that does not address a 200-person open-air restaurant 50 feet in the air that is adjacent to a low-density residential community. Further, I object to the City Council considering whether the project is categorically exempt from the requirements of the CEQA guidelines, i.e. subsequent review of environmental impact and project consistence with the community plan. As an engineer, I believe in using facts and data to make sound engineering and management decisions. That means not using assumptions, perceptions, and extrapolations to base my decisions. Unfortunately, the City Council is now considering this recommendation without exercising due diligence by not gathering pertinent data and not following its established project development process. The Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan states all applications for discretionary review and approvals shall be subject to an environmental review in accordance with the CEQA guidelines. In June of 2020, the Design Review Subcommittee report on the fifth floor restaurant stated, the project's consistency with all general plan and MCSP goals and policies cannot be evaluated at this time until environmental review is completed. A supplemental EIR will be prepared and evaluated prior to recommendations on the project as a whole by the staff. The DRSC stated in its analysis of the consistency with said policy as not fully evaluated. Therefore, I ask the City Council to complete the supplemental EIR, have it reviewed by the Planning Commission to identify impacts and mitigation requirements for the design and operation of the new fifth floor restaurant. You indicated this hotel will be a landmark for the city. Please don't make a landmark mistake by rushing this approval.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Lynn Sobel, followed by Nancy Shepard, followed by Michelle Harris.
Thank you. Good evening. I wanted to, first of all, I'm sorry, I don't have notes. I lost my glasses, so I feel at a distinct disadvantage. But anyway, my name's Lynn Sobel. I live at 2239 Avenida Oliva, and it is the first street as you enter the Highland Light Estates. Currently, I serve as secretary on the board for that 95-home community. And people, they're not mine. I lost them at Costco. What can I say? But at any rate, I've noticed our neighbors putting in a lot of money in home improvement, hundreds of thousands of dollars in some cases. And the value of their property could be greatly diminished by this. And that's a huge concern to me. And I was part of the San Clemente Citizens for Integrity in Design in 2007. We ended up having to file a lawsuit against the city because the city council voted 3-2 to enable the Craig Development Corporation to have 32 oversized signs going along our freeway. And it's because of that lawsuit and our winning it on CEQA grounds that we're not looking at a 20-foot, 30-foot wide Nike swish, okay? And that's why they're understated signs that we have today. So I'd just like to bring it to your attention. I mean, here you are using a 1998 EIR and kind of massaging that to come up with it's okay to do this current addition of the fifth level floor. I don't think it's going to wash. I urge you to go and do the proper EIR and CEQA to investigate what the actual sounds would be and the view impact and just, you know, the total picture of it before I think it would be irresponsible to proceed with this without doing that. And I urge you, we don't need another lawsuit, you know. And I think it's very weak, the case that's been presented for the CEQA tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
Nancy Shepherd.
If anybody is missing a pair of eyeglasses, they're on the podium here, so.
Nancy Shepherd, followed by Michelle Harris, followed by Amanda Quintanilla. Nancy?
Next speaker.
Nancy Harris? Oh, okay.
If your name is called, if you could come forward, you could save time if you can be ready to speak. Could you list the next
Sure.
2 or 3 names?
Michelle Harris, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Laura Knapp.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
City Council. Thank you so much for having us here. And Nancy and I live in Highland Light, and we are neighbors. So we wanted to come and talk about the impact that this would have on us. My family's lived in Highland Light Village for almost 20 years. We work hard to live in such a beautiful town. We love our ocean breezes and our quiet environment. With the proposed open-air venue at the Lodge of San Clemente Outlets, without any doubt, will have a massively negative impact on our community and our peaceful environment. Please note that this project is only 750 feet from Pacific Point Apartments. It's also only 950 feet from family homes right next door. And also, we sit in our backyard on Saturdays, and because of the car shows, we are already impacted by the mall. We hear that noise all the time, so the mall is having an impact on our life. So now that they want to have this bar and restaurant, if you don't think that's going to impact us, I've heard a lot of you talking about impact studies. Come to my house on a Saturday, see what that sounds like and see how that impacts us. This is going to be negative. This is going to drive down our property values. We have a quiet beach town. Anyone who wants to go and have a great meal can already do that at Asada. You go downtown and have a great drink. We do not need the noise anymore. We do not need any more issues. So thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Michelle Harris, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Laura Knapp, followed by Kathy Ward.
Oh, she was
Okay.
with the other, yeah.
Amanda?
Okay, sorry. I have 2 PowerPoint presentations, but I want to do just 8A right now. Thank you. Hopefully it'll come up. Next slide, please. So the City Council directed that the proposed amendment would bypass the Planning Commission review process and be brought directly to the City Council for consideration and action. So basically, on September 17th, in a review, the City Council spoke about their concern regarding the public notification process and then also the opportunities for public input. And the City Council voted basically to disenfranchise the members of the public since there was no Planning Commission meetings, no design review committees that they could have spoken. And bypassing the usual process reduces valuable public input to shape and guide the development process. It takes away the people's voice. Actions speak louder than words. Next slide. I want to touch upon the addendum to the EIR. Can you imagine if the TCA wanted to use a traffic study that's 27 years old? It is appalling to think that the traffic has not changed in 27 days, it's 27 years. That is ridiculous. That is just horrific. So, the addendum accepts the traffic study of 1998, 27 years old, increased traffic on Vista Hermosa on the on-ramp and off-ramps. There's been problems with safe routes to school regarding which should be safer and more convenient. Crosswalks have been a problem at Short Coast Middle School, so there is an increase in traffic. And then also, of course, people have mentioned the auto show, the noise on Saturdays, and the pumpkin patch, but also the dark skies at night is a problem with which will affect the light intrusion into the night sky, obstructs views, astrological features, has been shown to disrupt animal behavior and natural plant cycles. And the architect mentioned that, but what about the light shielding from the pumpkin patch and then the amusement park? Next slide, please. Okay, so, sorry, I'm glad. There was at the interview and for the Planning Commission and commissioners or committee members, there was a hypothetical situation that was discussed about a hotel. However, it said they want to turn it into a hotel. However, it is across the street from a residential community. The new hotel will bring in such much-needed TOT tax, but the residents are worried about the noise, rooftop bars, parking and view obstruction designs, and it's not all the design has met all design requirements, but by our ordinances, you could require changes such more parking spaces or no rooftop bar. So basically, it seemed like the member of the city council was basically gauging, trying to pick out
Thank you.
who to
Next speaker,
push
please.
through.
Laura Knapp, followed by Kathy Ward.
Really fast for the clerk, I had put 8C on my form. I did not want to speak on HC. I apologize. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Laura Knapp. I recently retired after 24 years as an attorney for the County of Orange. I started about the same time that EIR was completed, and I'm retired. I am speaking as a concerned resident and homeowner. I live on the ocean side in Highland Light, close to the front gate on Frontera. When there is an event at the outlets, this is more toward 8B. When there is an event at the outlets, we hear every single word spoken. Even if they're complying with the city's sound decibel ordinances, the sound carries up that hill very clearly and very loudly. This is true for religious services as well as the car shows. While a few hours on a Sunday morning may be distracting, it is a very different situation if this is at night. The thought of this issue continuing at nighttime is very concerning. Many of us who live in Marblehead do not have air conditioning and we leave our windows open. This would be disturbing to anyone trying to eat dinner, sleep, or perhaps sit in their backyard and enjoy their home. If this variance is granted and the hotel is allowed to be built with an outside bar, the music that we hear, whether it's amplified or not, we're going to hear people and music from our backyards in our homes will be 7 days a week, day and night. This is extremely bothersome and disturbing to the residents. Another example is the Ohana Fest, which is miles away. We can hear the music in our homes all weekend long. Imagine what a rooftop bar and restaurant playing music up until 10 o'clock at night, 7 nights a week, is going to sound like when we live less than a mile away. And I'm not even in Sea Summit like the other people back here. I am urging you to please vote no. This will affect property values for those of us in Marblehead. It will affect our quality of life. And we're not talking about 1 or 2 houses. We're talking about hundreds of houses. I do not think this board, City Council, sorry, I'm used to the Board of Supervisors, realize how far sound at the outlets travels up this hill, and although I'm not complaining about a Sunday morning service, it's very different if there's music playing every day until 10 p.m. In closing, I respectfully urge you to consider the very real impact this hotel will have on the quality of life for our residents. What may seem like a minor adjustment on paper is something we live with every day in our homes. Please protect the peace, privacy, and balance that makes our community livable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilor. Next speaker.
Kathy Ward, followed by Jody DeLacio, followed by Jack Diamond.
Council, you initiated a general plan amendment to the Marblehead specific plan back in June. You said that you were identifying the hotel site on the outlets as a landmark building. And you didn't reference it because we didn't have anything about what the landmark was. So we went back to 2004 and found out what the council was talking about. And it is improper for you to be using the 2004, anything the council did to justify this. Council did say in number 6 of the 2004 approval of this design that it is approved with the intent that the theater building and the hotel building are architectural landmarks for the site. Architectural landmarks, not the building is a landmark. But and then in F in that document, it says the architectural treatment of the regional commercial project complies with the San Clemente General Plan, the Marblehead Specific Plan, San Clemente Zoning Ordinance in the areas including but not limited to in height, setback, and color. And then it goes on to say what that is. Number 1, the proposed commercial use complies with the maximum of 45-foot height limit of the Marblehead Specific Plan Regional Commercial Zone. The theater complies with the maximum 55 height limit and a maximum architectural projection of 62 feet. Only the movie theater. No mention of the hotel, even though it says that is considered a design focal point for that. But the rest of it says the commercial development complies with the minimum average setback of 50 feet of all buildings with frontage along a major arterial. You can't ignore what the council actually voted on. You're doing hooks and ladders to try to, that's a legal term that lawyers use to try to grab something from the past, to cherry pick it, to use it for this. It's improper for you to use this to say, we can only have to do an amendment to the EIR. We don't have to do the EIR like we said in the specific plan and the general plan, because it's a landmark. That council said it was a landmark architectural feature, but said it did not get that maximum height. You can't ignore that. This will not meet the definition in court. It will not be valid, and there's other issues of why it's not valid. The Aspen Environmental stated in this report, they are a consultant, that this was already approved, this rooftop. It's because back in the background, this is already approved. So they wrote this with the idea that this is already approved and came up with all the reasons why they don't have to consider all these Marblehead residents and why you can use the 1998 EIR and the 2004 council designation of a landmark. You cannot use it. This is in violation of all city guidelines. It ignores over almost 3 decades of
Next speaker, please.
items.
Thank you.
It's illegal. Jody DeLacio, followed by Jack Diamond, followed by Paul Kaminsky. Jody?
Good evening, Council. I'm here to oppose 8A. I'm a resident of Marblehead community, the beautiful Marblehead community. When I was last here speaking in this same microphone, I invited the council to come to my house on a Saturday morning for coffee, and we would listen to mini NASCAR. Nobody showed up for Java, but the cars keep racing. We don't have control of our noise pollution. We just don't. We say we do, but we don't. Everyone here could attest to that.
Please address the council. Thank you.
And now we're at a place where more pollution, noise pollution is being proposed. The lodge adding a 5th floor with an outdoor, I haven't seen a storyboard for the 5th floor. I don't know if anybody else has. What I can't process right now is how our elected officials are willing to accept antiquated data from so many years ago and make a critical assessment of how the lodge business might impact the surrounding population. Where's the due diligence, gentlemen? We can't ramrod this. We have to take it easy. We have to take it gently. You can't rush it. There are critical areas of being impacted. I recall a planning meeting, and someone mentioned it. June of 2022, it was made clear that a supplemental EIR would be required. Why is that no longer being enforced? San Clemente has added an abundant number of homes in our community, Sea Summit, the Seville, all around this impacted area. An EIR from 1998 is just not going to tell us what we need to know. Sound pollution, traffic increase, light pollution, increased law enforcement requirements, increased DUI, right, and accident potential, lack of sleep for my surrounding community. These are all really important elements that we really need to just take our breath, take our time, and get some real critical, real information. Please don't add to the noise pollution. It's just going to suck. But we can prevent it, and you can enforce it if you enforce the regulations and rules. My final comment is to the mayor. Mayor, as a matter of integrity, I don't believe you have any business voting, being a voting member of anything to do with business decisions made by the outlet, about the outlet or Craig Realty, based on your previous business relationship with Craig. As a matter of, as our mayor, I find it egregious that you have to be reminded recusing yourself is the ethical thing to do. Your transparency is critical, sir. I have 15 seconds. Jiminy Cricket. Everybody knows Jiminy Cricket, right?
Please address the council, not
It's
the audience.
integrity.
Thank you.
Yeah. Here's a song we'll all have to get used to.
Ma'am, please address the, if you're.
Yeah.
address the
Here's a song we're
council.
going to have to all get used to in Marblehead on Saturday night. It's the last song. Celebrate good times. All weddings play it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jack Diamond, followed by Paul Kaminsky, followed by Jerry Segula.
Hello. Well, you've already heard a lot of this on your second one, 8B. And I wasn't going to speak tonight until the gentleman from supposedly the Marriott said, hey, this is not going to be what you think it's going to be. And that's what scared me. Because if you put something on the rooftop like they're talking, a 200-person rooftop, and you put alcohol in them, that'll already raise the discussion. I mean, we hear everything. Those cars on Saturday, people around the county know about it. And they said, you're coming to a noisy area. I've lived here less than a little over a year, and they said, get ready. It's coming. We moved in, it's here. Boy, is it loud. It's beyond loud. You can't even hide with a pillow over your head. So it's really appalling to know that people in the county know San Clemente as this. That's what you should be concerned about. And if that hotel comes in, a 5-star, it will get a low rating. And the Marriott won't stand for that because the noise level will be high. And I talked to an environmental attorney as well as someone that runs a bunch of hotels. And they said your EIR, that was the first thing they looked at. 1998, you're out of focus. I hate to say it to you guys, but you're out of focus. You know it. It shouldn't be that way. You should be working with us, and it's a shame. So please understand the full extent of what is being proposed and the effect to San Clemente. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Paul Kaminsky, followed by Jerry Segula, followed by Crystal Story.
All right. I didn't bring any video presentations, but I'm going to just place this right here. All right? See if that stays. All right, so I've been a 35-year resident of San Clemente, and I've seen a lot of changes over the years. And it's gone from a sleepy retirement and surfer community to what it is today, which is much more commercial and much larger. And when it comes to the outlet mall itself, it was controversial. And one of the big things that came up was the deviations for lighting, for this, for that. And the previous city council, and including this one, are now considering more deviations. Now, I live in Marblehead also, and we have homeowner association that has the CC&Rs, and we're all obliged to abide by them, and we do. There's an architectural committee, everything else. And deviations are not given. You have to have the paint color, you have to do this, you have to do that. So what I'm asking you to do is play by the rules. And I'm going to read you just something from the mission statement. It says, the guiding development is to ensure responsible growth while preserving and enhancing our village character. And when you have a 5-story hotel, which is what this sign is referring to, you're talking about a Mozambique, which is in Laguna Beach, in San Clemente. It is not legal. It is out of bounds of the current charter and rules of the Planning Commission. So what I'm asking you to do is simply stay within your bounds. Do the right thing. And I could go on and on about, various things, but I'm just going to keep it simple. Please, play by the rules. Don't grant your exceptions. These gentlemen made great presentations as salesmen. I was a salesman. And if I was in their shoes being paid to do what they do, I would say the same thing for profit. Please don't fold for profit and do the right thing and stay within your line. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jerry, followed by Crystal Story, followed by Ronald Salmon.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I have not spoken to the council in the past. I'm almost a lifelong resident of Orange County. I've been a resident here in San Clemente since 2011. Wonderful community, and you should be proud. I was at the prior meeting in the spring when this was brought up. At that time, the issue was linked to another issue regarding short-term living units, and it all got voted on at a single unit without dividing the separate units. You can see there are much different interests and points to be made. So I was a little disappointed that that happened. At that meeting, there was some discussion about looking at these complaints about potential noise, potential site obstructions, site lines, site poles. None of that has happened. We have not seen any new evidence of any new sampling of the problems that will be faced. It's just been whitewashed with this addendum that came about. But I'd primarily like to speak to the issue of the noise pollution. Although noise pollution isn't the reason for my own personal hearing loss, I know many who have had suffered serious hearing loss from noise pollution. I'm a physician. I've seen it firsthand. I know that in our community at San Gorgonio Park, there's a big issue regarding noise pollution there as well. It went on for a number of years. There was a lot of discussion about back and forth when the council finally last December voted and made it an amicable solution for all concerned. I trust that you can do that again by looking at the information, reanalyzing the site problems, the noise problems, getting first-hand information, not whitewashing it with an addendum, and making the right choice. I ask you to make the right choice, but tonight, vote this down. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Crystal Story, followed by Ronald Salmon, followed by Helen DeCono.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Stowe. I am strongly opposed to the rooftop bar that's being proposed at the San Clemente Outlet Hotel. To amend the original approval would be detrimental to many surrounding communities, including Fairhaven, Marblehead, Sea Summit, Providence, the Seville Memory Care Facility, and Providence Apartments. That's a lot of people. This is being done without preparing a proper supplemental environmental impact report to determine if Marblehead Inland will be adversely affected by the noise and the light intrusion, not to mention views. I'm a resident of Marblehead Estates, and the additional height of the hotel building will obstruct the views from my home for Catalina Island and Dana Point Headlands. In addition, the noise from the rooftop bar will be extremely invasive. The EIR that was done for this property is out of date and irrelevant. Many of the surrounding structures did not exist when this ERI was performed. It's imperative that a new supplemental ERI is conducted prior to any additional discussion regarding this rooftop bar. The visual simulations for this project are flawed. They do not include Catalina Island, which will be obstructed by the additional height of the hotel. The tax revenues for the city between the rooftop bar and versus the approved regular bar on the fourth floor will be negligible. Therefore, in terms of dollars, the city will see very little, but will compromise the quality of life and property value for thousands of citizens. The noise pollution from an outside bar that seats over 200 people with live music will be unbearable. Currently, neighboring communities hear every outside activity at the outlets. Children screaming nightly at the pumpkin patch, then the same at the Christmas tree farm for a total of 3 months each year. Every outdoor church service is heard from miles away, and there are many. The weekly car show is extremely noisy on Saturday mornings when nearby residents should be able to enjoy being outside, but it's impossible due to the revving of the cars coming and going in and out of the outlets. This is supposed to be controlled, and it's not. The vision for San Clemente by Ole Hansen was to provide ocean views and preserve them. Clearly, this rooftop bar is compromising this basic vision for many communities. It's time to consider that the outlet was oversold to the city and stop trying to save it at the expense of the surrounding communities. I urge you to vote this down, please.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ronald Salmon, followed by Helen DeCono, followed by Bart DeCono, followed by Kathy Ward.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you. I've been a resident here since 1990 in Marblehead, and I remember the original development company was John Lusk, and I remember when our maximum height was maximum at 2 stories high. Now, 5 stories are getting crazy, but 2 stories. We all of my neighbors and my resident friends, we acquired our properties because of the view that we were paying for with real money. And to put a 4, 5-story hotel right in the middle of my view, it goes out to Catalina and out to, it's obscene. It's obscene. And I would hope that you would consider not allowing it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Helen DeCono. Helen DeCono, followed by Bart. Is either DeCono or DeCoro? Oh, here we go. Thank you.
We have lots of seats in the front, so if your name has been called, if you could move forward, it's a little easier to process the speakers that way. Thank you.
Council, thank you for allowing me to talk to you tonight. So much of what we're hearing depends on where you live. If you live to the right, coming up Pico, you're not impacted by anything. It's if you live in Marblehead, which I know many of us do, you're very much impacted. I'd like to ask, does any of you live in Marblehead? Can I ask the question to the?
Actually, no, but we're listening.
Okay, well, I'd like to know if any of you would be impacted by living in Marblehead. I think that's a fair question. If you don't live in Marblehead, you don't seem to have the same urgency that many of us do. Please consider the people of Marblehead. We're big in numbers, and we really need you to consider our thoughts as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Bart DeCoro, followed by Kathy Ward, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Beverly Wilson.
Here we go.
Again, we have a joint public hearing, and the comments are on both A and B, so anyway, go right ahead, sir.
Can I start? I vehemently oppose this terrible open-air bar and lounge for over 200 people. Despite what some people have said, there will be glare, there will be view obstruction, and there will be noise, lots of noise, with loud music and loud imbibing customers well into the night. Who's going to sleep? The community says no over and over again, and yet this project continues. This isn't about benefiting San Clemente residents, it's about benefiting one man, developer Steve Craig. Mayor Knobloch appears to me to be the major force pushing this project forward. At a previous council meeting and today, concerns have even been raised about his past business ties with the developer, which some believe represent a conflict of interest. I agree. Meanwhile, his home is far from the impact zone, unlike ours. San Clemente has possibly 50 liquor bars, along with numerous restaurants serving liquor. I know of at least 3 locations in the outlet that serve liquor. Anyone wanting a drink could certainly find one. There is no urgent need for another bar. Another very important factor to consider is the significant loss, possible loss, of tax revenue to the city from this project. On the one hand, the competition from this venue may harm the existing outlet restaurants and force one or more of them out of business. This means tax revenue out the door. But even more important is the tax revenue loss that will inevitably come from the loss of home property values. Loss of home values mean loss of tax property revenue. Glare, loss of view, and noise will without doubt lower home values. Again, this means tax revenue out the door. This project harms me, my wife, and the residents of San Clemente. Why would you vote to harm the San Clemente residents whom you should serve and at the same time lower tax revenue for the city? The only one to benefit from this project is Steve Craig. Vote for the people of San Clemente, not for a single man. Stop this proposal right now. Do not let it continue.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kathy Ward, followed by Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Beverly Wilson.
I'm sorry, who's supposed to be next?
She's waiting.
Kathy Ward, you're up, Kathy.
Yeah.
I was told it's a joint meeting, and they're limiting public speaking.
Well, you're allowed, if you didn't address both issues, you can certainly speak, but I think you probably covered the universe, but if you'd like to speak, come right ahead.
Wow, seriously?
Part B is a vote to amend the commercial site plan and the conditional use permit to approve the height for the hotel, for an increase to 62 feet. And I've already told you why you can't do that. You can't not use what a council voted on, and I don't blame you, you didn't have that. We didn't have it either, but it's true. It's exactly what the council said. They did not include the theater in the 62 feet. If you can't use that, the EIR amendment is invalid. And I don't know if I said it, but the Aspen assumed that it was already approved, and that's because of how this has been handled and talked about behind the scenes. You also cannot use that addendum number 6 to the Marblehead Coastal Plan, that EIR demonstrates no new significant impacts, because that EIR did not contemplate a rooftop use. It did not. You can't change that by just, and all that EIR said is it's still a hotel use. Well, yeah, it's a hotel use, but it's a rooftop restaurant that they're putting on there. So it's not the same thing. And that's what you're trying to do, and it's cherry picking the documents. So I just want to say that if you guys vote for this and use that incorrect approval from before and say this is a landmark, you will be personally liable for making the residents pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to sue the city. And you'll also be responsible to the voters for it. 3 of you are up, and doing this and not following city guidelines and what's promised to the city and ignoring 27 years of what's happened since 1998, you are not representing the council.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Beverly Wilson.
Sorry.
Now, again, this is a two-part hearing. We've combined the hearing, so if you've already addressed issues in the first section, you don't need, please don't be repetitious if you can avoid it.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have a PowerPoint
Okay.
presentation, please. Next slide, please. Ole Hansen's vision was discussed earlier. Amending the Marblehead specific plan to allow such heights for a developer is a significant deprivation of Ole Hansen's vision. Next slide, please. The Lodge Hotel is not in the coastal zone. Next slide, please. The distance of the yellow line from the hotel to Calle Oliva is displayed on the upper right-hand corner, and it's about 184 feet high, and this is done by Google Earth. Next slide, please. The highlighted regions are at a lower elevation than the hotel, so that circle, all of that, Frontera, Olivia, and then only Cedra and Plantanar are above the level of the hotel, so that blocks a lot of views. Next slide, please. So the Lodge Hotel is 188 feet above mean sea level, and So the hotel top floor is at 250 feet, and this will block the views of Catalina, Dana Point Harbor, and Dana Point Headlands, and this could affect property values due to the changing of the views of the ocean. Next slide. In this proposed the proposed elevation roof is under figure 3B. Well, it seems like that the floating, just the rooftop is a lot thicker than the one above it in 3A, and not the one that's floating, but it's just the main rooftop. Next slide, please. And this will have a significant impact on the character of view in that area. The Metrolux lot elevation is 174 feet. The theater is 14 feet lower than the hotel lot. Allowing the hotel to be higher than the Metrolux theater sets a detrimental precedent for applicants to construct additional 62 feet high landmark developments on higher grounds throughout the outlet mall. And next slide, please. And as former Mayor Kathy Ward said, it is in that 6A, and it's an architectural landmark. It is a design element, a focal point, or a visual interest. It doesn't mean that you increase the height all the way to 62 feet. The Design Review Subcommittee found that the hotel is 900 feet from the single-family homes. However, Google Earth indicates the single-family homes are 834 feet. This is a difference of 96 feet. The distance is significant in reviewing sound studies of the unfettered decibels emanating from the hotel roof and rooftop bar. Next slide, please. The supplemental EIRs do not cover the effects of the height elevation differences between the Metrolux theaters and the hotel or the
Next
negative
speaker, please.
impacts. Oh, I had 4 seconds left, sorry.
No, I think you're out.
Beverly Wilson.
Thank you.
It's Beverly Wiesen, but that's okay. I'm concerned that you're here humoring us and that you've already made this decision. It's troublesome to me, so I consulted with 2 environmental and land use attorneys before coming here tonight. And what they told me was, if the surrounding area has changed since the EIR was done, a new EIR needs to be done. So just restore confidence in the citizens and do the right thing. The surrounding area has changed dramatically. I moved here in 2013. There were no outlet malls. There was no Sea Summit. There was no Seville. Over Labor Day, I had my back door open. I could hear every word coming from the sports field as if the people were in my backyard. And you guys can tell yourself all day long that this noise is not going to be intrusive into our homes, and you're fooling yourselves. So I don't understand why you wouldn't, this developer hasn't paid for any sort of study. We have a failed outlet mall that doesn't give you the revenue that he promised. Now you're going to rely on him to bring in another project with revenue that's going to hurt all of our property values. People are going to leave en masse. You're going to hurt revenue that is already promised from property taxes because the property values are going down. People are going to leave this town. It is not going to be the desirable city, village by the sea that we've had. So just humor us. Make the developer pay for an EIR. Is that such a big ask? Do the right thing. Restore public confidence. How many times have we stood here before you and asked you to please do the right thing? Now we get hidden notices in the newspaper that I literally took a screenshot of and couldn't make large enough to read. We are no longer noticed per request. I don't know, I'm guessing everybody here is asked to be noticed about anything happening. We are never noticed. This hotel is going to be 14 or 17 feet higher than the theater. It's not the same height. It sets a crazy precedent for other projects to come through and other builders to say, hey, San Clemente's open to builders. Bring it. Let's just litter the coastline with big buildings. What are you going to say? Oh, no, we only allowed it for Craig Realty because the mayor used to work for him? Do the right thing.
That was our final speaker.
Okay, we'll close the oral comment section then, and Move into council comments.
Mr. Mayor, if the applicant would like to make a rebuttal, they can. You might want to offer that.
Okay, excellent point. Would the applicant's representative like to make a rebuttal? Okay. They refuse to make a rebuttal, that's fine. I guess we close the public hearing now and enter into discussion on the matters before us.
May I ask a staff question? Open the public hearing to
Okay.
ask staff a question.
Just reopen it.
We'll open the public hearing for task, and if anyone has any questions of staff, let's ask them now so we can get into discussions. Go ahead, Mark.
Just a lot of things were brought up about the EIR from 1998. Could you address that and explain why or why not that would be, what we're looking at today covers that EIR or does not?
Good question.
Sure, thanks for that question. So the 1998 EIR addressed the project. So in this case, the project is the entire Sea Summit community, all of the commercial development that extends for the entirety really of the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan. So a component of that specific plan expected a master planned development. So it included all of those elements and at that time evaluated a number of resource category areas from traffic, noise, aesthetics, things of that sort. At that time, a component, for instance, of the traffic evaluation was the overpass for Vista Hermosa, right? So there was consideration of if this is built, we need more capacity. That was a component of the requirement of that project at that time. So the capacity increased to address the project. Fast forwarding, there's been 5 other addendums, various changes to the project over time. This would be addendum number 6. And so the purpose of an addendum is to address modifications to the project. So again, the project being Sea Summit development and the commercial development, the master commercial development at the outlets area. This is not a change outside of the site plan. It's not a change to the total acreage of development. And so it still falls within the context of what was the anticipated development for this area. So the addendum, the purpose of an addendum is to evaluate the differences. And that's what the document, it's about a 50-page document that's a component of your staff reports. That's what that does, is it looks at those prior resource areas and evaluates, is there a significant unanticipated impact that needs a different analysis? And the conclusion of that document is that that is not the case. And so under CEQA guidelines 15162, cities are not supposed to engage in an additional EIR unless there are significant alterations to the original project, which again, in this case, the project is the full development of Sea Summit and the master commercial area.
And just to follow up on that, did that also include sound variances from a rooftop deck? Was that included in this addendum? You mentioned the independent review process that occurred earlier.
Yeah, there's an evaluation of noise within the addendum. That's, I believe it's section 3 that addresses noise. Yes, 3. And so what it does is it looks at the baseline conditions that were evaluated under the EIR and whether the continued implementation of prior adopted conditions and mitigation measures along with the design of this project would result in new significant effects. And it found that there wouldn't be new significant effects.
That there would be new significant?
That there would not be new significant effects.
And that was done from an independent analysis?
Correct.
Any other questions of staff?
May,
Go ahead,
Mayor,
Mr. Zhu.
given the implicit or explicit legal threat, I wonder if we can recess to the closed session to talk about.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
I wonder if the council can recess to a closed session to talk about legal exposure.
I don't, we have a public hearing, we have a public hearing been reopened to ask staff questions. Do you have any questions for staff?
No.
Okay, Mr.
Real
Leffler?
quick.
Yeah, what my view looks like now as compared to 2017 when I bought my house is significantly changed. I think one of the concerns when view comes up, and I just want clarification, we've done EI. Is there an expectation that you do an EIR on this property that it would come back and say, you shouldn't do it because people's views are going to be, because I was under the impression that views aren't protected in this city. I'd like to know if they are, because I misstep on my house and the building in front of me. So are views protected in the city?
Through, not directly. The city does not protect private views. Public views are a different story. In the case of the 1998 EIR approving the, or certifying the Marblehead Coastal Specific Plan, the project was required to provide some public vistas, public viewing areas as a mitigation to the impacts of the project from public views, not from private views. There are certain standards that have been developed in various areas to address concerns of height. Those are just general development standards, but there's no private view protection.
Okay, I have a question. Several comments were made tonight about the landmark structures being architectural detail-oriented and not height-oriented. When the hotel was designated as a landmark structure along with the hotel, is the height of that structure irrelevant to the architectural detail? Let me rephrase it. It's a complicated question. Several comments were made about the architectural detail and the landmark structure, and that it's really not about a building, not about the height, it's about the architectural detail. So I guess architectural detail normally has to be attached to something for it to be architectural detail, which means it has to be a building, and the buildings have certain height. Several comments were made along those lines that we're not talking height, we're talking architectural detail only. Does that change staff's analysis in any way?
So in the resolution 0461, I believe, condition of approval number 6, it discusses the intent of the city council to designate the theater and the hotel as architectural landmarks. There was an additional height exception given to the theater. At the time, I don't think it was contemplated that the, what the height of the hotel, how material that was to its architectural prominence. However, the intention was definitely clear in that the hotel and the theater are both seen as landmark buildings, whether they're architectural in terms of like the details of the buildings themselves or the prominence of those buildings. The original approval didn't negate the possibility that changes may be proposed in the future that could include additional height.
Okay, all right. Any other questions of staff? Mr. Cabral?
I just wanted to go back to the issue of noise again. I know, and I think this is probably the best example of the Ole Hanson Beach Club. I just want you to address what tools we have to address sound and whether you think they're adequate to address sound. We don't even know at this point in time what sound or will come out of that hotel. I think the public thinks there will be a lot, and there may be, but do we have tools to address that as a city?
Yes, we do. We have our code compliance division addresses noise complaints on a fairly regular basis. They have tools to monitor and study sound volumes, and they take enforcement action when the issues are not deemed in compliance. In the past, the City Council has approved staff-initiated requests to review and/or revoke conditional use permits for businesses that cannot comply. And so we do have those tools. Additionally, there are other legal remedies that the city would have, as every violation of our municipal code can be charged as a misdemeanor. So if push comes to shove, there's definitely remedies that the city has. However, as far as the permitting process, including discretionary approvals, this being a case in point, it's established that the applicants are required to follow the city's municipal code, which establishes sound thresholds.
Would the same be true of light issues?
Yes, the city's lighting standards, which are reviewed through the building permit process, the city does have very strong language to address that. There is a lighting plan that's one of the pages of the proposed hotel project amendment. It identifies completely shielded lighting, including along the rail and anything that would illuminate the walkways and the restaurant area. So staff has already reviewed that. The lighting fixtures that they've identified, which would be approved through staff review of the building permit, are consistent with the city's code at this time.
The only other, my final question is that there was a comment that we might be circumventing, maybe lifting ourselves up by our bootstraps and going around the environmental impact report that's required. Can you address that issue?
Staff's review of this matter, consulting with consultants, discussing this with other internal staff, indicated to us that an addendum was the appropriate document. We went through that addendum process. The findings of the addendum were that that there was no additional significant impacts that were beyond what was studied in the final EIR of 1998. And so staff is firm mind that the addendum process was appropriate and that the correct environmental review process was followed.
That's it. No.
Mark, any other questions? Any other questions of staff? Then we'll close the public hearing and we'll address council comments at this time. You want to start off, Rick? Go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, and certainly, by the way, I appreciate whoever it was that spoke that took care of getting those big illuminated signs not on the freeway there. I think you did a great job. Thank you for that. I wasn't really that involved in city politics then. I was a resident, but I remember hearing about that, and I cheer you for that. That certainly would not have been appropriate in our community. A couple things I want to address also is the perception when I hear that you're comparing this to Mozambique, the music venue in Laguna Beach. I think that's kind of apples and oranges. I don't think there's any plan on this being a cabaret with a cabaret license that can go that time. Also, I live closer than, definitely, I don't know all of you, but I live closer to you to Doheny and Ohana Fest and the Doheny Blues Festival than most of you, and I definitely hear it. I hear it. I can almost sing along with it. But that's 5,000 watts of concert-directed speakers, and there's been no indication that there's even going to be amplified music. So I understand your concerns, but I've always been committed to, no matter what project in the city, including the Hotel Del Mar, including what other projects we have in the city, of doing everything we can to ensure the quality of life for the residents. And the only reason I'm looked at this project, if they said it was going to have a wedding venue and they wanted to have live music till 2 o'clock in the morning, all that, I would not be supporting it, period. But the project in general, I think personally, we need a nice hotel in town. It's difficult. Let me speak, and then I'll be available afterwards. You guys yell and scream at me, and I'll be there. But just let me finish this thought. So, I think we need a hotel. I think a lot of residents. For everybody that spoke here, we also got emails and comments from people that are supportive of the hotel. Maybe they don't live in Marblehead. I'm not sure. I know Marblehead is certainly going to be more impacted than any other development in the community. I do know a couple of people in Marblehead that probably living over the top of there that are supportive, but certainly not as impacted as you are. As the people on Granada, when the Hotel Del Mar was approved, also the same kind of conversation. But I want to address something else that you've talked about here, and this is for a future time, but the car show is, I think we need to address that frickin' car show that's every week. And I'm going to move that forward. We need to look at that CUP, and I think it's way too often, way too much noise. It's turned into what's a kind of a fun hot rod and VW. It's all these exotic cars with the loud crap. And so anyway, that's going to be addressed. The holiday events like the pumpkin patch. I know last year worked with a couple of residents here. The lights were too bright. We went down there. We got them to shut off part of those lights. We would have liked to have done more. It was already up. We're already working in hopes of this pumpkin patch. They've laid out of doing something different to spin it around and to be less invasive. And again, I'd really like to. Those are things we can definitely approach and do something about. No matter how this project goes, we need to address those. So I think that's a thing. The hotel project, again, there's been a lot of support for it. I think there's a lot of pluses to it, and I think I will commit to doing everything to making sure that it's not a music venue, that it's not a wedding venue. We're tired of that with North Beach, and to just make it someplace where you can go up and have a quiet drink and look at the sunset, and a place where visitors can come to town and have a nice place to stay. Appreciate it. That's my comment.
We were respectful when you all were speaking, so please let us have our comments and make a decision here properly. My comments are, several comments were made tonight about my prior employment with the Craig Realty Group. I did work for the Craig Realty Group for 7+ years during the last few years of my career. I had no interest whatsoever in the outlets and the financial success of the outlets. I was a staff attorney. I had no equity interest at all in the outlets, nor do I have any interest in the hotel. In fact, the hotel is not owned by the outlets. It's a separate legal entity, and it's a hotel joint venture, as I understand it, and I have no financial interest whatsoever in that. And it's been, 5 or 6 years since I've worked for the Craig Realty Group, and I guess from a point of interest, from a conflict of interest point of view, legally there is no conflict of interest, and I certainly am not biased one way or the other. My views for this community have been, for the 5 years I've been on this council, what's best for the city, and I'll continue to do that. I want to say one thing about the company, though, the observation I do have. I worked on the sign issue, and quite frankly, the litigation that was mentioned is totally irrelevant and unrelated to this issue. Although after the litigation on the sign issue was approved, there was additional litigation against the city of San Clemente, and the city settled that lawsuit, allowing all the signs to go in, and they weren't illuminated bright, they were backlit, which was very, very casual lighting. And the sign, it was about the size of the signs, and the signs are currently about 90% of what was originally approved, size-wise. So, but that, again, that's a side issue, unrelated. One issue that one concept I'd like to mention about the developer, from my personal experience, is that we had a large project in Utah, and we had a large illuminated sign, and it was right next to the Adobe regional headquarters. And even though everyone got proper notice, Adobe filed a lawsuit and said, we don't like the light, we don't like to see the light. And Craig Realty Company was, at the time, was completely in the right. And Steve Craig personally said, what can we do to assuage your concern about these irritating lights? And he came up with a unique solution to baffle each one of literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of individual LED light bulbs with a baffle so that the light could not even be visible from the area that the people were concerned with. He did it at his own expense, at his own initiative, not as a result of litigation, but to please the neighbors. That's the kind of company you're dealing with. That's been my experience. Regarding the noise, a lot of examples were given on noise that is exaggerated. The wedding noise venues, amplified sound, the cars, with so those Dodge Devil engines have 900 plus horsepower, and even though the police are there to secure it, the outlets have people to protest and make sure the cars don't race through the parking lot. That still happens occasionally. So, Rick, I think that issue, unrelated issue to this, because there's zero amplified noise from the hotel. So I think the light issue is addressed, will be addressed, and has been addressed. The noise issue is clearly not amplified, and I think the benefit for the city, the community, would be, in my opinion, substantial. So those are my comments so far. Zen?
Sure. Okay, well, I have a few comments I'd like to go over. The first is about height limit. Based on the EIR addendum and the view simulation, I can accept that the increased height limit does not have substantial impact to the view. By the way, it may have impact to some people's view, but the view, a private view, is not protected. So I'm good with the height increase. The lighting can be shielded. That's a relatively easy and a simple technical solution. Noise is a concern. I believe that it would be prudent for the city to study noise as a separate environmental impact item in addition to the height limit increase, which we already did. Given that the circumstance has changed substantially over the last 2 to 3 decades. And also, it looks good on the paper. Noise should not be an issue, and there are design solutions. There are noise standards and code enforcement as tools for the city to address this problem, but in reality, they have been persistent and overwhelming amount of noise concerns and complaints. So I believe it's prudent for the city to do additional study on the noise. My biggest concern for this project is about the proper procedure. This project is located in a gateway area. It's also considered a landmark now. Well, it was considered a landmark. It's reaffirmed being a landmark with an increased height limit. The council, as a body, is not, I believe, is not equipped to judge on Spanish colonial architectural style and site design issues. Design review subcommittee clearance is a prerequisite for me to support the project. I was on the design review subcommittee last time this project was reviewed. That was back in 2020. It's on June 10, 2020. The conclusion of that meeting is that the subcommittee agreed with the staff's recommendations, provided additional input, and recommended the project return to design review subcommittee prior to moving forward to the planning commission for consideration. And at that time, it was considered a substantial change to the existing approved design, and it was intended to go through the design review at least twice, and then before it goes to planning commission. The city council directed the staff to bypass the planning commission on the height limit increase, but the council did not direct the staff to bypass the planning commission on a particular project review. Although the city council is the final decision body, nothing prevents the council from referring it to planning commission and the design review subcommittee for evaluation and recommendation on design and other potentially negative impacts. Without the vetting from the DRC and the planning commission, we're risking accepting a design that is not of the quality and would be expected for a gateway. So my recommendation to the council is that I will wait for the specific plan amendment and the general plan amendment to be completed. There's a little inconsistent between the amendment to the specific plan and the existing general plan, although that's a minor issue that can be fixed relatively easily. But my main recommendation is to refer the project to Planning Commission and Design Review Subcommittee before the City Council take it.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Go ahead. Just want to start by saying thank you for coming out. I know it's hard to come out here on a Tuesday night, and we, even though council we may have different opinions, we appreciate you coming out to speak and know that we do hear you and we hear your concerns. I know that I know what it's like to lose a view. I grew up with a view of the ocean, of the beach, and a house right down below me. The owners passed away, new owners came in. They built a 3-story house where a 1-story house was. Yeah, it wasn't fun. I get that. After it was over, though, I could still see the sunset. I could still see the ocean. I could still see Catalina. And our private views aren't protected. They aren't. Now, I'm looking at this and I'm hearing what you're saying, and I hear your concerns. I especially hear your concerns about the Saturday morning car shows, and I think that is absolutely something we need to address. I think you guys have lived with that for long enough. So I think we can mitigate that somehow, but I think that we need to address that later. On the other issues, I'm also looking at the benefit to the rest of the town as well. And I know you don't want to hear this, but we in San Clemente, we like, we have champagne taste on a beer budget, and we need to generate revenue. And we need to generate revenue to pay for our beaches, to pay for our sand. We need to generate revenue to pay for our soccer fields, for our youth programs, public safety, all these things that we have said, yes, we want to deliver these services to you. We need to find revenue for them. And to put this in perspective, Dana Point has a third of the amount of population that we do, and yet they generate 3 times the amount in TOT tax and revenue. And they can do a lot of things with that, and a lot of things to help the entire community. So yes, I hear what you say, and let's find some ways to mitigate some of those other areas that you are addressing. This hotel, though, I think overall will be a great asset to our city. And I hear you. I hear you. But I'm also looking at the entire community. So again, we will do what we can. If sound becomes this issue from the rooftop bar, we can address that. And we can look at that as it comes. Right now, though, we have an Olympics coming up. We have other events coming up. And we don't have a hotel in this city that really shows off what our city is about. So I will be in support of this project.
Thank you. Mr. Cabral.
Well, speaking last, everything has been said, and I agree with my 3 colleagues here on where we need to move. My biggest concerns, obviously, were whether we had done the right thing with addendum, whether we have the ability to address lighting, whether we have the ability to address sound. The whole issue of the cars is something I'm still concerned with, but everything's been said already, and I concur with the thoughts of my colleagues.
Do you have any additional
Can I
comment?
just ask then a quick question about the design? And I'm not a design guy. I mean, I looked at it, but as a former planning commission design review person, do you have a particular issue with the design? It looks like a portico and some chairs. Do you have a particular issue with it?
Well, I cannot design on the dais, but the consensus from the design review subcommittee at the time is that the design is not refined enough. It's not at the quality the city, this location deserves. It needs to go through some revision. It needs to be reviewed by the design review subcommittee and the planning commission. Or maybe we can skip planning commission, but the design review is needed.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Any additional comments before we entertain a motion? Victor?
Call the question.
Oh, go right ahead. You want to make a motion?
Yeah, make a motion.
Again, we have two parts. We have the ordinance and the resolution.
Read that motion. You have to read it.
So for 8A, are you recommending the staff recommendation? Okay, so introduce and conduct first reading of ordinance number 1795. And we do not need to read the title of the ordinance.
Excuse me, for
You don't need to read the title, just the ordinance number?
Correct.
For 8A, we have two items in 8A. Can we separate them? The first one is about the ZA 25362. The second one is about the EIR addendum. Can we bifurcate them?
No, that's item 8B is the EIR addendum.
I'll second.
Okay, that's a motion. We'll take this in two parts. First is the height issue with items, ordinance 1795. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on the motion? If not, let's mark our computerized voting mechanism here.
I'll add in the votes here, the motion and the second, so that you can vote.
Let me get a clear understanding of that. We are approving 1795. This is about the height
That's correct.
limit
That's
increase
correct.
only.
Only. Yes.
Okay.
Now let's vote on that motion. That passes 5-0.
5-0.
Regarding 8B, I'll second 8B. We have a motion, a second. Any discussion on the motion?
Is 8B about the EIR? Is it about the project?
Is Resolution 25-137.
Is that the EIR?
There's an environmental analysis as part of this, but no, the 8B is the hotel's, the project amendment to
Okay.
increase the
Okay, and
the
that's
height.
Resolution 25-137, and the find that addendum number 6 to the Marblehead specific coastal plan as well. The fact that item 6 doesn't demonstrate any significant impacts, no further environmental action is needed. That's part of your motion? Okay. I will second that. All in favor of the motion, please vote. That passes 5-1 with Mr. Wu dissenting.
4-1.
Excuse me, 4-1 with council.
4-1, pardon me, 4-1. Thank you. Okay, that concludes these matters. The next item is,
Want to take a break?
let's take a 5-minute break. Well, it's a 7-minute break. We'll come back at 8:30.
I'll come back. I'll go down there. I'll hammer.
Council meeting is back in session. Folks in the back, if you could have a seat or at least whack your... Donna Vedrina, I'm talking to you. Hello. The meeting started. Okay, we're back in session. We're now on item 8C, a public hearing, a consideration of resolution continuing approving a development permit 25-224, conditional use permit 25223, discretionary sign permit 25263, and a tentative track map 25-225 to allow construction of a new light industrial business park complex at 1,000 Cali Cordillera with 11 new buildings on vacant land in conjunction with a master sign program and land and a condominium subdivision for individual ownership of each building suite, partial abandonment of a 30-foot easement for public access, public utilities, storm drain purposes, and making findings under the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, I will open the public hearing and ask for a staff presentation on this item. Gentlemen, go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. David Curio, Associate Planner. As mentioned, the project before you tonight is the Luminar Business Park. The project is located in the business park zone within the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. On the right to the screen here, you see a close-up of the subject property. And to the left, you see a little bit more context of where that property is located. It's at the southwest corner of the intersection of Avenida La Plata, which is in orange, and Avenida Pico, which is in yellow. And the site is approximately 20 acres in size. So again, the proposed project is an 11-building industrial complex that is essentially divided in an upper campus and lower campus. The upper campus will host 7 buildings, and then the lower campus will have 4 buildings. Those 2 campuses are divided by an open space area that's highlighted here on the screen in green. And close to that open space area, you'll have an amenity hub that's being proposed for the purposes of informal meetings or social gatherings with indoor and outdoor spaces for tenants and clients within the development. I'll note here that there is a private road proposed as well that'll wrap around the west and north and east portions of the lot to connect Calle Sombra and Calle Cordillera. And then there is a easement on the south side of the property that will be partially quitclaimed to provide a trail on that south property line that may connect to the trail, North Ridgeline Trail to the south of the development. Here's the proposed architecture and landscaping. It's contemporary in nature. I will say here that the project did go before the design review subcommittee and they were in support. The planning commission also reviewed the project and recommended approval of the project. Landscaping includes drought tolerant and native vegetation. A component of this project was to review the landscaping and determine how well it satisfies hillside development policies, which basically require projects to screen development and have it blend in with the hillside. So that was also reviewed, and staff deemed it to be consistent with those policies. So in summary, the project is consistent with the general plan, with the Rancho San Clemente specific plan development standards and design guidelines, the zoning ordinance, and the subdivisions ordinance. Therefore, staff's recommendations is in line with the Planning Commission's recommendation, which is to approve the project subject to conditions of approval and determine that no further environmental review under CEQA per CEQA guidelines section 15162 and 15183. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions, and we also do have the applicant present for a presentation.
Thank you. Gentlemen, do you have any questions of staff before we hear from the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, before we hear from the applicant, would you mind asking the council if they have any ex parte communications or conflicts to disclose?
Recommendation. Gentlemen, do we have any ex parte communications on this matter?
I do. I met with Dale from Olin and the HOA president of the business park, just kind of filling me in on some of the background. And
And then you remain unbiased and.
completely, yes.
Thank you. Victor? Okay.
I have no ex parte communication.
I've had no ex parte communications either, so thank you, Madam City Attorney. Let's hear from the applicant. Did the applicant like to make a statement? Would the applicant like to,
We have someone participating via Zoom.
Rick Lutsky is.
that's for public comments though, right?
He's the applicant. He'll be participating via Zoom,
Can you,
yes.
is he,
Pull him up now, and I'll start the 10-minute clock, and
okay.
he does have a
You okay?
presentation as well.
That's Rick Lutsky, is that?
Yeah.
The PDF will be for the next member of the team.
Okay, so the applicant's going to be joining us by Zoom.
Yes.
Yes. Hi, Mayor Noblock and the Honorable City Council members. My name is Rick Lutsky. My company is Lutsky Development. Appreciate you accommodating me to present to you remotely here due to health conditions. Just confirm, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine now, sir. Go right ahead.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm here tonight representing the property owner, Mr. Fasha Major. Mr. Major has owned this property for over 30 years now. He originally purchased it to relocate his company to San Clemente, but his company outgrew the land, and so he was not able to do that. For the past 30 years, Mr. Major has entertained proposals from third-party developers who have been interested in developing this property. But none of these developers have brought forth a proposal that's been consistent with the guidelines and the zoning restrictions of the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. The reason for that is over the last 30 years, property values have gone up, construction costs have gone up to the point where it's no longer economically viable to build a project that's consistent with the design guidelines of the specific plan. The most recent project that came before you was the Amazon project for this site, which clearly was not consistent. The project we're bringing before you is a true unicorn. And the reason I call it that is because Mr. Major is at a place in his life where he's looking to develop a legacy project for his family. He's wanting to make an investment in this property and in the city that no private developer would ever take on. Even with Mr. Major's low basis in this property, his returns will be in the single digit. But the difference here is his time horizon is 50 to 100 years. He is looking forward that far to own this property. And when you take on that type of a time horizon, those returns make sense. Not today, but in 15, 20, 30, 40 years, he'll be a genius. As you can link when you look back on any properties that have been retained in families for the very, very long term. His plan is to build for all cash. He's not bringing financing into this property. And his plan is to heavily invest in the property. It's going to be high quality. He's putting in significant amount of money into the amenities to be able to retain tenants. The quality of the type of amenities he's looking at are more consistent with a office development than an industrial development. So what's before you today is truly unique. The project will consist of 11 buildings with 74 individual suites. That means 74 potential new businesses coming to the city of San Clemente. Project has been designed to maintain the trail system that exists there today. So we'll still tie in. And in general, it's a significant investment into the city. It's going to raise the level of quality that's been invested in that area in quite some time and should raise the overall level of investment across the entire Rancho San Clemente area. We have our design team here today with us, Francisco with Ware Malcolm, and he's going to tell you a little more about the architecture for the project.
Thank you. Please identify yourself again.
Thank you, esteemed council, for your time. My name is Francisco Arias. I'm the Director of Design for Ware Malcolm and lead designer for the project. Waiting for the PDF. Oh, there it is. All right. Well, thank you so much once again for the time. So how do we get here? How do we get here? When, as Rick just mentioned, we heard a lot about our client, Faja Major. When he approached us, he really made it clear what was important to him. And what was really important to him was a connection to San Clemente. San Clemente was an item and a topic that kept on resurfacing, and he wanted to make a significant impact. He just happened to find the right designer because I have a little bit of history with San Clemente. I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, Area 52, right off of Barcelona Road. So San Clemente was an extension of my living room, an extension of the barracks. So I know the city very well. I know the people, the architecture, nature. So it really resonated. So when I heard a little bit about the project, I knew that I had to be part of it. Moving on to the next slide. So the project, we wanted to make sure that we made a significant impact. So we started to look at the project and what was important to us. Its location surrounded by similar uses, its connection to nature, its potential for so many things. Next slide. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to leverage all that. There's an importance in a beautiful piece of land that has a lot to showcase, right? So we wanted to make sure that when we developed this project, it wasn't just a building, it was something that not only gave something to our client, but also gave something back to the community. We wanted to create something that was really unique. So if you're thinking about those images that I showed earlier about the beach, we wanted people to feel a moment of transcendence, a moment of crossing a plane the moment they enter our site. We really wanted it to be unique, very similar to my days entering the waters in San Clemente, dipping my toe and getting that initial chill of the cold Pacific Ocean. That's what I wanted to recreate for people entering this project. Next slide. So nature was a big thing. We started looking at surrounding context. We looked at the trails and the hikes. We looked at ways that we could provide something to the community. So we, at least figuratively brought the hill down into our project, integrated our project within nature, created a connection to walking trails as a nod, a tipping of the hat to the city saying, we hear you, we see you. Next slide. So in essence, what we created is art, I would like to think. Sculptures within nature, nestled within, assimilating into the hillside, being there without actually being there, creating that very special moment for our clients and its users. Next slide. So I mentioned nature and how important it was, and we use it pretty much for many aspects of our design. We looked at the unrivaled sunsets of San Clemente. We looked at the rolling hills. We looked at the colors of the foliage as it changes through time. And all these colors, the various hues that we see in the sunset, we used all of that as inspiration to define our buildings, our architecture, and our overall project. Next slide. We went as far as to look at the Fibonacci sequence, how nature is inspired. Nature grows, very geometric, very mathematical. This is an existing phenomenon without nature. So using that idea, our connection to San Clemente, our connection to nature, we use little diagrams like this to inform the architecture. So if you could pan down real quick, you could start to see how tracing the Fibonacci sequence, we were able to apply some of these geometric forms into the architecture. Next slide. So lastly, I want to leave you with this. We looked at nature, we looked at San Clemente, We looked at ways to inspire not only ourselves, but also the community. And I think what we achieved here is architectural sculptures inspired by nature within nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes my
Okay,
presentation.
thank you. Any questions of staff or the applicant before we take public comments? Victor, go right ahead.
Of the, I don't know if it's the applicant, but I was struck by, you made a distinction between industrial and sort of business park in terms of concept. Help me understand that. What's the final product going to be? Because up there in that area, it's more industrial business as opposed to a business park.
It is. It really is. So I think what we really wanted to showcase here, what we really wanted to do, one of the main goals of our client is to create a differentiator. This is a light manufacturing potential business park. Mm-hmm. But the reality is we want to do something more to really create a differentiator and differentiate ourselves what the other projects are doing.
What kind of businesses are you hoping to attract? Is there?
Fernando, do you want me to take that?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Rick Lutzke again. So businesses we're looking to attract here are going to be, could be contractors that'll be housing their equipment, where there'll be plumbers, electricians, where they'll go out to service their clients every single day, but this will be their home office. It could be a signage company that could be making signs in the back. There's a portion of this project, it's a CUP for service commercial uses. One of the 11 buildings that would have potentially kids' martial arts studios, gymnastics studio. In that one building, true office uses could be like a physical therapist could be in that building. But the vast majority of the project will be light industrial. The buildings are designed, most of the units are about 2,000 square feet, of which 25% is office, 75% is warehouse. The tenant sizes will range from approximately 2,000 feet up to about 25,000 square feet.
All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark, questions, gentlemen? If not, let's hear from the public if there are no additional questions. Do we have public comments, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. Matt Miller, followed by Dale Lyon, followed by Doug Casey.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm here to represent the Rancho San Clemente Business Park Board Association. I'll be referring a lot to, if you refer to your packets, pages 338 through 425. We're here to voice support for the project, actually, with some clauses. We would like to remind the Council of an event that happened back in 1996, of all times, in which the city allowed the sale of the lots originally to occur without the annexation into the business park. There was city employees involved in this process. They navigated things. We wanted to try to put into the record some documents we found relevant that was we call the handshake deal. This was something my grandfather referenced when we talk about legacy projects. You have a third generation building and actually a fourth generation here in the audience tonight. And with this handshake deal, there was always a clause that said when they went to pull permits, they would join the Rancho San Clemente Business Park Association. So for 30 years, in essence, they have not paid in dues. That share would be roughly $1.7 million now, which is worth well over $5 million if we'd been able to invest that. That money is money that we would have been able to reinvest in the community to make things look nicer, to take care of service things that we have not had as a resource. We now have an ask that they be let to build this project with still not joining the association, but they will still benefit from all of these common areas that we will continue to maintain. Again, you have a city employee who has managed to kind of put this situation together, and we ask you simply to consider it and to make it right. There was a promise originally that he was going to bring his business here. And that's why not only concessions from the business park were made, but concessions from the city. There was all sorts of fees that were negotiated and taken away. And that never happened. That enrichment to the community never happened. And again, we have been bearing the brunt of that cost for 30 years and are simply asking you to kindly make it right. In my opinion, the owner, and this is mostly coming from the documents, and I believe I can speak to my opinion, is a litigious by nature. And because of that, we ask, and again, if you go back in the historic support that we provided you, you'll see that play out. And so we ask you to please consider that and understand why it is essential before the permits are granted, this clause is in place that requires them to be annexed into the association. They are surrounded on all sides by the association, and yet they claim they are not part of us. This makes no sense. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Dale Lyon, followed by Doug Casey, followed by Rob Johnston.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having us here tonight. I am a board member along with Mr. Miller of the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, and we're also a property owner within there. So it's important to us that what we put in our letter to you all and in the exhibits, that you understand that this property has always been part of the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. The master plan, the plans for grading, the site plans, the specific plan talks about this land as being part of the business park. The master association, we have 3 other lots that are undeveloped within the park. They pay dues. They always have paid dues. And they haven't for, as you just heard, for the last 30 years because of something that went on in their negotiations. I think it's important also, the first page of tonight's staff report very clearly says that the 2 vacant lots are within the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. Back in 1996, David Lund at the time was, and these letters are in your packets, you know, he said that, you know, in one of the letters, he says, please be assured that the Rancho San Clemente Business Park Association does not want to be an impediment. We don't. This is actually a pretty good-looking project, and we're proud to have it part of our business park. However, the association has a legal responsibility and a fiduciary obligation to ensure that the business park is properly maintained and operated on a manner that protects the considerable investment that has been made by all of its property owners. I want to point out, there's roughly 147 members of the association. The city of San Clemente is one of those. This building is in the business park. And you have 2 properties here that you pay dues on. Later in the letter, it is in the spirit of fair play and equitable treatment that the city would find it difficult to justify exempting your property, or for that matter, any other person's property from the association membership. Again, that's from David Lund. So again, we ask you to seriously consider a condition of approval where they are mandated to join the business park because they should. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Doug Casey, followed by Rob Johnston, followed by Steve Del Garcio.
I'm Doug Casey, and I also sit on the board, own property up in the business park. Just most of what I was going to say has already been covered, but very briefly, received a letter from Mr. Majour's lawyer stating that they did not feel that the city council was the appropriate format to deal with this, and they thought it was a court issue. Well, that's interesting because all of the original deals were made with the city. And at that time, it was quite appropriate, or he felt it was appropriate to deal with the city, but now that he is unhappy with the results, he wants to go to court. So anyway, that's the only thing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Rob Johnston, followed by Steve Del Garcio, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Rob Johnston. My firm, Johnston Pacific, will be the exclusive leasing agents for the Luminar Business Park. I can unequivocally say in the past 34 years in the business park, we have never encountered such an exciting new project than Luminar. When complete, the Luminar Business Park will provide amenities which was never before seen in all of South Orange County, and building features that are not offered to any other business community in South County, because it's been 27 years since a project of this type has been built in South Orange County. So consider you haven't owned a car for 27 years, you bought a new car, there's a lot of new things that are going to happen. And so that's why we're absolutely thrilled. We feel this is a exciting milestone for the business community and the city of San Clemente and its citizens, which will allow it to continue to grow, and Johnston Pacific is honored to be an integral part of it. I would like to thank Adam, Andy, Jonathan, and David for all their help and cooperation during the past 9 months in working with Will Malcolm and Johnston Pacific, designing this project and getting it to this point. And we are tremendously excited to take the next step, which hopefully begins tomorrow. So with that, I appreciate your time and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Steve Del Gurcio, followed by Amanda Quintanilla. Steve.
Good evening, Council. I'm Steve Del Gurcio. I'm Mr. Majour's real estate counsel, and I would like to respond to some of the comments. I also sent you a letter, but I will hit the high points here. While we appreciate the association's perspective and comments and their right to comment in this forum, I think they're conflating two issues. One is private land use rights, and one is the public land use entitlement process. And we have gone back and we've looked at the documentation and what establishes the private land use rights and what establishes whether this property is subject to having to join the association. And simply put, it's a matter of the recorded CC&Rs. And the recorded CC&Rs do not, first of all, we're not a part of the association. There is a process which we could have been a part of the association. It was an annexation process, and it was a process that the original master developer had the ability to do. It had a very large tract of land. For whatever reason, the master developer did not annex this property, and was sold to my client free of that. And so it is really, this question before that they're bringing up is really a private matter. It's a private land use matter, and it should be resolved as between the parties in the proper venue, and this is not the proper venue for that. We have our own set of CC&Rs. We'll assume responsibility for the property that we own and maintaining that. We have gone through a process with the city to design it. We don't want to be subjected to a whole design process through the association. We have our own sign plan. We don't need some other association to tell us what the signage is or to tell us how to run and maintain our property. And it's that simple. So appreciate your consideration on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Amanda Quintanilla.
I wasn't prepared to speak tonight regarding this. And I'm glad that the Amazon plans were mentioned, because when the plans for Amazon were proposed, it was over 6,000 people signed the petition against that project because due to the size, due to sound, light, and traffic concerns, and that was the main issues there. I attended the design review subcommittee meeting regarding the Luminar Business Park, and one of the concerns at the time was the amount of trees being planted there. And from talking to someone who fought the toll road with me, toll road and Amazon, she had mentioned to me that Amazon had a lot more trees proposed, and the excuse from this developer was that there was some geotechnical problems with the land and some water irrigation problems, but that was never raised during the Amazon proposals or plans, so I was really surprised about that. I was not able to attend the Planning Commission meeting regarding this plan, but I had to speak up because I hope that there was more trees planted. As a San Clemente resident of over 5 decades, I think it's really important to be here. And when listening to another longtime resident, they mentioned regarding I guess being part of that, the association, and I do recall hearing something about that during the Amazon fight. So I just wanted to bring that up because it was brought up at one point or another, and it's basically being brought up again. So I think it would be wise to look into that. So this is a little bit off topic. No, as actually going back to being a San Clemente resident for a long time, the sales pitch, we're really a beach community. However, we are a village by the sea. And as that, going to develop this big, huge structures, takes away, is kind of like totally the opposite of who we are or how San Clemente used to be. Also, as I live at by Mackbrook Park, and this is off topic, but I do hear the speedway at the outlets on Saturday mornings.
Stick to the
It's
item
very
before the
loud.
council,
Thank
please.
you.
Thank you, Amanda. Any other public speakers?
No.
Did the applicant wish to respond to any of the comments that were made by the public? The applicant or his counsel, if he's, or their representative? Mr. Lutsky, did you wish to respond to anything that's been said in the public comments before we close the public hearing?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes,
This
go
is
right
Rick
ahead, sir.
Lutsky. Thank you. Just that we have seriously looked into the association and heard their comments, heard their concerns. Our property is subject to its own set of CC&Rs, which were established and coordinated with city staff through the planning process. So having a subject to a whole nother set of CC&Rs is redundant. And we do want to state that while we understand the association's concerns, we're not open to joining the association, but we are open to having discussions with them because there are benefits that are accruing to this property. And we're open to having discussions with them about fair and equitable reimbursement to the association for costs that they might be incurring on our behalf.
Okay, does that conclude your comments, Mr. Lutsky?
It does, thank you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. I think, unless there are any specific questions for staff, we'll close the public hearing. Rick, did you have a question for staff?
A question.
Okay, Rick, go ahead first.
Okay, for Jonathan and David, so I'm familiar with the business park up there, and I assume there's like a sewer line going down the middle of the street there or something. So let's say, we have this big project and certainly going to be a strain on the sewer, and out in the street, there's a problem. Who is responsible for that sewer line in the middle of the street at this point?
The city would be in the middle of the street.
So it's our city, so the HOA doesn't have any.
Correct, yeah. So as a part of the DMT process, there are discussions about, where the private connection leads into the public connection. By the street location, that would be a city maintained.
Okay.
Mark, did you have a question?
Yeah, the applicant mentioned reimbursement to the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, but that's a promise. Is there any way, as a condition of approval, to stipulate that there would be actual reimbursement to the Rancho San Clemente Business Park? Is there a legal way to do that?
So any legal condition of approval would have to have a rational nexus that the project is causing on a public impact, and then the condition would have to be rationally related and reasonably proportionate to that impact. So what you would want to do is identify an impact to the public as a whole. You're asking about an impact to private property, so that's not typically within what a city would do.
No, thank you for that answer. Yeah.
Victor, do you have any questions?
I just wondered whether the city was part of those discussions about reimbursement or negotiations, or was that just between the parties?
I did review the same information that was provided to the council and was connected to the staff report. The city clearly was in discussion. There's letters to that effect, acknowledgement by both city staff. Again, this was 30 years ago, so I can't speak directly to what the context of that was. What I did do was also look at records as to whether there were planning commission or council actions within that window of time that were connected. I don't see that there were within the record. So I have limited information about what those discussions entailed at that time.
And those are that packet that was distributed?
Correct.
Okay. That's the only question I have.
Mr. Wu, do you have
I
a
have
question?
no question. I'm ready to make some
Well,
comments.
this is an interesting issue. To me, it brings me back to the first year in law school where we're dealing with the real property and the CC&Rs not being the burden to property that's not joined into the CC&Rs. That raises issues of the statute of frauds, and then it gets to the equitable issues of quasi-contract and unjust enrichment and contribution, which apparently the applicant is willing to discuss. But I think at this point, clearly the property is not burdened by the CC&Rs. There is value there. The applicants indicated that they'd like to address them, willing to address them. I don't think that's an impediment to what we're doing, and I don't think we should impose upon private parties the burden of doing what they haven't done over the last 30-plus years. So I'm ready to close the public hearing unless you all have any questions of staff or the applicant. Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and open the matter for discussion.
I just have one quick thing, and this is for Stephen is here, and actually Rick is, actually the city is a member of that HOA because we own 2 buildings there and the city pays, well, the taxpayers pay dues. And I hope you come to an agreement because the issue is if, let's say they just say we're not part of this, we're not going to pay, we'll water our grass, but we won't participate. If they did participate, our dues would be lowered, which means the taxpayers would be paying less money if everybody participated up there. There's been made aware there's 2 empty lots now. Those people have been paying into the HOA. Now, I understand there's no legal responsibility. I can't believe we're doing handshake agreements in 1996. I thought they were talking about 1896. But, entitlements and wanting to get that business park and get people in there, I'm sure back the city wanted to get people in there. The business park wanted to too, so it is what it is. So appreciate the past history, but going forward, I hope you can come to an agreement to share your maintenance costs and whatever there, so the other members, including the city and our taxpayers, aren't overburdened by that. And that's just a comment. I know it's not a condition of approval. That's just a comment.
Any other comments or motions?
Yes,
Comments, Victor? I'm sorry.
Comments, yeah. Yeah, I would agree. I don't think there's a legal obligation to move forward, but I guess it would be being a good neighbor to at least have a discussion with the association to see if you can come to some terms on how you move forward. In my view, it's obviously not related at all to approving this. I think they're separate issues. But being a good neighbor is always a good thing. So I would encourage you to meet, discuss, negotiate in good faith, and see if you can come to some terms on that.
And there are legal theories that can be employed, unjust enrichment, equitable issues of quasi-contract, prior agreements. There are other issues that can be employed. They're not, and I agree with you. It's not part of our hearing this evening. But Mark, did you have a comment before?
I concur with everything that's being said, and it's not part of this issue right now on that, what you were mentioning. I will say, going back to the, was it 1996 agreement, though, just going forward as a city and as a council, that is not a way to do business. And now we know why that is not a way to do business, because it's going to be something 10, 15, 20, 30 years down the line. And so just an encouragement to all of our council now and in the future, and to all of our staff now and in the future, that we need to be doing things openly and correctly and, by the book.
Good comment. Mr. Wu, did you have a comment?
Yes, I'm very pleased to see this project. The pattern fits the context very well. The architecture is stylish. It stays under the height limit, stays lower than the ridge line, so it doesn't affect the experience for the people on the trail. The massing are broken into smaller pieces. There isn't a massive and overwhelming structure like the previous proposal from the large company. It's designed with the nature, it's designed with the context, so I will support this project. As far as the relationship between the applicant and the business association, I agree with the applicant's counsel that the city council is not a proper venue, and private business has the freedom to associate, and that's a civil matter, and we'll have to leave it to them. And also the city clerk's, city attorney's opinion that we cannot establish a nexus from any negative impact from this project to any condition regarding that as joining the association. So with that, I'm ready to make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
To adopt a resolution conditionally approving a development permit of 25-224, conditional use permit of 25-223, discretionary sign permit of 25-263, and a tentative tract map 25-225 to allow the construction of a new light industrial business park complex at 1,000 Calle Cordillera with 11 new buildings on vacant land, in conjunction with a master sign program, a land and a condominium subdivision for individual ownership of each building/suite, and a partial abandonment of a 30-foot easement for public access, public utility, and storm drain purposes, and making findings under the California Environmental Quality Act.
And that includes all the conditions, Resolution 25-138, correct?
That's correct.
A second.
Motion's made and second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you all. Next item.
Can we
Pardon me?
take 5
We'll
minutes?
let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 20 minutes after 9. Hurry. The council is now back in session. We're on item 8D, as in David, continued public hearing regarding the failure of Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association to enforce certain covenants, conditions, and restrictions. So this is a public hearing, correct, Madam City Attorney? Let's open the public hearing then. Let's hear from the staff report. Staff, what do you have for us?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Matamian, Community Development Director. This item before you is a continued public hearing regarding the failure of Broadmoor San Clemente Community Association to enforce certain CC&Rs. This item was first held as a public hearing on November 19th, 2024. It was continued at that time. The next continued public hearing meeting was on March 18th, 2025. The continued public hearing occurred at that date and resulted in the City Council determining that the Broadmoor Association had initiated enforcement of its CC&Rs and continued the public hearing to this date, September 16th, 2025, to allow the Broadmoor Association's process to continue according to their specified timelines, and directed the Broadmoor Association to abate the height violations prima facie, not subject to a determination that the Felicidad homeowners' views are obstructed. After the March 18th, 2025 City Council meeting, staff received updates from the Broadmoor Association's legal representatives on the progress of their enforcement actions to address the complaints submitted by Felicidad residents. According to the Broadmoor Association's legal counsel, the association has received 11 complaints about overgrown trees on 9 properties, including a Broadmoor Association common area. The staff report does include the status of those complained about properties with pictures of the current state of those properties. The information that's provided in that section of the report is as reported by the HOA, which indicates that four property owners have complied with the Broadmoor Association's enforcement actions, with 2 more pending following fines being issued recently, and the Broadmoor Association proceeding towards enforcement through their informal dispute resolution process on 2 others. The remaining property, as reported by the association, is the Broadmoor Association's property, which they reported as abated of overheight trees. At this time, as evidenced in public comments received at previous council meetings, it is clear that the Felicidad homeowners continue requesting city assistance in requiring enforcement of the CC&Rs. The council does have a few options which are included in the staff report as far as next steps. The staff is recommending that the City Council open this public hearing, receive public testimony and comment, close the public hearing, and determine that the Broadmoor Association has continued enforcement of its CC&Rs, and continue the public hearing to a date certain, that being January 20th, 2026, to allow the Broadmoor Association's process to continue according to their specified timelines. And this request for an additional 4 months was a request that was received by the association. Staff is available to answer any questions or talk about the other options that council has at this time.
Okay, the public hearing has been open, so we are in the middle of that. Thank you for your presentation. And any comments or questions of staff before we hear from the public? Hearing none, let's you have some public comments?
Yes, we do.
Madam
I will
Clerk?
call the first several speakers. Charlene Marlowe, followed by Matthew Marlowe, followed by Maureen Wilson, followed by Reva Buck.
Do we not, Broadmoor doesn't get an opportunity to speak first?
Well, this is relating to your association.
No, this is their public comment. They get 3 minutes. It's not an application, and it's not an application.
All right, well, let's hear from the public then. Good question, thank you. Well, you'll have an opportunity to speak for sure.
Hi, I'm Charlene Marlowe. I own 2 homes in the Broadmoor Association. They've refused to enforce the CC&Rs and defer the responsibility to the homeowners. They say my complaints are a civil dispute and should be handled on a homeowner-to-homeowner basis. I've attached 14 examples of my request for CC&R enforcement that Broadmoor chooses to neglect, all within 4 houses of mine. I'm here tonight requesting the city assume the responsibility of tree height enforcement for Broadmoor under CC&R's Article 12, Powers of the City of San Clemente. Broadmoor infers they do not have an obligation to enforce tree height limitations of 17 to 20 feet unless the trees are blocking views. The CC&Rs do not contain any conditions for tree height enforcement. There's no mention of view blockage, and Broadmoor has not provided me any amendments to the CC&Rs. These trees will continue to grow, block additional views, become more of a fire hazard, and diminish property values. The CC&Rs state that the terms are binding upon all owners, the association, and its members, and yet they refuse to uphold enforcement while collecting monthly dues. San Clemente Code Enforcement issued multiple citations to one homeowner, which confirmed my complaints were legitimate and beyond a mere civil matter as described by Broadmoor. Broadmoor's non-enforcement of the CC&Rs put my home and family at risk, along with risking my homeowner's insurance. Some may agree it's negligence. Please flip to the next page in the packets that I provided you. Do you guys have your packets? Okay, great. All right. So, page 1. The trees are 30 feet tall, not set back from the property line, not maintained, obstruct views, and are a fire hazard. The CC&Rs require no tree to exceed 17 to 20 feet. Next page. These trees exceed 17 feet are a major fire hazard. CC&Rs, all landscaping to be neatly trimmed and maintained. Next page. These trees exceed 17 feet. Next page, photo 4. Trees are 30 to 40 feet in the view zone, easement area, and block views. Bamboo is a mass planting, considered a living wall and a nuisance. Architectural guidelines say fences and walls not to exceed 6 feet. Next page. Site plan of view zone. The view zone is a 45-degree triangle halfway back from the top of the slope to the wall of the house. It's not being enforced by the homeowners association. Next page, photo 6. The HOA infers,
Thank you,
okay.
ma'am. Thank you. We have your materials. Thank you. Next
My name is
speaker.
Matthew Marlowe. I'm the next speaker. I will continue with her page.
Go ahead.
So photo 6, the HOA infers that view blockage is a necessary component for height enforcement. However, the CC&Rs do not contain any verbiage on the selective enforcement for height restrictions. Broadmoor has responded relating to this specific photo that's represented, and they say that it appears that the only element obscured are other homes and Verde Park, which they do not consider part of the view. However, real estate agents would disagree. Next page, photo 7. Trees exceed 30 feet. They're not set back from the property line, and they're not maintained, which results in a fire hazard. Moving on to the next page as well, photo 8. Trees are exceeding 17 feet high, and the HOA is refusing to enforce the relating rules. Page 9. Trees are now 17 feet high on that photo, and they will continue to grow and block more views as they continue to do so. The HOA has refused to enforce the 17 height foot restrictions here as well. Photo 10, these trees are 45 feet tall. They're planted in the protected view zone as well as the easement area. They're too close to our property line and are diseased as well as a fire hazard. The Broadmoor stated that there's no evidence of disease and the trees look healthy. It's not a view obstruction in this instance. We've had the city come out, and the city has written up for code enforcement relating to this contagious disease tree, which is now on photo 11, excuse me. There's been 5 trees that have died behind our home, which are city trees at Verde Park. Which I do not think is unrelated. Photo 12, bamboo is 50 feet tall. It's a mass planting and considered a living wall as well as a nuisance. It's in the easement area, 5 feet from the structure of our home, and is a major fire hazard. It has an expanding root system, can damage nearby foundations, and should not be planted near any structures. Moving on to the next photo, photo 13. Bamboo is a major fire hazard. Just want to point that one out again. Photo 14, next page. These tree heights exceed 17 feet to 20 feet, and HOA is refusing to enforce. The remainder of this document includes HOA responses relating CC&Rs, architectural and planting guidelines for your review. Thank you.
Next speaker?
Yeah, I'm just a little bit confused about this. Unrelated to the subject.
Well, it relates to the overall issue generally, so that's why I didn't interrupt him. It describes the entire involvement in the community, and I thought it was relevant just to our understanding by way of background.
Well,
So,
I just want to make sure I'm not confused about it.
Maureen Wilson,
Could we-
followed by Reva Buck, followed by John Coretti.
Hello, my name is Maureen Wilson. I'd like to thank the City Council for your work here in our community. I'm dismayed with the Broadmoor Association that they allow trees to grow beyond the 17 to 20-foot limitations when they've agreed to tree height limitations as a condition to obtain building permits. I believe the association practices selective enforcement of the CC&Rs, or rather little to no enforcement. While there are many homes that adhere to the tree height limitations, it is unfair for the rules to be selectively enforced. Thus, I support the City of San Clemente assuming tree height enforcement responsibilities for homes in the Broadmoor Association to keep tree heights under control. I believe excessive tree heights increase fire and hazard risks to our community, and smaller trees help conserve water. If Broadmoor enforced their own CC&Rs, these discussions would be unnecessary. Should the city assume tree height enforcement, an assessment would be made to all homeowners in Broadmoor. While an assessment does not seem fair to homeowners who abide by the rules, it is essentially a punishment for the association's own negligence. I do not understand how the Broadmoor Association can receive monthly dues and have a property management company to enforce their CC&Rs, and yet they refuse to enforce their own CC&Rs. The CC&R should be binding on all homeowners, and the association. I feel the City of San Clemente would be more effective in enforcing efforts than the association, since the association has demonstrated they will not enforce their own rules and their agreements are worthless. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Reva Buck, followed by John Coretti, followed by Paul Lefcourt. Good evening. The integrity of a city's condition of approval hinges on one thing: enforcement. After 15 months of delay, including 2 continuances totaling 10 months, not 6 per the staff report, only 9 of 42 violations have been abated across 4 private properties. The report further misleads with the photo of 203 Delegate cropping out 2 violations, and 207 was deemed in compliance despite a clear violation. Neither 207 or 325 are noted on the enforcement map. Violations on 2 additional properties remain unreported by Felicidad and unaddressed by Broadmoor. And these and other deceptions reveal Broadmoor's lack of credibility. At the Council's direction in March, Felicidad endured Broadmoor's punitive and abusive processes for over 6 months, only to see a token effort to placate the Council and create the illusion their process works well if only they had more time. The Council may still hope Broadmoor will clear the 33 remaining violations, but there's no basis for confidence. Staff has already acknowledged that IDR and ADR are not required to proceed with enforcement, and Broadmoor's own counsel concedes this can drag on for years.
Importantly, both the HOA and the city have the authority to enter private properties and remove violations. So why isn't enforcement complete? How does that reconcile with the council's March 18th directive to abate violations expeditiously, on their face and without Broadmoor's subjective assessment? Approval for Broadmoor's development was contingent on Felicidad's land concessions, and we should never have been shackled by its internal rules or bullied by their subjective tactics. To delay city enforcement any longer, or to demand more from Felicidad, signals that the city is not committed to upholding their own conditions of approval on any project. Imposing the burden of enforcement onto Felicidad is unconscionable. Allowing threats of litigation to dictate which regulations the city enforces and on whom undermines every approval and condition the city makes, and that should concern every San Clemente resident. Broadmoor's betrayal and Delicata's refusal to comply comes as no surprise to Felicidad. But what is shocking is that Felicidad is still here begging the city to enforce its own conditions of approval. Please uphold the integrity of city regulations, assume enforcement tonight, and immediately abate every remaining violation on Delicata. Thank you.
Next speaker.
John Coretti, followed by Paul Lefcourt, followed by Linda Williams.
My name is John Coretti. My wife, Kitty, and I are longtime homeowners on Calle Felicidad, just above Broadmoor. Though we acknowledge those who addressed the height violations in the last 6 months, the matter is incomplete, and we're here to ask the council to enforce the CC&Rs. Here are a few thoughts. Since last November, it has been well documented that an agreement was reached nearly 50 years ago between Felicidad homeowners, Broadmoor, and the city, enabling Calle Delicata to exist and resulted in 2 elements in Broadmoor CC&Rs with nexus to Felicidad homeowners. The issue for we Felicidad homeowners is one of a specific and unique nature yielding from that agreement. To those who would say this establishes a new precedent, I firmly disagree. Rather, it reestablishes a principle that we follow our agreements. In this case, one of a specific height restriction on Delicata, with a reminder that height restrictions exist in all other areas of Broadmoor. In a previous council meeting, it was mentioned that it would be great if the parties could get along like neighbors. I acknowledge that sentiment. I have fond memories of Frank and Mary Ann Dreher, both World War II aviators, now deceased, who live just down the street. Of Jay and Carol Rice, still very lively. He, the Marine and CHP officer, and Carol, who lovingly looked after our cat Gato. Down our hill across the street on Delicata, I think fondly of Pat, who introduced me to the wonders of the monarch butterfly. But I think we confuse matters because it's the fabric of our agreements in living in these structures that enables good neighboring to flourish. At one council meeting, I pointed out that one other element in the CC&Rs with nexus to Felicidad was Broadmoor's responsibility for landscape maintenance in the city's right-of-way at the bottom of our slope. Yet another comment mentioned that we Felicidad homeowners have no standing with Broadmoor as we're not part of that association. But if we don't have responsive and meaningful interaction with Broadmoor, we have no other choice than to go to the city. We 3 parties are intertwined, and achieving some level of harmony requires restoration of the agreement, all of it. Until this happens, the root cause that got us here will remain. Once the height issues are addressed, we can better achieve a long-term good neighbor end state. The city has the authority and responsibility to do this, keeping in mind the desired long-term end state for everyone is to simply do what they're supposed to do and get beyond enforcement. We are concerned that a delay will yield yet another continual delay for something that has festered far too long, or transference of that responsibility to Felicidad homeowners will merely perpetuate the problem. We ask the council to lead on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Paul Lefcourt, followed by Linda Williams, followed by Angelo Garuba.
Good evening. My name is Paul Lefcourt, Felicidad homeowner. It's my 5th time speaking before the City Council regarding Delicata 17-foot tree height limit. By now, the record is undeniable. This was a binding city condition of approval, It is the quid pro quo for Felicidad's concessions, and it's been violated on a large scale. What remains in question is not the facts, but the city's response. 15 months after his demand letter was issued and ignored, Broadmoor remains in defiance. Broadmoor has chosen delay, defiance, and threats of litigation instead of compliance. To date, only 9 of 42 violations have been abated across 4 properties. Thank you to the Delegate homes that did abate these trees, but the issue before you today is bigger than tree heights. It's about whether the city's conditions of approval mean anything at all. The council declines to enforce. It tells every developer, every HOA, and every resident that agreements with the city are optional, that violations carry no consequences. That precedent will outlast us all. Felicity kept its promises in good faith. Broadmoor has betrayed that agreement. To allow their defiance to stand would reward the violator and punish the neighbor who complied. That undermines the rule of law and integrity of city governance. Further, the City Council endorsed and formalized concessions of land, slope, and sidewalk waiver that allowed Delegate homes to be built. For the council to now consider shifting its enforcement duty onto Felicidad homeowners, if that's even legally enforceable, is indefensible. It appears to punish the Felicidad for acting in good faith so the city can avoid acting directly. As Felicidad has always given enough, as Felicidad has already given enough, it feels unfair to ask Felicidad homeowners to be the enforcer at our cost and risk for rules Broadmoor is obligated to follow under the city's condition of approval. Please send a clear message that city regulations are not negotiable and that no HOA can bully its way out of compliance. Do the right thing and please abate the remaining violations on Delegate. Thank you for your service, your time, and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Linda Williams, followed by Angelo Garuba, followed by John McCauley.
I'm here on the behalf of Broadmoor HOA to provide you with an update of the ongoing tree height complaints from a group of Calle Felicidad residents and the Broadmoor HOA's action in addressing those complaints. Since our last time here, we have extended our enforcement process to non-members of the Calle Felicidad residents as if they were dues-paying members. Since then, we have received, this is the most up-to-date information, by the way. It's more up-to-date than your staff report. We have received 12 complaints against 8 Broadmoor properties, conducted 12 inspections, and sent 8 letters and held 11 hearings. 4 residents have removed or trimmed their trees. The HOA has trimmed our street trees along Delegate outside of our regular annual trimming. Normally, we don't trim during nesting season. We try and respect the nature. But we did it. Additionally, Broadmoor residents who were involved in a lawsuit regarding tree heights have agreed to comply. Additionally, the other resident that we consider did not have a view blockage, he has also agreed to comply. The information I'm sharing this evening is the most current and illustrates additional compliance beyond what was referenced in the staff report. This process takes time. By law, homeowners are given notice, 30 days to respond, a hearing, opportunities for internal dispute resolution, alternative dispute resolutions before legal action. We are a volunteer board. We meet once a month. We do the best that we can. We're unpaid. We have sleepless nights because of these issues. I'm just saying. Fines have been assessed. The presidents, the Felicidad residents who've been spoken to you over the last several months over and over again telling you we haven't done nothing, they're not in our meetings. They do not know what's going on. Several trees have been, it's not our obligation to tell you, several trees have been removed or trimmed. Others are working through the process. This is how an HOA functions, carefully, fairly, and legally. We are doing our part, we are complying, and are following the same process that dues-paying members receive for view obstructions. We are good neighbors. We protect the property rights of our members while fulfilling our fiduciary and fiscal responsibility to our community. This hearing is not about views, because there is no view protection in the city of San Clemente, which I heard tonight. I heard that. So this hearing's not about that. It's not about the 17-foot. It's not about views. It's about whether or not Broadmoor is fulfilling its duties as per our CC&Rs. That's what this hearing is about, and we are enforcing our CC&Rs. Yes, it took some prodding because there's some disagreements about whether or not that's appropriate, but we ask you to let us finish doing our process and not continue to call us into public hearings. Allow us to do our job.
Thank you.
Angelo Garuba, followed by John McCauley, followed by Mary Ann McCauley, followed by Paul Buck.
Can we actually see the clock? Because she didn't get to see it. That's why she ran out of time.
She went actually over time, but it should be on your screen there.
She was doing a presentation, so it showed up in front of her
Okay,
screen.
fine.
You'll be able to see it.
Okay. Well, my name is Angelo Garuba. My wife and I own a home and reside within Broadmoor. I am also the author of the communication that I understand this board discussed in at least 2 closed sessions. The reason that I sent it to you is because you can't make this idea in 3 minutes. 3 minutes is just not enough time to explain our position. It's disappointing that we didn't receive any response. I heard you respond to emails. I never got a response. No acknowledgement, no rebuttal, no defense of your actions, no explanation of how your actions comply with the law. We didn't ask you to bulldoze anybody's landscape. We didn't ask you to put liens on anybody's homes. All we requested you to do is to follow the law. And sincerely, I believe that you have not. I believe you're violating the law knowingly and intentionally. We are also disappointed with the HOA. That's a very nice lady. I feel sorry for her. But the HOA candidly admits that they agree with me in my legal position, and they're only taking the action that they're taking because they have been intimidated by this city council, unlawfully intimidated by this city council. Last week, this weekend, we went to Moon Nursery to get an estimate for the cost of altering our landscape. It was shocking. One mature olive tree is $20,000. Removal of a palm tree, including the ball, $2,500 per tree. We love our home. We plan to stay there for life. I considered litigation against the city. Research, consultation, statutes, and case law make me believe that we would have a very strong case. However, my wife is so emotionally devastated by everything we've endured here so far, she just wants to rip the trees out, sell the house, and move out of this city. I was told that you referred to the fines and the tree removals as progress. I wouldn't call it progress. I would call it something else. And with a little more time, I would tell you that the people that spoke today from Felicidad, they probably believe what they said. This covenant that you talk about that happened 40 years ago, we established in court that it does not legally exist. It was established in court in Garuba versus Buck. It does not exist. As far as Article 12 of the CC&Rs, Davis Sterling, 1985, removes your authority to intercede in those CC&Rs with regard to tree height. I know it, you know it, I don't understand why you're doing what you're doing, and if views are not protected, why are we even here?
Next speaker.
John McCauley, followed by Mary Ann McCauley, followed by Paul Buck.
Good evening, City Council. I heard 3 of you gentlemen say that the city does not protect private views this evening. My name is John McCauley, and my wife and I have been residents of Calle Delicata for 29 years. We live in a beautiful block of long-term residents and very friendly neighbors, neighbors that crafted a mosaic of landscapes which include a California legendary, iconic visual landmark, the palm tree. There's thousands of palm trees in San Clemente, many common palms, queens and kings, some rare, beautiful, like Bismarckian nobles, Alexanders, and flamethrowers. All beautiful, all deserving to thrive while protected by the universal California law, the Davis-Sterling Act of 1985. This law is universal and binding to all common interest homeowners associations in the state of California. The laws put forth in the Davis-Sterling Act are very specific. There are two very definitive laws in Davis-Sterling regarding trees, and non-members outside of the membership of the association benefit by using the association's CC&Rs against the legitimate members of the association. This is exactly what the peevish and overreaching residents of Felicidad are trying to do. First and foremost, this issue has already been formally and legally litigated in the Superior Court of Orange County in 2024. The Superior Court of Orange County, which San Clemente lies in, last time I checked, ruled that the residents of the 200 block of Delegate prevailed in a lawsuit against a Felicidad resident. The plaintiff was ruled to have no standing. The two statutes within the California Davis-Sterling are as follows: a clear framework for the governance of common interest developments. In California, Davis-Sterling states nowhere in the statute is a municipality granted authority to direct or influence an HOA in enforcement of the CC&Rs, in particular where the city has no code or ordinance against tree height. No city municipal ordinance exists regulating tree heights, and most importantly, that enforcement benefits non-members. Repeat, non-members, to enforce that. My clock still says 22. Quoting Davis-Sterling directly, the city cannot force an HOA to abide by such restrictions if the city itself has no tree height ordinances and the enforcement is solely to benefit non-members of the Broadmoor Association. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Marianne McCauley, followed by Paul Buck, followed by Shannon O'Toole.
Hi, these last two basically said what I was going to say, but first I'd like to ask, what are the damages? I mean, who is really being damaged by these trees? No one's view is completely blocked. They're higher than us. You got a whole horizon right there. And people on Felicidad have built two-story houses that have completely blocked their upslope neighbors. So I say, if you're looking at a palm tree and you don't like it, you can do this. You can move over a step, because a palm tree is not offending anybody and it's not ruining anybody's value. So I don't see what the damages are. I also don't see why the city council has decided to become involved in a private matter when you've said over and over the city does not protect private views. Why are you willing to, I've heard, pony up $250,000 of taxpayer money, potentially gamble that to take on an association when there's bound to be a lot better things that you can do with your time. And like I said, it's not harming anybody. Why would you take the time to benefit non-HOA members, a handful of non-HOA members on a small street in a city of 63,000 people? Why are you taking the time and the effort and the money to do this? It makes no sense to me. It smells really bad. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paul Buck, followed by Shannon O'Toole, followed by Eric Furman.
Good evening, council members. I'm going to try and be very quick. I'll scrap my speech because much of it has already been said. However, I would just like to remind you, at the November 2024 meeting, council members unanimously agreed at that time, I know Mr. Wu wasn't there, agreed that Broadmoor had failed to enforce its 17-foot height restriction. And I think Mr. M. Meyer had noted that it was the restrictions had been applied selectively. Broadmoor had, at that point, and I was very happy to hear tonight, that they no longer frame this thing as a view issue. I think the council had correctly noted that this is a 17-foot or it's a tree height issue. If a tree extends above the roof line on Delegate, effectively it's out of compliance. Broadmoor is also credited for taking action. In reality, this has been a 15-month process since the city's demand for compliance. Broadmoor has not dealt with the most defiant homeowners at this point. The council, I hope, will bring this thing to a very timely conclusion. Don't allow Broadmoor to drag this out, and don't cower to threats of litigation. The city should be enforcing its own conditions of approval. We spent all night so far talking about conditions of approval. This doesn't really have anything to do with CC&Rs or views. It has everything to do with conditions of approval and tree height. The conditions of approval are also written into the CC&Rs, and that was a specific request at the time, 50 years ago, that the city, the Felicidad homeowners, and accepted by the developer, that the conditions of approval would be included in the CC&Rs. And then Article 8, 10, and 12 clearly grant the city enforcement rights and access. So it's not a CC&R dispute. It's a condition of approval. It's tied to the Delegate Tract itself, negotiated 50 years ago. Additionally, I just would like to point out one thing on the draft resolution. It has something like 14 whereas clauses. However, it does not acknowledge within all those clauses the concessions Felicidad made in return for the 17-foot height limit on the houses and the landscaping. So there should be an amendment for that. And finally, shifting enforcement to individual Felicidad homeowners is a terrible idea, and it should be avoided. Rules and regulations mean nothing if those charged with enforcement are unwilling to uphold them.
Thank you, sir.
Failure to act invites further conflict and disorder. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shannon O'Toole, followed by Eric Furman.
Hello, Council. I'm Shannon O'Toole, previous Director at the United States Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD Division, of Single Family Fraud and also FHA. CC&Rs are important. They run with the land. They're a legal document. They're recorded. They're for a reason. They're to ensure that the property you bought is going to stay good for the neighborhood, good for the community. You guys want to ensure this. Otherwise, you could find houses that have, say a movie studio taking pictures in the swimming pool you would not want your mother or children to see. You could have a auto repair shop on your street with cars lined up and down. You could have an animal rescue right next door to you, and it could have cows and horses and pigs and donkeys and ducks. We did find ducks too. These are the things that can happen if you do not support and defend your CC&Rs. It's for the whole community. It's for San Clemente. We're all here because we want to have a certain kind of community. So think about that when you're making a decision tonight. CC&Rs, again, are a legal document, whether it's for tree heights or it's for how many cats and dogs you can have. You really want to think about this seriously. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Furman.
Thank you. I'm also a Felicidad resident. Thank you for the time tonight. It's been a long night. I've heard a lot. It's been a fascinating meeting, actually, throughout the night. Kind of hearing so much about CC&Rs and conditions of approval and agreements and handshakes and you know, when you were talking about, obviously, we should make sure we don't have any handshake deals anymore. I don't know if it necessarily benefits having going by the book, because that's exactly what's happened here. There's been 2 years of negotiation behind the terms that were agreed to by all parties, which included the city, included the residents of Felicidad, and it included the developer, by default, Delegate, in order for it to be in existence. That, you know, Felicidad surrendered land in agreeing to allow the developer to recontour the slope. The city waived the requirement for a sidewalk, and Felicidad had entered the 17-foot height restriction in their CC&Rs. Obviously, that's been the battle. We're here. It was 10 years prior to getting to this point of the last year and a half that you guys have obviously had to deal with it, with not much progress. And, I'm grateful for the progress that's been made in the year and a half that it has been under your watch. I hope, and it was encouraging to kind of hear some of the other activity that might sound a little bit more promising. But I'll reiterate what I said at the last meeting. This is really one party out of three that is not abiding by their term. And it would be the equivalent of the residents of Felicidad recontouring the slope and going back to the original slope prior to the agreement. Or the city deciding, you know what, we're going to now require a sidewalk to be put in. And as I said at the last meeting, that would basically turn Delegate into a single lane, no parking, one-way street. And I'm sure they'd be bummed and disappointed that the other two parties were just now deciding that they weren't going to abide by the terms that were agreed to. So like I said, it's promising to hear that things are moving positively. I hope that once all this comes out in the spin dry and gets sorted out however it is, that there's going to be some sort of guideline to prevent this from continuing to come back. That it's like, hey, we're deciding to enforce it. Our residents on Delegate are enforcing it, and we won't breach that 17-foot mark. That doesn't become, and there's no discussion of you at that point, because they're abiding by what they agreed to or what the developer agreed to at the time. So I thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. That was our final. Okay. Gentlemen, do we want to close the public hearing, or did you want to hear from Broadmoor, any of the Broadmoor representatives? Okay.
I'm fine. with
Okay,
it.
let's close the public hearing then.
Well,
Any questions of staff?
I do have
We'll leave the
questions of
public hearing
staff.
then, and let's ask questions,
Yeah.
staff some questions.
I heard some comments about the fact that the city has no stand, I think it was the city has no standing in this, or that this was litigated previously, and the homeowners and the city had lost and have no standing. Have you done any work on that issue, or?
I do have an answer for that, Councilman. So this is reading from the actual ruling from the court in Buck v. Garuba. I think this is the relevant language. By his own admission, Buck is not an owner of a lot within the HOA at issue, the HOA itself, or the original developer. He thus lacks standing to enforce the CC&Rs as a matter of law against defendants. The city was not a party to that case. The city has standing by virtue of the CC&Rs themselves that grant standing to the city if the city were to make certain findings. So while the uphill owners may not have standing as decided by that case, that is a different ruling separate from the city.
And that's essentially why they've come to the city for enforcement.
It appears.
It appears, all right.
Yeah, so to clarify, when it was said that this case has been adjudicated, but we weren't a party in that case, so it hasn't been adjudicated as far as the city's concerned, correct?
It's not been adjudicated as far as the city's concerned, and in addition, in regards to that case, it was adjudicated not on the height issue, as I read the decision, but on the standing issue. And the city's issue is created by what the CC&Rs themselves say. This is not enforcing the municipal code. This would be enforcing the CC&Rs if the city ultimately were to make that finding.
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us what those findings precisely are that we would have to make in order to take over the enforcement under the CC&Rs?
Yes, Mayor. The Article 12 of the CC&Rs provide that the city would need to make a reasonable determination at a public hearing like this, that the association has, quote, failed to perform any of its duties under the declaration referring to the CC&Rs. And its duties include enforcing its CC&Rs.
As well as other duties?
As well as other duties, correct.
Any other questions of staff?
No, that's my
Okay,
question.
then we'll close the public hearing, and Gentlemen, do we have any motions or suggestions for moving forward?
I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation to continue, that Broadmoor Association continues its enforcement of its covenants, conditions, and restrictions, and that we continue the public hearing to January 20th, 2026, to allow the Broadmoor Association's process to continue according to their specified timelines.
I second it.
Mr. Mayor,
The
can I,
motion and
Mr.
second?
Mayor, can I
Yes.
just clarify that that motion includes reopening the public hearing to continue it?
Yes.
Does your motion include that?
My motion definitely
Will
included that.
include- Okay. We have a motion, a second, any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I do. I just, I think there's significant progress that's been made. I mean, I hope the homeowners, I think, looking at the numbers, we've been involved in this for months, but, you know, this is 50 years in the making. So I think we're moving relatively quickly, maybe not quickly enough for some of the homeowners, but I think we will continue to evaluate this. We hope that the association continues to fix the remaining, you know, issues. They seem to have been acting in good faith, and we hope they continue to act in good faith.
I just want to applaud the Broadmoor HOA and the president. Lindo, I think you're doing good work on moving this process along.
I agree with the comments made by Councilmember Cabral and Mayor Pro Tem Meyer. It appears that the HOA has made some progress. I've only been on the council for less than 10 months, but given that this situation has been for decades, the progress I'm seeing appear to be reasonable. So it's appropriate to give the HOA a few more months to see how it goes.
Hey, Mr. Leffler?
Frustrated with the process, for sure. I think we do have standing. I think that the reason they have those houses down there with the trees over 17 feet is because the city made an agreement that they didn't have to have a sidewalk, and that's why they have that neighborhood. It's not about views, it's about 17 feet. That's what it says. It doesn't say anything about views. On the other hand, I know Linda has been working hard. I know what it is to be in an HOA. If you live in an HOA and you think you could just snap your fingers and make something like this that started in the 70s go away, I think that's unrealistic. And so I agree, they have made made a lot more progress this time than they had the last time we heard this. So I think they're moving in the right direction, and we've got to keep on hoping that this is resolved amicably from everybody. So I agree with your comments.
I agree with the comment that's been made. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the motion? Let's vote then. All in favor, say aye. Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item is item number 9, unfinished business. We have none. New business, item 10, consideration of a resolution in opposition to Proposition 50, authorizes temporary changes to the congressional district maps in response to the Texas partisan redistricting. And do we have there's no staff report per se. How many public comments do we have?
We have 18 speaker cards. 18.
18? Okay.
May
We could push this, that's about an hour's worth of testimony. We have an 11 o'clock cutoff date, and unless we extend that.
Can I ask a question and see how many are still here of those 18 that put in?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
They've waited a
6,
long
7,
time
8,
to
9,
speak.
10.
I think we got to do it.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead with the public comments, then I just request, because of the hour, and I've said this before, if there's repetition, you don't need to repeat what everyone said. We understand the various positions on both sides, so let's hear from the public.
Okay, I'll call the first several speakers. Camille Brandt, followed by Crystal Stowey, followed by Carol, it looks like Bjornstedt, followed by Bradley Zemirski. Camille Brandt?
Step on up.
Camille?
You called a bunch of names, none of
We
those
see
people
her.
here. Who's the next up?
Crystal Stowey? No?
Keep going.
Okay. Carol Bjornstedt? Okay.
Keep,
Bradley Zemirski? Okay. There is one that has declined to leave a name, so
Who's declined? All right, here.
followed by Linda Moore, followed by Patricia Schaffer.
Okay, we got 3.
Okay. Declined to comment?
Another one.
Declined to leave a name, I'm sorry? Okay, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am a San Clemente homeowner since 1989, and I want to urge you to not pass this resolution opposing Proposition 50, because I feel this resolution is unnecessarily divisive, and because San Clemente is a politically mixed community. This issue will be decided by California voters in November, and I believe the council should be spending their time on issues that more directly affect San Clemente, not on polarizing state initiatives. I respectfully ask you to vote no on this resolution, and thank you for carefully considering your vote.
thank you. Next speaker?
Linda Moore, followed by Patricia Schaffer, followed by Jackie Dooley.
I support Prop 50, but that doesn't really matter tonight, does it? Because Prop 50 is not a city issue, and this is a city council meeting, and you are members of a city council. You'll notice my emphasis, hopefully, on city. You have been elected to deal with city matters. Unfortunately, some of you continue to forget this and try to entangle our city in matters that are not really related to our city. Councilmember Wu, I had high hopes for you that you would not succumb to this temptation, but alas, no. And so this pattern continues, and it has become an embarrassment to our wonderful city of San Clemente, and we risk becoming a Huntington Beach. So please vote no on this resolution, and in the future, before you propose an item for the council, ask yourself first, is this city business? And I think tonight's meeting proved that. You have plenty of city business to cover. I feel silly even bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Next speaker is Patricia Schaffer. I think I heard someone say she left. Is Patricia here? No? Okay. Jackie Dooley, followed by Jennifer C., followed by Reverend Lucy Stafford Lewis. Jackie?
Hi, Jackie Dooley. I've been a Short Cliffs homeowner for 40 years, and just because it's come up so many times today, that the city does not protect private views, go back to your
That was a prior
archives.
item on our agenda, so please address the item that we're considering now, the Prop 50 resolution.
Sure, the city has done that in the past. So I strongly oppose this proposed resolution. It's a highly partisan issue that this city has no business weighing in on. I have some questions for both the city attorney and the council members. Could you please confirm that our elected city council positions are nonpartisan? Do you consider the proposed resolution to be inherently partisan in nature? Is it legal for council members to recommend partisan actions or make partisan comments at city council meetings? Did you, our attorney, advise the council as to whether or not the proposed resolution is appropriate city business? Do you consider it relevant to the council's mission as stated at the top of the agenda? summarizing this, the council's mission is, for example, to provide a safe, healthy atmosphere for us to live in, guide development to ensure responsible growth while preserving our village character, provide for the city's long-term stability through promotion of economic vitality, and all of this meant to result in a balanced community. Questions for the council members. How does this resolution contribute to fostering your mission? Do you recognize that it's inherently partisan? Our city's priority challenges, and thus yours, include coastal erosion, housing affordability, the homeless crisis, and the city budget. These are issues apparently informed by surveys of city residents. Do you feel you have extra time on your hands after working on those issues? You usually do important work on behalf of our city's residents. This proposed resolution is a waste of your time, our time, and in violation of the principles you promised to honor when elected. You were elected to be nonpartisan representatives. You reveal that you work to support the beliefs of politically conservative residents over those who want to see our democracy survive intact. I strongly encourage you to vote it down. One more thought, just because this is, and you know what, you're going to tell me I can't do this. Never mind.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer C., followed by Reverend Lucy Stafford Lewis.
Good evening. My name's Jennifer, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I have 4 children. 2 graduated from San Clemente High School, and they're in college, and I have 2 at the high school now. I want to ask you to not pass the resolution opposing Proposition 50. It's not just unnecessary, but unnecessarily divisive. San Clemente is politically diverse, with voters nearly evenly distributed among Democrats, Independents, and Republicans. There's no reason for San Clemente to adopt a city position on such a contentious and polarizing statewide ballot measure. Given the current political climate, we need you to foster unity, not sow more division. That's the last thing we need right now. We also want you to represent all of our residents, not your personal or partisan positions. Prop 50 is a statewide referendum that all California voters get to decide on at the ballot box. Our residents don't need their city council trying to influence us one way or another on just what would be a symbolic stance. Please vote no on this resolution and use the council's time and resources on the issues that directly affect our families, and stay focused on the practical and nonpartisan work of governing our city. Thank you.
Lucy Stafford Lewis. I have very similar things to say, but since I skipped dinner and have been sitting here for 4 hours, I'm saying it. I've heard amazing things that have been going on around here. I have not been at a city council in probably 15 years. And when I read this, my first question was, why? Why is our city council taking the time to make this kind of proposition? And it had made me think that either you are assuming we all agree with you that San Clemente has only one opinion, or you choose to put it out there in the hopes of influencing public opinion, which is not your job. By putting it out publicly, it gives the impression to others that that's who we are. And we are diverse. We have very many different ideas. Under normal circumstances, I would not vote for any kind of redistricting. However, given our political situation across the country, there is now a grave imbalance in our country, and it may behoove us to try to rebalance the powers in Congress. I'm not opposed to that. I don't think it's a great use of your time and energy when we have issues like affordable housing. I have a nephew who is a graduate, has graduate degree, makes great money. His wife is a teacher at the high school. 2 years, they can't get a foot in the door of getting a house anywhere near where they work. That's an issue that affects everybody.
Our people are getting notices from insurance companies telling them they have to mitigate this, do that, cut down trees, or they won't have insurance on their house. That's an issue, statewide, but here. Those are the kinds of things we need you to be putting your energy into. There is way too much pain and divisiveness in our country right now. We don't need it here locally. We need you all to work on things that can and do bring us together and allow us to work as a community and continue to grow as a community by getting affordable housing, by keeping our schools safe, so we have young families who can and will move in here and continue to pay those housing prices. Please, take all of these kinds of divisive issues off your calendar. That is not why we elected you. That is not your job. And allow us to vote our own thoughts.
Next speaker, please.
Louise Herbert, followed by Ann Prestridge, followed by Bill Prestridge, followed by Donna Vadrine.
Good evening. I'm trying to wake back up here for a start. Thank you very much, Mayor and council members, for the opportunity to speak with you. Except I'm very saddened to find myself back up at this podium. I've been here too many times for the same exact reason, your overreach. This is not an issue that City Council should be participating in. There is never a time that you should be agendizing a proclamation that has no business for you to be weighing in on. And I have to say that I recall both Councilman Wu and Loeffler in a debate down on the sand saying that they were not going to be weighing in on things such as federal or state proposals or bills, that you had planned on staying focused on what's happening here in our city. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be the case that you can stay focused on this business and avoid doing anything that is not within your purview. What happened? What happened to those promises that both of you made? I'm not surprised from our mayor, because this is his, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are we up to 4 or 5 times that you have done something like this that has nothing to do with your power? Whether you have a smirk on your face or not, thank you. City Council has no business proclaiming one way or another a resolution of any proposition. This action actually comes very close to election tampering. There are voters in our community who do not invest the time to investigate the pros and cons of a bill or a proposition. I feel strongly that you three are playing upon that fact, and by opposing Prop 50, the voter will take your recommendations as gospel. The City Council has no business placing their thumb on the scale. I ask that you focus on the business of our city, do what you were voted into and paid for to do. I ask that Agenda Item 10A receive a unanimous no vote this evening. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Prestridge, followed by Bill Prestridge, followed by Donna Vadrine, followed by Sharon August Jones.
Hi, my name's Ann Prestridge, and this meeting has brought me down memory lane. I actually moved here in 1976. And with my family, my father became the facilities manager of the TRW test site. And as a child, I was brought down here to touch the Apollo lunar descent engines, which was the reason why the test site was built here in the first place. There were goats, Mr. Goatman earlier in the meeting with his goatee. There was goats that mowed the hillsides. Broadmoor was brand new, and there weren't tall trees. So this has been rather interesting. Also, while I mention that, is that we had a city council that was nonpartisan, which brings me to Proposition 50, that I urge you to not pass a resolution taking a stance. It's not your position. When that started, it's kind of too bad. Proposition 50, as other people have said, but I think it's worth restating, is a statewide question that California voters will decide at the ballot. I respectfully ask you all, the San Clemente City Council, to vote no on this resolution. Stay in your wheelhouse, please. A lot of people have talked about, and tonight we've heard there's a lot of things for you to be working on. And I also thank you and respect the job that you do and the time that you put in. And thank you for this long night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Bill Prestridge.
Hello. Yeah, we've lived in San Clemente for 40 years. I taught English at Dana Hills High School for 38 of those years. And I've been a long time working with the volunteers, the Sea Scouts in Dana Point. I'm not going to go over everything that's been said it's obviously getting late and we're here, but I'd like to end with one thing in my speech. My wife and I went to a play during the COVID era at San Clemente High School when they were at Ole Hansen out in the outside. And we were there with our beach chairs, and they announced there were 2 city council members in attendance. The first one was Chris Duncan. Everybody got up, clapped, and cheered, and yelled, and supported him. They announced the second candidate, the second city council member was there, was Steve Knockblock. The whole crowd booed for 5 minutes, loudly. And this is because Mr. Knockblock, citizens don't want city council members to focus on national politics and divide and foster tensions among us. They realize that. They don't want this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Donna Vidrine, followed by Sharon August Jones, followed by Stephen Jones.
Proposition 50 will be on the November 4th special election ballot, and voting begins in just a few weeks once mail-in ballots arrive. I urge every voter to focus on what is fair and right for California, not to be swayed by city council members attempting to influence this decision. Once each city council member gets 1 vote in council matters, but they do not get to decide for San Clemente voters on Prop 50. This decision belongs to us, the people. Proposition 50 is a direct response to actions in states like Texas and Missouri, where redistricting has been used to manipulate outcomes without voter approval. These efforts, backed by the Republican Party and our current president, aim to retain control of Congress and tilt the 2026 elections. Prop 50 is a temporary measure set to expire in 2030 that preserves California's districting reforms, commits to fair representation, and safeguards the integrity of our elections. California voters deserve a fair process, and Prop 50 ensures that. Let's not forget, in 2022, this council moved San Clemente to district-based elections. That change was not approved by the voters. It was a council decision. A professional consultant hired to guide the process engaged residents and presented fair district maps. Yet the majority of this council dismissed his expertise and chose their own maps instead. Council members Cabral, Knobloch, and Loeffler selected the maps we now use, not the people of San Clemente. This history underscores why Prop 50 matters. Fair representation should not be decided behind closed doors or manipulated by political power plays. Prop 50 empowers voters, maintains transparency, and prevents unfair advantages in future elections. This November, let the voters decide, not politicians. And tonight, I ask you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Sharon August Jones, followed by Stephen Jones. They're both gone, okay. Catherine Hall,
And who else?
followed by M. Aguilar, followed by Tony Rubolino. Catherine Hall? Okay, coming, so M. Aguilar, Tony Rubolino, Tom Streeter, after Catherine Hall.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Much of what I was intending to say you've already heard, but it's 4.5 hours. I want to say more. I'm Catherine Hall, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on this resolution. I feel very, very strongly that the citizens of this community have elected you to vote on issues related to this community, not on state issues, not on national issues. Your positions, as I understand it, are supposed to be nonpartisan, not, swaying the voters in some state political issue. And politicizing this issue especially is inappropriate so close to the election. I would like to ask that you spend your efforts on things that actually benefit our citizens. There have been so many issues here tonight. Perhaps you could work on a view equity ordinance. There's a thought. Perhaps you could work on low-income housing. Perhaps you could work on empty storefronts on Del Mar, trying to fill get those business dollars into the budget. Maybe parking, maybe traffic, maybe beach erosion. Those are all local issues that are great big problems for you to sink your teeth into. Do not politicize our city. I don't go to Huntington Beach specifically because I don't feel safe going to Huntington Beach all the time. Do you want that to happen to this city? No. Leave politics out of your job and out of the city government. Govern our city, help our citizens, improve our city. Don't deal with state or national politics. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you try to do. And work on the car show noise. That's a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Aguilar, followed by Tony Rubolino, followed by Tom Streeter.
Good evening, Council. Appreciate the time to speak to you about a matter that's incredibly important to me. I'm here to strongly urge you to not pass this proposed resolution. I really object to my city representatives using public time and resources for a matter with no direct benefit to the citizens. Your resolution, if passed, has absolutely zero benefit to me and many others, as you've heard tonight. As you've heard, we have so many other more important issues. I won't even begin to list them all because I think some of my colleagues and fellow residents have mentioned them. I've also heard how our city needs more revenue. Exactly how does this particular resolution and use of our time on this matter support this key need of revenue? And I also really object to my city council representatives taking our taxpayer time and resources for this purpose, especially as you've heard that it doesn't represent the views of the entire city. On top of this, however, I really feel that the resolution as drafted is patently unfair. It is misleading and it's incomplete. It does not reflect the fact that, Prop 50 is a conditional law if passed by the voters in November. It only goes into effect if the unfair redistricting efforts in Texas and other states go into effect. Understanding that a formal public position will influence voters, as some of my other co-residents have mentioned, should make you all think about how important it is to take
your responsibility as representatives for all of the citizens of the city to heart, and at least ensure that such resolution, when drafted and when proposed, is 100% accurate. Please remember that there are laws that limit a city's use of public funds for political purposes. Although the discussion here today is legally permitted, I'll concede, it does not allow for the use of public funds for any further action on this type of issue. As people have mentioned, it's a divisive issue. For sure, there will be repercussions if this resolution is passed, and I would really hope that our city doesn't put itself in a position where it has to exceed its power and its use of public funds. Thank you.
Next speaker. Speaker? And who else is after this speaker?
Tom Streeter, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Anyone after that?
No.
There's nobody left.
You know what I hear from a lot of the speakers that came up before me? Panic. The fact of the matter is, after the events that unfolded last week, everything changed. You hear calls for unity, it's fake. I don't want to hear any calls for unity. I don't want to embrace the party that supports violence. And that's it. That's all there is to it. The time to step up and enact change is now. Would you believe that earlier today there was a DC crime act that was voted on the House floor? I didn't know this before today, but apparently people up to the age of 24 could be tried as a minor, up to the age of 24. And the act enabled two things. One was to make sure that minors were up to the age of 18, and after that they were tried as an adult, and also that 14 and above would be tried as an adult for major crimes such as sexual assault, first-degree murder, armed robbery. That was brought to the House floor. And do you know who voted against that, amongst others? Congressman Mike Levin. We are not being represented well by our congressional representative, and this Proposition 50 is going to perpetuate more of that nonsense type of vote. So if the people that are endorsing Prop 50, Governor Gavin Newsom, the Democratic women of South Orange County, if they are supporting this, and also if we have Lion Mike Levin also supporting this, then that should tell you beyond the shadow of a doubt that all of you should vote against this. That's it. Stop right there. But what I'm most inclined to hear, what I'm really looking forward to, is the council discussion, in particular, Mark there. I want to hear what Mark has to say, because there's rumor that Mark is planning on running for mayor, higher office, etc. We'll see what happens, but the next few minutes when Mark speaks will definitely be a telltale to be used in campaign propaganda going forward. So, spotlight's on, Mark.
Next speaker.
Tom Streeter, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening. I'm Tom Streeter. I'm a resident of Orange County and of San Clemente, and I am both knowledgeable and ignorant. I'm knowledgeable of the fact that you five gentlemen, twice a month, bemoan the fact that you are chafing under state law, and you are absolutely correct. The state has put all kinds of absurd regulations and restrictions upon cities, and you complain, what are we going to do about it? Well, here is where I confess to ignorance. Does Proposition 50 only redistrict our congressional delegation, or does it also redistrict the state legislature? If it redistricts only our congressional delegation, don't consider it. Beyond your purview. If it also redistricts the state legislature, whoa! A Prop 50 state legislature, you think you're under restrictions and chafing now. It'll be quintupled. So, I'm ignorant. I don't know. Does Prop 50 cover the state legislature? If it does, then we should definitely pass this resolution. If it doesn't, let it go. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Amanda Quintanilla is the final speaker.
All right, so I wasn't going to be speaking tonight about this, and however, I wanted to point out that it was I guess, an email or a letter submitted by Michelle R. Jackson-Bro that asked the city of San Clemente to go to districting. So it was nothing that the city council didn't want that to happen, or the city was forced to do this. But as far as selecting the maps and all that, and the number of districts, that was up to the discretion of the city council. However, I think that this is a problem and should be addressed. I just wanted to mention that when I was listening to some of the residents speak, I needed to point out that Mayor Noblock and Councilmember Wu are one political party, and Councilmember Loeffler is another. So it doesn't matter what party you're on. If something is not right, then you need to basically oppose it if it's wrong. The city of San Clemente has supported legislation and opposed legislation, and that is something that is within your right to do so. And also, there was a comment regarding empty businesses on Del Mar. And from what I understand, at 110 Avenue Del Mar, there's some work being done there. And so something's going to be happening in there. Other shops have opened up already. And H.H. Cotton's restaurant, actually that's, I think the rent is over like $20,000 a month. So there hasn't been anybody that have wanted to do that. But I think that it's right for the city council to listen to this and discuss it, and then vote upon what they want to, whether they want to support it or oppose it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That the last of our public speakers? Okay, then, Mr. Wu, you brought this matter before us. Would you like to start the conversation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In 2023 and 2024, the city went through a dragged-out process of transitioning into the by-district election system we have today. Anyone paid attention to that process know, or should have known, that how dramatic and full of tension that process was. We also got a good amount of education on the federal and California Voting Rights Act, as well as the Fair Maps Act. The final map is map 120, indeed a very good one. Thank you, Councilmember Loeffler, for fixing that flaw at the Pierbo. Proposition 50 is a local issue. As we learned, the number one consideration of drawing a legal map is to minimize the splitting of communities of interest as much as practically possible. Proposition 50 splits 5 Orange County cities, such as Seal Beach and Santa Ana, into 3 congressional districts. No city was split into 3 congressional districts, according to the current map. Locally, the Capistrano Bight, which is the Orange County portion of our coastal compartment, also a community of interest, is divided into 2. San Clemente is one, then the Dana Point becomes another one. The Capistrano Bight is essential for cities' efforts to put sand on the beach. Besides that, the new map substantially reduces the competitiveness of numerous congressional districts, including our district, CA 49. I respect Congressman Levin and appreciate his efforts on the removal of the nuclear waste and the funding of the Army Corps of Engineers projects to put sand on the beach. But if you manufacture a safe seat for an incumbent, he's going to become complacent and be less responsive to his constituents. That's not what I want to happen for San Clemente. It is for this reason I oppose Proposition 50. The district map is also, for me, personal because of my deep involvement in the process in St. Clemente's by district election process. I don't know enough about Texas laws, and I don't really care for what they do. I think every city, every state should amend its constitution to bar gerrymandering if it has not done so. I understand that the concern about dividing the community, but it's the new map that divides the community, not our decision tonight. I still believe that we can have a civilized public discourse, even if we disagree. Thank you.
The comments that were made tonight mostly talk about how contentious and polarizing Proposition 50 is and how polarizing and contentious this resolution would be. Unfortunately, that contention and proposition has been festooned upon us by the governor of this state by taking the maps that are drawn by an independent commission and gerrymandering them to the extreme in a polarizing fashion. There's a lot of discussion about how polarizing this is. The governor's endeavoring to polarize this nation in an extreme way for the benefit of his political party, which affects the people of San Clemente, dramatically impacts the people of San Clemente. It's an extreme gerrymandering effort by the governor. It dilutes our representation. It impacts our representation locally. And, one of the comments made this evening also was that their relatives can't afford a house because of the policies of Sacramento that are being forced upon the cities. These policies aren't just in Sacramento, they're in Washington, D.C. And the polarizing effect of Governor Newsom's extreme gerrymandering plan only makes the problem worse about the cost of housing and inability of our relatives, friends, and neighbors to be able to buy homes in San Clemente. So this concept opposes free enterprise, and the free enterprise policies that would help are being diminished by the efforts of the governor. And also our representation, talking about politics in California, our congressional representation, we have 40% of the statewide vote, and we have a fraction of that in terms of our representation. So that impacts fairness, that impacts San Clemente, it impacts our children, impacts the future. And to say that we should ignore this issue is to say ignore an issue which has a gigantic impact on this city, this state, and this nation. And the fact that we don't all agree, we have three different political parties up here, and I think we should agree. We should speak up. And those people that say we need to shut up, stand down, stay in our lane, and stay in our silo would like us all to shut up so that the Democrats and the extreme socialist policies can continue to govern our. Please, let me finish my comments. I was polite when you all spoke. It allows the policies that have been so detrimental to this state and to our nation to continue. And quite frankly, I'm honored and proud to be able to stand up to Governor Newsom and say what you're doing is wrong and we stand against you. I know I do, and I think the majority of the people in San Clemente do as well.
Rick is next.
Oh, they want me to follow that. Okay. Well, thank you, Amanda, for reminding me that I'm a different party for sure. And I just to talk about a little bit about partisanship. I remember a couple of years ago when I brought forward safe gun storage. Tony, boy, you were on me for sure. You thought I was attacking the Second Amendment, and most of the people you hear were probably going, yay. And then I turn around and I make another thing, and all you guys are going, boo, and Tony's going, yay. But that's kind of just part of the gig when you're an independent. Sometimes you're going to take it, and sometimes you're going to get it. So that's great. Let me say, first of all, I am not in support of what Texas did. I think that started a domino effect that's going to not be good, okay? If I were in Texas, I would be against that. If we weren't even talking about it, I'd be fine with that too. But we are talking about it, so I have to take a position. And here's what my position is. It's kind of about math. And let's start, first of all, in 2008, Proposition 11 was passed. And it was passed pretty evenly among Democrats and Republicans. It was a very close vote, but half Republicans and Democrats voted yes, no, half voted no. And what that was is to have an independent commission do districting. Every time we have a census, they'd look at the numbers and they would do redistricting as an independent commission. We voted, and that's the way it's been since then. Now, the numbers are interesting. We have 45% Democrats, registered Democrats, 25% registered Republicans, and about 25% people like me are just kind of tired of both parties, you know? So, okay, well, let's just say that the independents are split. So we'll just say 45-25. Yet right now we have 83% Democrats and 17% Republicans in the Congress. We have 43 Democrats, 9 Republicans. Now that doesn't add up to the math, but you know what? I'm okay with it because you know what? We had that independent commission decide, and this is how they came out with it. Doesn't seem like it's fair representation, but we had an independent commission. So now we move forward, and by the way, if the Democrats, if they were able to swing some seats like they anticipate doing it, we'll have over 90%, and that means that nearly 7.5 million voters won't be represented by anybody. Is it a city issue? It kind of is, because I had a discussion with a couple of political advisors and our city manager also, and this will affect local districts like our local assembly and our local senate. It's not completely aligned, but it will affect how those are redrawn. So it's about representation. I mean, our representatives are important. Mike Levin. I enjoy Mike Levin. He's been very supportive of a lot of things I'm supportive on. Some things not so much, but he's helped us get some sand. That's great. Well, on the other hand, we've got Lori Davies in the Assembly, been very supportive of getting sand, really good on anti-crime, which is what I'm big on. She's been very, very good. I want to keep that where we can at least have some representation on both sides to help San Clemente, because we do reach out to state legislators for help, and this might affect that. So here's the thing. I'll tell you, back to math that I just talked about. You know, the math says that Proposition 50 has a really good chance to pass, but I have to oppose it because we are under that 2008 that we voted for, that we wanted to be independent. These districts weren't voted or weren't created independently. They were created by Paul Mitchell, who's a Democrat consultant. Oh, okay, and that's why Seal Beach is separated into 3 spots. It's just, if it passes, then it passes, and we accept it, and we move on. But I have to take a stand, and if I say no, if I oppose this, I'm saying I agree with getting rid of that independent commission, which won't come back until 2030. No, 2030, it's slept until our next census, which is in 2030. So for that reason, it's philosophical in that I like to stay with what we voted on in the past and keep it independent and I'll tell you what, I'll bet the same people here that are saying oppose this, if you were in a red state and where they were doing it, you'd be saying no, we need this resolution. That's how partisan we are, and that's fine. We will let the voters decide. I have to oppose this because I just don't think I think it attacks the small amount of representation that one party has over the other. And again, I don't have any representatives, so I wish I did, but that's why I will oppose this.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mark? Mark, go ahead. We've had public comments. Please refrain while we're discussing the issue. Thank you.
There's several things that have been brought up tonight, and I want to start first with saying, just directing the council. I like working with you most when we are focused on city issues. I dare say I enjoy working with you. It is amenable. We work together well on city issues. It's when these issues come up that it divides us in such a way that we don't need that. And it divides, it breeds contention that lasts for a while. And over again, we bring this up, and over again, the people come out and tell us that's not what San Clemente is about. Now, I agree with everything that you said, Mr. Knobloch, about redistricting. I don't want redistricting. I would love to keep it the way it is with this independent voter, and I am in complete agreement with Prop 11. Two things, though. One, Prop 11 was voted on by the people. And I would just say we should, as a council, let the people decide that, not us, and not give direction to that. Two, yes, everything I agree with you. I don't want this, and I don't think we should go down it. I wish, though, that you would have that same level of criticism for Governor Greg Abbott of Texas. It's a little bit hypocritical to have all of this angst and anger and not apply it to both. So, two other things. This is completely outside of our purview. It absolutely, like, we should not be discussing this. As a council, we shouldn't be discussing this. This is for the voters to decide. Let them decide. Let their votes decide. Second thing, this is maybe a bigger picture that we haven't really discussed. When we take these issues on and we vote on them in such a way, it puts a label on San Clemente that I don't believe is helpful for our town. And I'm thinking bigger picture here. I'm thinking, why is it that we got the Olympics and Huntington Beach didn't? They didn't get the Olympics because they kept going down these routes of partisanship and these proclamations, and they didn't get beach volleyball. I mean, think about that. Now, I don't know what we have surfing right now, and I'm confident that we will continue with surfing, but I don't know what the next thing's going to be. I don't know, who the next state legislators are going to be or who the next congressman is going to be, but when we take these partisan issues on, I can't say for certain that whatever our next need is or whatever our next event might be, that they might look at us and say, I'll think twice on that. Maybe we should I think why we got the Olympics and Huntington Beach didn't is because we didn't take on those issues that they did. And we said no to them, and we said we'll let the citizens decide on that. So I just want you to think on that and brew on that. And look, have your issue on this. I'm fine with that. Go outside of this room and I'm going to endorse one way or the other. Please go do that and fight for what you think is right. Have the vigorous debate, but I don't believe that this is the place for that. We should be focused on our city issues.
Right, yeah.
One more, sorry, quick thing, Mr. Streeter, just to answer your question, it is only based on congressional districting.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted first to point out about the expenditures. This, I think, resolution was drafted in-house. No city resources were used. No city staff was used. It was all done by Mr. Wu, I presume. So there's been no city resources that have been used in this, so we're not wasting any city money.
I confirm that.
So I just want to point out, and this has been said already, but the California Citizens Redistricting Commission was established in 2008 after voters passed Proposition 11 by a vote of 50.8%, almost 51% to 41%. That measure set the duties of this independent commission to draw legislative and state Board of Equalization boundaries. In 2010, the voters passed Proposition 20 by a vote of 61.2% to 38.8%. This measure expanded the commission's duty to include the state and the state's U.S. House districts. The attempt on November 2nd, 2010 ballot to do away with the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission by repealing Prop 11 in 2008 was unsuccessful by a vote of 59.5% of the voters in California, which is a bipartisan vote in favor of keeping the Independent Redistricting Commission. The people in California has spoke loudly that they want an independent redistricting in California. Prop 50 seeks to override this independence in redistricting. The measure, which will appear on the November 4th ballot special election, will suspend the current congressional maps drawn up by this independent commission. It will replace these maps with Democratic drawn maps for 2026, 2028, and 2030 elections. I don't believe that that's what the citizens of this state, on a bipartisan matter, as much as 61, almost 62% of the people in this state said they didn't want. They didn't want it to be a partisan effort. They wanted it to be an independent redistricting commission that drew the maps. So I think what happens in the state, in the U.S. Congress, has more impact on us and the city of San Clemente. We know the impact every day. We work with our state, with our U.S. congressmen. It has a significant impact. And Mark, you made the point that you know, we maybe get hurt by this because we request that this be done by an independent redistricting commission, which is sad that, you know, someone would attack our city because we want the independent redistricting instead of a partisan drawn district map.
That was the point I was making, but.
Well, I think that it's a valid point.
What's the point?
So anyhow, I think this has a big impact on our city, and I support it.
I just want to add also that you know, I think we got the Olympics because our surf is better than, it's by a long shot, which is why the World Surfing League does their competitions here. But, you know, again, the concept that we need to stay in our lane, this is our lane. This affects our nation, affects our community, and those people that would say don't do it are those people that advocate and love the status quo, love the status in Sacramento, love what's happening, and quite frankly, I don't. I think our majority of our citizens don't. That's why I'm in support of this resolution, which opposes Proposition
Are we all going to
50.
get a chance to speak twice? Because you just spoke twice.
I was commenting your comment regarding my
Well,
comment.
should I comment on that then?
No, because all I was doing was responding. I wasn't adding anything.
So can I
new.
respond then?
No, you can't at this point.
This is
You
my.
ready for a motion?
Well,
It's my
I have
turn.
I have one more suggestion to Mayor Pro Tem Emma. If you find any language in the resolution that's incorrect or incomplete, I'm very amenable to accept a friendly amendment.
Gentlemen, it's at 11 o'clock, which is our legal deadline for this meeting, so I need a motion to continue the meeting
Move to continue,
until,
11:30.
okay, second the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Go ahead, Mr. Wu, with your comment, continue your comments.
I very much want to accommodate your friendly amendment to make it better, if I can have your vote.
You can talk.
Oh, sure. Thank you for your permission. Yes.
You raised your hand. You have permission to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. Look, in terms of a friendly amendment, I would love to take a look at it for a friendly amendment and come back in 2 weeks in the next one to look at it to see if there's something that can be done. But at this point, yeah, there's too much in there that the general gist of it is that you are against Prop 50, and that's fine. You're against Prop 50. What my issue is that we should not, as a city, be taking on this issue. Yeah, and just a couple other things. You got to have a rebuttal against me, and I would like
I
to,
was only coming on Huntington Beach.
and other things. I would just say that, look, we don't know what that next issue is. We don't. We really don't. And yes, we have better surf, but it might be something about sand. It might be something about the OCTA. It might be they might be more inclined to put rocks on there instead of sand. I don't know what the issue is. All I'm saying is it's better to have friends in all areas than to put a target on our back because of an issue that we shouldn't be taking on.
Call for the question? Well, we don't have a motion on the floor, so. Do you have a motion on the floor?
I make a motion to
Pass the resolution?
pass the resolution.
It's been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1. Next matter.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps we could talk to Councilman Loeffler. He placed the next item on the agenda. I don't believe it's as time sensitive as the following item. So if you're only going to go to 11:30, we probably need to move to that 218 issue.
I will defer.
So you want to,
If you want to move that to the next agenda, that one could move. It's a little bit more difficult.
okay. All right.
It's a little bit more difficult to move the water rate issue. We need to have that.
Do you need a motion for it, or can we just take this?
It's up to Councilman Loeffler to put that on.
And if you want to entertain a motion to continue my item till the next meeting.
is that a motion?
I make a motion, okay. I second.
The motion is made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Mayor, just for the public, I'll just read what item is being continued. It's consideration of making public records request statistics available via the city website. That'll be continued to October 7th.
Okay, do we have any public comments on that, by the way?
We do have 2 public comments on
Well, it's
that.
been postponed till the next.
Will they be okay on making those comments next meeting, possibly? Okay, I think we're getting a consensus that it's okay.
Okay. The next item then is item
Well,
10.
you can resubmit it. I mean,
Is that, man,
when people even be awake, Amanda, it'll be much better in 2 weeks.
Okay, the next item is 10C, consideration of a resolution providing direction to complete a water cost of service study and directing staff to prepare a draft resolution, a 218 notice for future public hearing. Do we have a staff presentation?
They're in the.
They're in the back?
Dorf is
There's staff.
2.
Do we need a staff
They
presentation
have a
on
bunch
this?
of slides. I don't know. They said they could just go through them quickly if we didn't have questions. I mean.
We'll work through it. Do the whole presentation.
Yeah, we have until 11:30. Go right ahead. Take your time.
20 minutes. Yeah.
Might have a job tomorrow. Yeah, real briefly, before the city council this evening is a draft information from the cost of service study for water rates. Sanjay Gar with Water Resources Economics has a brief presentation to highlight some of the key points, and what staff is looking for is direction from the city council to staff to finalize the cost of service study and come back to the city council for future consideration.
Honorary Mayor, City Council, public staff, it's my pleasure to be here to talk about the water rate study. And we'll go to the next slide. Oh, thank you, I got a control right over here. Great, thank you. So we're going to talk about the rate study overview, go over the background, what are the big issues that we're facing today, how do we solve that with the financial plan and our proposed rates and discussions. So overview of a rate study. There's many steps that we take when we look at our rate studies. We ask ourselves, what do we want to achieve? What is the financial plan? How do we fund for capital projects? How do we allocate that cost properly so everyone pays its fair share? What's the right rate structure given the different lawsuits out there in the domain? And defensibility and making sure we have a document that's associated with the rate study. That'll be the next step after today's discussion. So one of the key things when designing rates is Prop 218. We always want to make sure we comply with this. This is not a tax. This is a fee for service. There are regulations, lawsuits associated with it. We make sure we comply with that. There's all the different requirements. The main thing here is that we don't want to have a subsidy. Everyone pays their fair share associated with the rates. Also, we want to do a public hearing associated with the rates. After today's meeting, we will write a report that documents our findings, that's very clear, articulate, everyone can read about it, shows the defensibility of the rates. Then we will have the 45-day notice of the public hearing. What's the main issue here that we're facing? The last rate increase occurred in 2022. Since then, water cost to purchase water that you purchase from Metropolitan Water District via MoDOC has increased. It's actually increased by $1.33. And today we're really talking about is how do we capture that cost, that additional cost that hasn't occurred. And that cost has caused consequences because we have something called coverage ratio. Whenever you issue debt, you have an obligation to meet a certain covenants. When you don't meet that covenants, you're in technical default. The credit rating of the city goes down. Of course, we do not want that. We do not want to be in technical default. But the challenge is that the water cost has increased. That has put pressure on the coverage ratio, and now we're in a situation where in the future, we're anticipating not meeting that coverage ratio requirement. So what we want to do is we want to increase the rates to reflect the cost of you purchasing that water to each of your customers. Now, the challenge is that increase is 17%. That's a big increase. It has a significant consequences to the customers. So our proposal is to phase that in. We think that's too much at one time. We want to phase that increase in. We also want to take into account that the MoDOC, the imported water, has a fixed cost, and we want to allocate that fixed cost on your meter charge. It's a cost that you're incurring that's fixed, so we should just allocate it to each, and it's actually by meter size and by meter, so we should take that into account. So we developed a financial model in Excel that looks at the reserve targets, the coverage ratios, looks at how we fund things. These are the 4 visual graphics associated with it. If you're interested, we can go over each one of these graphics. But the main thing here is the coverage ratio requirements in the bottom right corner, where we're not meeting the covenants with no increase in rates. So we need to increase rates to make sure we meet our coverage ratio requirements so we're not in technical default. So what we're proposing, as I mentioned, water rates 17%. We're not recommending that. We're proposing a 9.5%. That will be in February of 2026. Then after that, 3.5 each year. There will be pass-through provisions of future imported costs because we don't know what those costs are. So that will be addition. That will occur in 2027. By doing that, we meet our coverage ratio requirement, we meet our reserve targets, and we're funding our capital projects. We're not issuing any debt in the future. Now, we do propose some changes in our rate structure that we have. We are suggesting that MoDOC does have a fixed cost by meter size that is imposed on you. You put that also on the meter. We also are suggesting a uniform rate structure for all customers regardless of customer class. You do have a uniform rate structure right now, but it's different by customer class. So this is the proposed rates that we would be in the Prop 218 notice, where we have the fixed charge for MoDOC, as you can see in 2026. As you can see in the future years, there's nothing there because that's a pass-through. Whatever MoDOC does, that will be there. We have the fixed charge by meter size. It's common to have that. And then we have the uniform consumption charge, which is $5.32. As you note, that charge is different by customer class, and our recommendation is to keep it simple. There is a recycled rate that we're still recommending to have that's different, that has a different cost structure. It's not imported water. So what does this mean to your customers? So what we're showing you here is different usage of water, low, average, high, and very high, and the difference, and the measurement that we use is what we call CCF. Average customer uses 10 CCF. As you can see, that's a $7.71 increase that we're in the proposed monthly bill, and then you can see the different impacts by different consumption levels. We are increasing the fixed charge slightly because of the MoDOC charge, as I mentioned. We are also updating the demand management rate. This is a charge if a drought occurs or a restriction happens, emergency, there's a restraint on water use, either from the state or emergency. You would have this. There are basically 6 stages associated with that. This is only implemented if City Council implements it. So we would recommend that you adopt it. It's something you have in your back pocket. Hopefully you never use it, but if something goes wrong, there's a rationing of water because of emergency, earthquake, governor mandates it, then you can decide whether to implement it. You don't have to implement it. You could eat into reserves, or maybe you do need to implement it. These are the stages associated with them. So in this hypothetical example, if there's a level 3 stage, 30% cutback, these would be the rates you could potentially implement. Again, these are the maximum. You don't have to implement fully. You could implement something lower or not implement them and defer CIP instead. So the next steps associated with the study is us to start working on a report. City Council received that report on November 18th. It's an opportunity for the public to review the report. We want transparency here. We would send out the notice. And then the public meeting would be on December 4th, and then December 4th will be when the public notice gets sent out, excuse me, and then the public hearing will be on February 3rd.
Mr. Mayor, all this will come back. We've, I think, all been individually briefed on this in our, this past week. So unless there's public
Is there public
comment.
comment on this item? I have a quick question. Is the desal rate proposal or suggestions or estimates included in this report at all?
Not in this portion, but it's part of an alternate analysis that's been done, so it's built into the model. We do have a slide, if you want us, we can pull that up, and based on what we know currently as of July 3rd, the latest rate analysis from South Coast Water District, the impact to customers, putting it in the model with rates in 2029 for the average customer, it's about $1.80 a month.
Okay, I have a question, Mr. City Manager. The South County Water District did a public survey or opinion poll on the desal plant and the cost that would be related to it and what the people thought about that. Has that study been made public?
It has not been. We could check with them, and if you guys would like to take the results of that survey and get it out to the public, that's something we could do.
Put that on the city website as in case folks want to take a look at it?
Absolutely. If that's the direction of the council, we can do that.
One that created the opinion poll. We didn't pay for it or create it, but.
That's correct.
Any objection to posting that on the website? Okay. Did you have a motion?
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
That's 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Oh, wait.
1 and 2.
Yeah.
1A through F and 2.
1 through, yeah. Okay.
And Resolution 25-140.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. The next item is designation of voting delegate and alternates to the San Clemente, from San Clemente to the League of Cities. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do not.
Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on?
As I mentioned in my report, I have been elected and appointed by this city council to be the representative, and then subsequently elected to be the Orange County representative from San Clemente.
Do you have an alternate on that spot currently?
I'll be there, so I wouldn't mind being the alternate.
We haven't appointed an alternate yet at this point.
We have not appointed an alternate.
I'd be willing to serve as an alternate. I've been involved with them over the years.
We can have two alternates. So, well, we're allowed to have two, so both of you can.
Are we?
Yes.
Okay,
You're allowed
perfect.
to.
All right, there we go.
Anyone else interested in being alternate? Pardon me?
Me? No, I'm fine.
No? Okay.
You and
We've
Mark.
We've got two alternates. Do we need to vote on that? I guess we do, don't we? Okay.
I would move that I become the
Okay,
representative.
I'll second that Steve and Mark are the alternates and Victor is the primary.
Yes.
That's my motion.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Consent calendar, item 11. Any public
Oh,
comments?
no public comments.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Anyone want to pull an item?
The balance.
Second?
Motion to.
Move the balance.
Move the balance by Mr. Enmeyer, seconded by Mr. Leffler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That matter passes unanimously. That brings us to oral communications, part 2. Do we have any public comments?
We do have two speaker cards, Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Tony Rubolino.
Okay, we may wrap up by 11:30.
We're going to do it. We're going to make it? That's a lot of us.
I'm going to make it brief. No PowerPoint, unfortunately. I did want to speak on that because it's U.S. Constitution Week from September 17th to 23rd. So that's why I wanted to talk about the publishing of public records requests. But anyways, I'll have to wait. I heard a member of the public speak tonight, and as a couple years ago, it was both Commander Aaron Washington and I came to the city council 2 years ago to speak on behalf that the city should honor those who perished on September 11th. And last year, the city of San Clemente climbed up DeHay steps, and that was honorable, and that was something that the city of Kansas City had done to honor those firefighters that had perished on 9/11. And I agree with Aaron that we should do things for our first responders, and I think that's really important. As a registered nurse, I think that we should honor the men and women who perished. So I just wanted to mention that as well. So I really appreciate the service that the city manager and in collaboration with the state parks of San Clemente collaborated and worked. And I really think that was really honorable to do, and it was in quiet observance, and I really appreciate that there was very quiet, and I really appreciate it. And let's see, I think that's it, pretty much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Almost morning.
Next speaker.
I know, exactly.
Tony Rubolino.
Last week, the country changed forever. Charlie Kirk, we all know, was slain. And his message that he brought about hope and prosperity and a country unified and for the youth of our country to think critically for themselves was often met with hate and vitriol from the left. He was assassinated by a radicalized leftist who disagreed with his mission. Charlie recognized that our education system had failed our students and many were lost. He wanted to meet them at the college level and expand their critical thinking. And I want to reflect on Mark Onmeyer, who is a San Clemente High School public teacher, and he actually deleted this Twitter post that he made, and it was a student pushing back against him and his narrative on the events that followed J6. And Mark took it upon himself not only to silence this student, this minor student, but also he called on other educators to do the same and call out this BS, as he quotes it. The repeated inflammatory rhetoric that we hear nonstop, Trump is literal Hitler, a Nazi, a racist, and by collateral damage, his supporters must be that as well. In February of this year, in these council chambers, a founding member of the Democratic Women of South Orange County, as I waited to come up and speak, made a slit throat gesture to me, right here, fully brazen in front of a packed crowd. The violence and the calls for violence and the rhetoric has to stop. The Democrats and the left have to turn down the temperature. Mike Levin makes multiple daily social media posts where he uses terms like MAGA extremists. Chris Duncan claims to mourn over the loss of Charlie Kirk's life, and his social media post prior to that celebrates the protests in San Clemente where many held signs like "No Kings," "Fascists," Nazis insignia. Mark Unmer was there and he posted...
Pronounced Inmeyer, thank you.
Please don't interrupt. Mark said he wanted to save democracy, and he put a poster in his daughter's hands that said, "Trump's budget starves children." This is why we're here, because of nonsense like that. The left needs to denounce all forms of inflammatory rhetoric and admit culpability and turning up the temperature. Until then, I don't want to hear any calls for unity at all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is future agenda items.
Just a quick, I would just quickly like to reference some of those things. First off, the poster that I said was that the agenda takes away money from veterans, not from children, but that might be something to think about as well. And also, I think Charlie Kirk had a point there of freedom of speech. You know, and that there's something really important there about having the freedom of speech and the ability to talk on that. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, you need to address the comments that you made, not go off into additional
Well, he
speeches.
addressed Kirk and you addressed issues of freedom of speech. So there I go.
I was talking about his comments to you concerning you and your daughter. Any
I have
future
one.
agenda items?
Yeah, I'd like to agendize taking a look at that car show CUP, and it's not just because tonight, but I mean, I get constant complaints. I know the So I think we need to take another look at that.
Noise issue, you want a staff report? on that?
Yeah, their whole CUP on how often they have it, what they,
Yeah, we have a request, we have a second. Do we have a third for staff report?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a third for staff report.
I'm sorry, was the second Councilmember Wu?
and just for, that's not, this isn't an emergency item, you know, well, no, I mean, it's not an emergency item, is what I'm saying. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard that.
Okay, thank you. Any other future agenda items?
Yeah, the issue of fire safety came up earlier today, and last year we did some fire reduction projects, or some fuel reduction projects in the city, and fire season's coming up. I think it'd be good to get ahead of that, get ahead of our fire season and see what we can do. I don't know that this needs a staff report or anything, just to see, just direction to staff to see what can be done in terms of fire reduction, and if we want to continue with the projects that we did last spring.
We had a report at our last meeting, I think, on the fire safety issues.
Yeah.
But,
Just direction of, you know, are we going to have an event in October, November?
Oh, you mean like brush clearing?
The brush clearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think there's one planned for next year already in progress.
We can have Adam to,
Is there?
Not here. The church and civic groups around town are doing it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, like, it'd be good to have some communication, see what's going on with staff, who's sponsoring what, and.
Yeah.
correct,
Yeah.
the request is to agendize it for purposes of discussion on a view-forward basis.
If the council would like to discuss it, that's fine, otherwise I was just gonna see if we can direct staff to,
Why don't we just direct staff?
yeah, I'd prefer that, just have the staff to give us an update.
yeah, just have staff give us an update on future fire fuel reduction ideas.
Yeah, important issue. Thank you.
Another one I had, so I was wondering if I could get some help from council in order to direct our Public Safety Committee to look into getting licenses for our e-bikes. They're tending to run, especially our youngsters, our police officers are having a tough time tracking them down, especially when they break codes and other issues. So this was actually brought up by Lori Davies, and there might be some grant money available that we can look into. So to direct our safety committee Public Safety Committee to look at this.
It's a new committee, they could use something to do. I think that's good, send it to them for feasibility.
So that's directed to the Public Safety Committee?
Yes.
Okay.
And the last one, issues of affordable housing were brought up tonight, and I would love if we could give some direction to our staff to come back with some options of what can be done to advance affordable housing in San Clemente. If there's any projects available, if there's any property that can be done, what are our options there for that? I think we saw, the pictures of what they did in San Juan. They are beautiful things, and especially if we could do it and focus it on something like veterans.
I have a question. Isn't our city planner, isn't that one of the things that they're constantly doing, is trying to identify?
Yeah, if you
Property.
guys would like an update on, some of the areas that are maybe potentially available for housing or whatever, we could probably put something together, if that's what you're seeking. I'm not sure.
I'm thinking more of if we can, as a council, direct staff to say, hey, we want to make this a little bit more of a priority of finding areas for affordable housing and working with partners in the area to do that.
If we get into how we make housing affordable, that's going to get us into our silo
Such
issues.
as Jamboree or
Such as-
other things that are
such as
going.
the state legislators.
Which is why it'd be
The political
something
issues
to get-
involving Sacramento that nobody wants to talk about here, so.
If San Juan can do it, I don't know why we can't. My point is that we should be able to have staff say, hey, what's available? What can we do? What can we look at in order to help bring about some more affordable housing for our residents, especially if we can do it for our veterans?
Well, Andy, can I ask you a question? What is the status of our housing element, and what is the next time we need to update it?
I'm sorry. I think it's always a good idea once in a while to bring back where we are in our housing element, give you an update, how many units we've actually created, how many we are still obligated to create under the regional housing needs assessment. We're very glad to bring that back to you guys to give you an update. I think it should probably be an annual update, but we're still in the middle of the cycle. We still have 6-7 years to get all of our housing completed. We just got it adopted last year.
Okay. Well,
So,
Mark, maybe we
very
can
glad
have
to give you an
staff to
update, though.
come
It's
back,
probably a good idea.
give us an update on that.
That'd be great. If I can even get,
Trade memo to council members?
No, just have the staff to come to give us a presentation or update of the housing.
again, not a hurry, doesn't need to be by next week, and I would want to give you enough time all the time that you need to find out the information.
Okay, you made a request, we have a second, so that's been agendized.
Yeah, 'cause I think
it's agendized.
Staff report?
And, well, I guess it needs a staff report if they're coming back, but I think our city planner, affordable housing is part of the thing that they're constantly working on. So just make sure if that's separate from our housing element, that he comes back with something. Just,
Yeah, that's a good point. And our housing element is about more than just affordable housing. It's about the wide array of housing that's needed in the community. So, yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, any additional future agendized items?
Yeah, it's something I haven't discussed with City Councilman Wu, but it's something I sort of wish that he would take on. I received numbers of emails about what took place in the last meeting, and obviously we can't talk about it. None of us can. And so it would be helpful. I won't do it without I'm actually hoping that you would do something, urge the city manager or somebody to write a report that describes what took place, what happened, the whole background, and but if you feel uncomfortable, I'm not going to push it.
Not at all. I feel totally comfortable to talk about it in public session. With your support, well, I can ask the city council, well, I can have this, request the city manager to prepare a statement and to release as much as information allowed by law regarding this issue. Alternatively, I make a request to the council in the public session to waive the confidentiality. Then I think the better way is to have a city manager to do so. Because he's neutral.
Yeah, again, I wish I had a chance to talk to you, but I would like to see a report that describes the context, what happened before, what happened
So you want to agendize a summary of the issues related to the Brown Act question that we addressed?
I'd like to direct the city manager with Wu's support, if he does, to describe, what happened with the incident, what happened with the communications, stuff we can't talk about because it all happened in closed session.
As long as it's transparent, it's open, it's not partially true and partially silent.
Yeah, again, I'm not.
Okay, do we have enough to agendize that? Is that clear?
Is this something that you want to get, that you're?
I would only do it if you want it.
Yeah, I mean, it needs it.
Well, Annie and I spoke about it during
Okay.
during our briefing, and I'm totally fine with Annie to prepare a statement with the city attorney to review it before.
Well, we don't need to agendize it if
Well, the
city
request,
manager-
this is the time for agendizing future items. You
Yeah.
suggested that we need to agendize an item addressing the Brown Act issue, and it's asking Zen for concurrence, and it sounds like he is.
It sounds like Zen and the city manager are working on something.
Anyway,
Well, but there is some issues of privilege.
I understand
Yeah.
that. I think the Brown Act has been interpreted by the law to be liberally in favor of transparency and openness.
Yeah.
So in terms of agendizing the item, is it clear what, Mr. City Manager, what's being requested and what's been agreed to by Mr. Wu? So we have two members asking for this report. I don't know that we need
Believe
three
so.
to directing you on what to agendize a
Look,
discussion of what happened.
How about I have a city manager to prepare a statement including everything, and then have the city attorney to remove the things that she doesn't think is appropriate to be released?
It's fine. It's okay with me.
I mean,
So I see two main paths forward here. One would be to direct the city manager to prepare a statement of public information that can be revealed without waiving any privileges. Or secondly, to agendize an open session discussion about whether the privilege should be waived that goes beyond that. So I think that's what we're talking about.
Well, we would have to waive it if your report had information that was privileged and couldn't be reported.
We wouldn't put privileged information in a report.
And this would be inappropriate to grant you permission to enter that tonight, since we haven't agendized the discussion.
Correct. It would just be
Well, I guess if you
Direction.
did that report and you included in it the option of waiving the rights, then we'd have it properly agendized if the council decided to waive our brown session discussions as it relates to that particular issue.
That's a great point. We'll agendize it that way, just in case that
that clear as mud?
conversation goes in that direction. Sure.
Yes, that works.
no idea what happened, but it sounds like you guys have got it figured out.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Cabral?
No, that's it.
Anything else, Mark? Nope. You've had your issue. Did you want to agendize anything? Okay, I don't have anything to agendize, so with it, we'll go to the city attorney report.
It's too bad I actually have a report tonight since
Oh,
it's so
my
late.
gosh. Where is it?
This is for the third year in a row, my firm has had the pleasure to sponsor the Pet Project Foundation Gala that raised money for the Coastal Animal Services Authority, which is the JPA with the City of San Clemente and Dania Point that we had on Sunday, and that's
Very cool.
and that was a lovely event. Happy to sponsor it, and it's a pleasure to serve the City of San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, I'd like to take a few minutes here and
Hey, wait, it's 11:30. We're supposed to close.
no, I think we're over 11:30, so I'll just be quiet. Thank you. It was a good meeting. A lot of difficult things. I really appreciate what the council does. You earned your big money tonight.
Yeah, I want to make a motion that we adjourn to our next city council meeting
Can
scheduled for.
I interrupt you for a second?
Okay.
Yes, unfortunately. I wanted to adjourn in memory of Charlie Kirk, who is one of the highest profile conservative activists and media personalities in the U.S. He spoke to the youth of this country and challenged them to think critically on the values they held and espoused. Charlie founded Turning Point at age 18 to promote the principles of fiscal responsibility, free markets, limited government. He was an author and well-respected podcaster. He was an avid public speaker, toured the country addressing students on colleges, campuses, on issues they wanted to discuss. He was willing to take on any subject, believing that civil discourse was the solution to many of our country's problems. He was assassinated on December 10th at the age of 31 while hosting a college event for Turning Point USA at Utah Valley College. Most important, he was a devout Christian, and he guided his life by his religious values. He was married to Erica Kirk and leaves behind 2 children. So if we could adjourn in his memory, I think that'd be appropriate.
Excellent. Well, let's adjourn in his honor, and we'll schedule the next city council meeting for October 7th, 2025, a closed session meeting at 4:30 PM, regular business meeting to begin at 5:30 PM. The meeting will take place here in the city council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. That's my motion to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The meeting's adjourned.
Discussion?